Welcome, everyone. Our apologies for being a little late, but we had quite a bit of things to do today. We will return now to out of executive session. I will read what I'm supposed to read here. I hereby announce the date is October 9th, 2025, and the time is 6:14 p.m. No vote or action was taken in executive session. There being no further executive session, we will return to the regular session. 6:14. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Good to see a good crowd turn out tonight to participate in some of the doings and listen and be involved as well. Okay, we move to item 4 on the agenda, which is the Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation. Tonight, the invocation will be given by Chaplain Mike Armstrong. So after we do the pledge, please stay standing for his invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that you give us every day. Thank you to the individuals who have made sacrifices to help provide the freedom to assemble. May we always strive to honor them and never forget them. Let us pray for the wisdom of our city council members to guide them as they consider the issues before them. Please grant them the ability to discern what is right, just, and beneficial for all residents. May they be guided by your principles of fairness, compassion, and integrity in all their deliberations. We pray for the well-being of our city and its residents. May we listen to each other with open hearts and minds. Lord, may the decisions we make today and in the future contribute to a thriving community where all can flourish. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Armstrong. We appreciate your participation. Okay, there is a speaker protocol, which all of you that have been here before, or if you've picked up a copy of the agenda, you've seen that. So I won't repeat that at this point. However, we do have, the next item on the agenda, a couple of proclamations. So I'm going to come down in front, grab a microphone, but our first proclamation is proclaiming October 9th, 2025 as Bonfire Day. There you go. To Aggie Bonfire volunteers who turned tradition into a lifetime during the Kerrville floods 2025, I would like to welcome members of the Aggie Bonfire volunteers, Dion McInnes, Ethan Scherf, Bryce Ridgway, Corbin Poole, Aiden Moon, Laurel Huff, James Wheeler, Jesus Villasana, and Carson Burkhart, and any others that are part of the Bonfire Group. Please come forward right up here in front, and we'll start with the proclamations. It's a lot more than the names I read off, but I'll tell you what, when we go to take a picture, you're going to have to double up, or you can put a row of you up on the dais behind. So we'll get the picture in a minute, but I'm going to make a few comments and read the proclamation. So welcome to all of you. I was asked about this the other day. I'm going to read the proclamation, but I'll make a couple of 3 comments that this group was not only volunteered and was accepted as volunteers, but they were accepted with open arms out there because they know what they're doing. They have committed themselves and worked hard. They got their own organizational structure, which a lot of the volunteers there didn't have. They went as individuals and didn't have the opportunity to demonstrate that they not only knew individually what they were doing, but they knew how to work as a team. So that is really a mark of honor and success, and I'll read the proclamation and we'll get a photograph. Proclamation. Whereas on July 4th, 2025, Kirk County experienced severe flooding, prompting Texas A&M's bonfire volunteers to shift from their usual activities to disaster relief. And whereas what started as a group rooted in tradition became a disciplined disaster relief unit that cleared 23 miles of riverbank, both sides, and brought order to one of the most chaotic flood responses in recent history. And whereas Junior Red Potts, Bryce Ridgway, and Ethan Scherf led the team, beginning with limited resources, but eventually launching full-scale search and rescue operations. And whereas the Kendall County Aggie Moms Club raised $18,000 in 2 days to fully support the bonfire volunteers. And whereas within a week, Bonfire deployed 123 volunteers with chainsaws, arborists, EMTs, search dogs, and other equipment, which contributed to the disaster response. They cleared the 23 miles of terrain and provided a model for how student volunteers can contribute to disaster response efforts. And whereas the bonfire crew at Texas A&M University is dedicated to cultivating leaders and providing hope in times of disaster. Now therefore, I, John P. Nichols, as mayor of the city College Station, do hereby proclaim October 9th, 2025 as Bonfire Day in College Station and encourage all citizens to honor the incredible selfless volunteer effort and countless hours exhibited by the bonfire crew. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of City College Station, Texas, to be affixed this October 9th, 2025. Congratulations are certainly in order. Now, organize where you want them. Okay, all of you guys from there on go around in the back. And then what do you want to do? You want to move these into the center? Got to squeeze in a little bit, guys on the end, squeeze in. And I'm gonna get between, who's the chief honchos here? Okay. Okay, well, I'll stand next to you. Then let me get between you, and you're going to receive the proclamation from me. It's a pleasure. I'll shake hands in a minute when I get rid of this. Okay, we're going to do a photo, and then and thank you guys again.
Up front here.
Guys, turn sideways, pull in tight, pull in real tight, turn sideways, pull in tight.
Mayor, if you guys could step this way, and then the four of you guys here. Hey, I need a second row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys step down this way, please.
On the second row, you guys kneel. Kneel on the second row. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, perfect,
Back
perfect,
row,
perfect.
step forward.
Oh, back row.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Back row, if you
This
guys
way.
will take 2 steps this way.
Pose.
All right. Just you over here.
These guys are better organized out there in the field than we are here.
I'm happy.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Great. This is quite a crew. They took time off from preparing student bonfire, which they're in the middle of. And they're out fundraising, trying to raise money that week, but they dropped everything to go to Kerrville. So it speaks well of them and speaks well of the community, but particularly speaks well of the students at Texas A&M. Okay, I have another proclamation here, presentation of proclamation recognizing and celebrating College Station Noon Lions Club's 75th anniversary. I'd like to invite Ron Gay, James Haverland, Tommy Haverland, and Pam Smits to the front for the reading of this proclamation. Lions Club of College Station, is involved in the 4th of July activities with the city and with George Bush Library, and big event at Christmas time selling Christmas trees. So let me read the proclamation. Whereas the College Station Noon Lions Club has served our community and community and communities in and around Brazos Valley for 75 years with steadfast dedication and compassion and leadership. And whereas since its founding on October 30th, 1950, College Station Noon Lions Club has embodied the principles of service, fellowship, and philanthropy, engaging in countless initiatives to improve the lives of those in need, such as free eyeglasses and vision screenings for local school children, a helicopter pad for a local hospital, a community playground for children of all abilities, a summer camp for area young people with diabetes and other physical handicaps, community cleanups, and awarding College Station scholarships for area youth. And whereas the club has contributed to humanitarian causes, including but not limited to promoting vision care and fighting preventable blindness, supporting youth programs and fighting pediatric cancer, providing disaster relief, and fostering environmental stewardship. And whereas the College Station Noon Lions Club has instilled a spirit of volunteerism and civic responsibility among its members, inspiring generations to give back to our community. And whereas College Station Noon Lions Club's legacy includes partnerships with local organizations, schools, and governments to address significant social challenges such as housing, hunger, and medical care, making a positive and lasting impact on those they serve. And whereas the 75th anniversary marks a significant milestone in the history of the College Station Noon Lions Club, representing decades of selfless service, growth, and achievement. And whereas the City of College Station commends the past and present members of College Station Noon Lions Club, whose dedication, compassion, and leadership have shaped the organization and its mission of service. Now therefore, I, John P. Nichols, Mayor of the City of College Station, Texas, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and celebrate College Station Noon Lions Club's 75th anniversary and encourage the residents of the College Station to continue supporting the Lions Club programs and initiatives such as the annual Christmas tree sales and honoring our heroes benefit, ensuring the ongoing success of efforts to address the needs of our community and beyond. In testimony whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and can cause to be affixed the seal of the City of College Station, Texas, this 9th day of October 2025, John P. Nichols, Mayor. And I'm pleased to present this to several members of the organization. And their event will be on October 30th. Unfortunately, I'll be out of town, but
And we'll
who am I handing this to? John? Okay. I will say that the Lions Club has worked with the city on a number of different projects, so this really recognizes some joint activities that the city's involved in, city benefits from. We're going to get people organized a little easier maybe than the Student Bonfire Group. Wonder where the Christmas tree sales will be. It's at the city old police parking lot where it's been for the last decade.
That's right.
And this guy's in charge again.
Come by.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, take care.
Very much.
Thank you. So we can recover our chairs back up here. Okay, I've just got a couple changes here on my list. Okay, we move to the item 6, which is here visitors. I have one person signed up, Stacy Nearing, who will be representing a group. If stand up when I read your names. Stacy Nearing, where are you? Okay, come on forward. And the rest of your group is Sydney Montez, Shelley Bailey, Kate Taylor, Paul Nearing, must be a relative, and Gabriel Montez. You're part of the group with her. Well, thank you very much. You have 10 minutes, Ms. Nearing.
All right.
Welcome.
And I'm going to read what I have here, if that's okay with y'all. So
As
I've
long as
never
it's under
claimed to
10
be
minutes,
a
you're good.
public speaker. So as you said, my name is Stacy Nearing, and I'm the executive director of the Langford Senior Living Community. It's on Carol Fancher Way. And if you're not familiar with the street that we're located on, it runs between the Highway 6 feeder road and Midtown. It goes right between Christ Church on one side, the other side is Extraco Bank and us. So I'm here tonight because I feel like I've exhausted every other avenue trying to get help. So I've emailed, I've called city leaders, our residents have pleaded with city officials asking for action on the traffic and safety issue on Carol Fancher Way. So after a year of conversations, promises, polite deferrals, nothing's changed. So the Langford, let me tell you a little bit about us, but we are home to over 150 residents. We employ more than 75 staff members, and we welcome families and guests daily. Our residents are active, productive citizens of College Station, volunteers, donors, advocates, people who have spent their lives building the city. These are citizens the city should be protecting. Carol Fancher Way is a private street with public access, which has created a dangerous and unsustainable situation. What the city is telling me is that the Langford assumes all responsibility for the road. However, we can't enforce speed limits, police can't issue tickets, we can't post warning signs, can't install speed bumps, can't install stop signs, can't restrict through access. I was told by the assistant city manager I could post a sign that said, "Slow, senior citizens." But slow to what? The street does not have a posted speed limit and no one to enforce the traffic laws on that street. So what exactly can we do? We're left responsible for maintaining a road that we have no authority to control while the city's growth and traffic continues to pour through it. It's only a matter of time before someone gets seriously hurt, and when that happens, we won't be able to say that we didn't see it coming, because I've been trying for over a year to get someone to listen to us. I invite you, come sit on Carol Fancher Way when Highway 6 has an accident on the south side of town. Or come by at 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. It's a scary road to be on. So let me share a little bit of history about this road. So Carol Fancher Way was never intended to connect to Midtown. It was designed to serve the Langford and Christ Church, nothing more. When the Langford was being built in 2017 and Carol Fancher Way was added, Midtown, then called Lakeway, barely went past our community. The city knew growth was coming, but at the time it was a quiet area. So the city required that we extend the road and build it to hold heavy trucks so emergency crews could get faster access to our residents or to Highway 6 in the case of a fire or ambulance call or other emergencies. And we agreed. I mean, safety matters to us. But since that time, let's just look at what's happened around us. So Midtown development is on the horizon for more. Baylor Scott & White has come and expanded and continues to grow. Costco, the Harley-Davidson expansion, neighborhoods, another senior living community. They've all added major traffic to our corridor. Development along Town Lake continues to increase, and today y'all are going to be talking about baseball fields and more Midtown development. All of these projects being approved and encouraged by the city, and with each one, the volume and speed of traffic cutting through Carol Fancher Way has grown and will continue to grow. The irony is, the city now takes responsibility for every other street off Midtown except ours. Even Durham Drive, which only leads to another senior living community, and it's not a through street, is a public road maintained and enforced by the city. So why not Carol Fancher Way? Why is the one road that actually connects multiple properties, supports emergency access, serves over 150 residents and their families somehow excluded? We can't say it's because of Corporate Road, because I have camera footage and I've shared photos and videos that show all the heavy truck traffic using Carol Fancher Way. And any day, just sit in our parking lot and watch the heavy traffic speeding and flying down our road through the middle of the road. Every day, cars cut through our street to avoid traffic on Highway 6 or to cut through to businesses and homes behind us. We have people flying down the road while our 80 and 90-year-old residents are crossing to attend church or walk their dogs. Families and staff are scared now. It's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. A year ago, I was told a speed spy would be deployed to try and slow people down. That still hasn't happened. And even if it had, it's a temporary sign without action. It doesn't really protect anyone. It's just a temporary Band-Aid. We're not against progress. We support the city's growth. You will see, I am not one of the people here today to talk about Midtown or to talk about the baseball parks. But as College Station continues to expand in Midtown, new developments, the Highway 6 expansion on the horizon, the situation will only get worse. We need to be forward-thinking, not reactive when it comes to safety. So I'm just asking again, very clearly here in front of y'all, to take responsibility for Carol Fancher Way by bringing it in as a city street so speed limits can be established, enforced, and safety maintained. Find a more permanent solution. I requested maybe a 3-way stop at our entrance that can be enforced as an immediate traffic calming measure. These are not extreme requests. They are the basic safety measures that every other neighborhood in the city gets. The residents of the Langford and the congregation and families at Christ Church deserve the same consideration and protection as any other citizen of College Station. We're not asking for anything extravagant. We're asking for action, accountability, and compassion. For the city to recognize the responsibility it helped to create and to step up and protect the people who live here now. Our seniors spent their lives building this community. They're productive citizens in College Station. They shop in our stores, eat in our restaurants, attend sporting events, church, Opus. They attend their grandchildren's school and sporting events. The least they can do, the least y'all can do, is ensure they can walk across their own street safely. I appreciate y'all listening to me today. I truly hope tonight is the moment that y'all choose to take action and not another year of me having to email y'all, call, ask, and plead, and that you'll take our residents in that street into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation, Ms. Nearing. I guess I just refer this to staff to provide the council maybe with a written report on what is there and what can be done. I know you've already considered it. You've heard this before. So if you provide us a little feedback on what the
Yeah, we can definitely
options are.
provide an update.
Thank you. I believe I had two other people on here, Kaylee Bonder, but I think she's not going to speak. Amy Alg, I think Algie is going to speak later on another item. So that's here visitors. That takes care of that part of our program. Move on to item 7, which is the consent agenda. I have two speakers when we come to those, one on 7.5, one on 7.6. But I'll turn to the council first and ask them if they have any items they wish to have clarified. Want council members 7.5? Anybody else?
Yeah, 5.
7.5. Okay, well, let's start with 7.5, and I'm going to pull 7.6 for another person. That is presentation, discussion, possible action, construction with the Green Teams Incorporated, the amount of $192,259.32 for tree planting and irrigation installation services, plus the city's contingency in the amount of $19,255.93 for a total appropriation of $211,515.25, and presentation discussion of possible action in authorizing the purchase of 484 trees for $101,320 from Site One Landscape Supply for cooling College Station urban heat mitigation initiative per bid number 25-082. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Gene Ballou, Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation.
Okay, I'm going to start with Mr. Yancey. He asked for this, and then Debbie, Amy Alg, I believe, wanted to speak on this too.
I'd like to ask a question, Mayor.
Oh,
Yeah.
two?
And Scott has a question.
No, go ahead, Bob.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Blue, thank you very much for your service to the city. I don't think you're going to be the one to take this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. We have $375,230 included in the Parks and Recreation Department operating budget. I think GAP allows the installation of new trees to be either a capital expense or O&M. Like if you're replacing a dead tree, it'd be O&M. If you're putting in brand new trees, it would be a capital. Given the constraints on our O&M budget, why not move this to capital? That's my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Do you have an answer for that, Gene, or you want to turn this to finance? The question is whether to move it all to capital.
Checking here.
I think we have a
Yeah,
response
so
coming.
typically on a project like like this with the trees, we typically would not be capitalizing those particular items. We would be utilizing our existing revenues in cash out of our operating budget, out of existing fund balance for those projects. Because typically when we are making them a capital project and utilizing debt for those. We're not doing, when it's specifically a project such as planting trees, those are not things we would typically be issuing debt for.
So it's kind of an internal policy that we just, rather than using the Parks revolver, which I believe is capital, right? I mean, you wouldn't have to issue debt to buy $375,000 worth of trees.
Well, the Parks revolver, where that money comes from, is from debt that's issued, and we're utilizing that over time, and so really, it's a matter of again, our options are utilizing our fund balance, utilizing money that we have already appropriated in the budget for various projects in order to take care of one such as this.
Just to add, and this is a little nuanced for everybody who is interested in government finance. Typically, when we talk about O&M, I think what the council member is referencing, which is our most challenging thing, is how we pay for people and things every year. There can be one-time costs in O&M, and that's what you're seeing is we're taking this out of, it could be recurring revenue, but if we don't do this again next year, then it won't be programmed in the same way. It's not the same as if we add a position that occurs every year. It doesn't compete against that. It's just in the O&M because it's not appropriate for a debt issuance.
Very well. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question on this one?
Yeah, thanks, Gene, for being here. My question is a little different, not with finance, but with where the trees are going. And I know this program started a while back, and you all provided us with some information about the amount being spent and the number of trees and things. And I noticed, and this has to do with my question, but I noticed that there was a separate piece for some of them going in detention. And the two detentions that were mentioned were in two of our parks, I think both Edelweiss parks. So that seems good to me. One of the things that I've been concerned about, and some people up here know, are not concerned about, but wondering about, is can we do some planting in other detention facilities? And I don't know where we stand on that, but I know parks are a great place for trees, but I'm just wondering, I think someone else tonight has this question about, how we're actually using these trees for cooling, which I think is the primary piece, and maybe dispersing them in other areas. My concern has been somewhat with doing something different with some of the detention than just having a big hole in the ground. So anyway, I don't know if that makes sense to you as a question or not, but if you could talk a little bit about where these trees are going, I would appreciate it.
I think so. We have identified 11 different areas and parks for the 484 trees that are being purchased within this contract. The specific areas for the detention ponds would be Edelweiss Park and Edelweiss Gardens. And there's maps associated with each one of them to identify where those specific trees would go. With Edelweiss Gardens, or Edelweiss Park, we're looking at a total of 59 trees going in there. And at Edelweiss Gardens, between the upper and the lower, there's 73 trees identified to go there.
But at this point, they're all
93.
going into parks, all the trees, not into other locations. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
All the trees are going into our current park system, not into other locations. Is that correct?
There's two other locations that's not technically a park, and that's the police department and the municipal court.
Okay.
But all others are going inside city parks.
Thank you.
Ms. McElhaney, did you want to ask a question on this one? No. Okay. No other council members asking a question, but I do have Ms. Amy Algie signed up to speak on this. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I can't really call this my presentation because it's actually a City of College Station presentation. I just literally copied and pasted everything from what you guys have shared in the past. Because I figured most people would not be familiar with the Cooling College Station plan that was implemented in 2022. I don't know how to do this. Do I do this myself?
Over here.
Okay.
They control it from over there.
Aha.
There you go.
This was the really important thing that I wanted everybody to see. So with Cooling College Station, obviously the blue portions are the coolest parts. And it just so happens that the coolest parts, I literally live in the coolest part of College Station because sandwiched here in the Pebble Creek area, we are in between the woods of Midtown and Lick Creek. And we are the coolest place in College Station. And so obviously we're talking a lot about Midtown. We're going to be talking about it more, but this I wanted to bring up because we're spending all this money on planting trees, but at the same time, we're talking about taking out the biggest benefits to Cooling College Station that are already here. I mean, in Texas, what's better than planting a tree is saving a tree. You don't have to water it. It's already there. It's already established. So I know I'm asking something that others say is impossible. You guys are just going to take down the trees anyways, is basically what people have told me. But I want to put it out there. And this is, like I said, all from the Cooling College Station document that y'all can find online. I highlighted this picture. This is of College Station High School campus, and it shows where the hot spots are actually turf football fields, tennis courts, baseball courts, softball fields. So as we talk about the baseball fields in a few minutes, just keep in mind that baseball fields are not going to cool College Station. Again, I'm going to run out of time, but you guys should read what you've already put together. It's a great document about what we need to do to cool College Station. But this is the overall cost of planting trees, what we're in for right now, the $3,700,000 budget. And I just question how much money we would save by keeping the trees that already exist. The other point I want to make is as we're talking about Midtown and making plans, we need to do what you guys suggested, and we need to engage Texas A&M, and we need to engage the experts here who know forestry, they know urban planning, and they can give us hopefully good solutions for what we can do moving forward. So, like I said, anybody who hasn't read this, I'd highly encourage checking out the Cooling College Station document.
Thank you very much, Ms. Algie. Okay, we've heard comments on that one. I think 7.6, no one in council pulled, but, oh, you did? Okay. 7.6, let me read it, and Ms. Leonard can come forward. Presentation, discussion, possible action regarding adoption of a resolution granting consent to Rockberry Management District Number 2 for the sale and issuance of unlimited tax road bonds, Series 2025, in the amount not to exceed $2,750,000. Ms. Leonard and Ms. McElhaney will ask her questions, and then I'll ask one of the citizens that signed up to come forward.
Hi, Ms. Leonard.
Hello.
So is this the document that sets the tax rate for the Midtown residents?
No, it is not.
What management district is that?
So this is still Midtown, but this is not the document that sets the tax rate. They're two separate processes.
Okay, so what is this document?
This is the document that is a contractual agreement between the to pay reimburse the developer for roads. What happens is the debt is issued, the roads have been built, the debt is issued to reimburse the developer at a certain amount once there is a certain level of property improvements out there. When the developer is paid, the interest on that stops. So that's why the debt gets issued.
Okay, so the next step after the debt is issued, and I guess it's, when is the tax rate set? Is that by the Rock Prairie Management District?
Yes, that is by the Rock Prairie Management District. The city is not involved.
Okay, do we know what that tax rate is right now?
The tax rate that is set, that is to support this debt, is 0.65.
And that's an increment above what is currently?
It was 0.65 in 2024 and 2025.
Okay, so we'll have an analysis of the new rate. When is that?
Their analysis of setting the tax rate would be about this, would be the same time that the city sets their tax rate.
Okay, so they've already set
They
one
already
rate.
set it.
Okay, and it did not increase for this coming year.
No, it does not look like it, no.
So, but again, this document is one that we have some level of administrative oversight to, but we don't have anything that we can do that's actionable on it?
No, this is a contractual obligation that where the city has to basically pass the resolution because the developer and the management district have met all of the requirements for the debt to be issued. So that's what the city is doing, is passing the resolution saying that everything contractually has been legally recognized and that, yes, they can do it because they built the streets according to how they had to be built, et cetera, et cetera.
And if I could just add one point to what Mary Ellen has said. When the MMD was set up 10 plus years ago, one of the requirements in that setting up the MMD was that any debt issue from the district comes to the city council. And so that is why you are seeing that to meet that requirement that we have for the municipal management district.
So it's a reporting type relationship where they're telling us, we're acknowledging it, making sure everything meets the contract,
Yes.
stamping it and
Yes,
moving on.
that's what this is.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a really confusing topic, and I think we can all better understand it. I appreciate your input. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I've had someone sign up, Debbie Drestata, to speak. She has 3 minutes for comments on this item. I see she has a presentation here. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Debbie Drestata, and I'm the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 1981, and have been a resident of Midtown Reserve and College Station since I retired in 2020. I'm not here today to talk about the ball fields or small area plan, but instead of the Rock Prairie Management District 2 taxes.
Are you speaking on this item or the ball fields?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you speaking on this item or the ball fields?
No.
Oh, this item, okay.
This item.
Okay, fine, I heard you say ball fields.
You will see each time the request for bonds was on the consent agenda, as Mary Ellen Leonard is sponsor, the council associated with each one. Not one time was a request pulled out for councilwoman or councilman, a request for more info on in a public setting. I guess y'all just listen to recommendations. Staff recommends approval of the resolution granting consent to Rock Prairie Management District 2 for the sale and issuance of unlimited tax bonds. Some other items off the agenda. On February 17th, 2015, the City Council, who was Berry, Brick, Aldrich, Mooney, Schultz, Benham, and Nichols, approved a utility and road agreement between the city and the district. Upon completion of the construction, the district will convey the road facilities to the city for operation and maintenance as described in the utility agreement. On July 9, 2015, the same City Council passed the Resolution 070915-02 consenting to the creation of Rock Prairie Management District 2. Mayor Nichols, you were the only one here on council at that time. Please let us know what you remember. A budget and a financial summary. There is no financial impact to the city for the issuance of the bonds. Repayment is by those residents and businesses. We already know there's no businesses in Midtown within the Rock Prairie Management District 2. In order for the bonds to proceed, the district bonds order authorizing resolution, authorizing the issuance of the bonds must be approved by City Council. The district's representative met with the city manager's office on September 11th, 2025, to discuss the bond order, notice of sale, preliminary official statement, and other information in preparation for this item. The notices of the public meeting and rate increases, which we used to pay 50 cents instead of 65, were published in the Eagle. I know this is legal, but it is in poor taste. It's interesting to note that this was around the same time last year when our tax rate increased by 30%, and my good friend and neighbor, Shelby Bame, started making a lot of noise. My recommendation, dissolve the district and absorb the $13.9 million debt that y'all consented to, and stop penalizing the 600 homeowners. Do y'all see any businesses building in the district and paying 65 cents on $100 when they can go 100 feet over and not pay it? And one final question for Mary Ellen. Why is my little .09 acre lot appraised at $58,000, the same as almost a quarter acre lot on Calaveras? You're either overcharging or losing out on tax dollars. Thank you for your time, and be the hell of Florida.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Let me just make one or two comments. The appraisal district decides on the valuation of properties, not the city. This is a ministerial item. All we can do on this item tonight, as was mentioned by the assistant city manager, is that we're consenting because this bond issuance conforms to a pre-existing agreement. Whether you like the pre-existing agreement, that's another debate we can have, but that's not what's on the agenda tonight. So we're, as Ms. McElhaney said, it's essentially a ministerial item. We're consenting because staff has told us that this issuance of these bonds exactly meets the requirements of the contracts between the management district and the developer. So I think that's why that's going ahead. I've heard the comments from Mr. Sada. I don't believe there's, yes.
I have two more questions.
Do you have questions on this item? No, you didn't pull it, so I didn't know. Thank you.
No, I did pull
Oh,
it.
you did? You pulled this one too?
I
Okay.
did pull it.
All right,
I pulled it.
you did, okay.
Uh,
I just didn't circle it, thank you.
oh, that's what I leaned
sorry.
over and told you.
Oh, okay.
Mary
Ms.
Ellen,
Leonard.
what happens if we deny this?
So this, if the city denies this issuance, the issuance can't go forward. However, the city is contractually obligated, if the requirements are met, to approve it so that the management district can move forward. So any other question than that would need to be referred to legal, because I'm your finance person, not your legal person.
So, Mr. Falco, why is the contract set up this way? If we have no control over the bond issuance, why would we be asked to approve it?
Well, when the district was formed, there was a consent resolution that was part of the formation of it, listed all the requirements that the district would need to comply with to have the bonds issued. As part of that, the council at that time wanted to consent to the issuance of the bonds once those requirements were met. When you look at all the different attachments to the resolution, it has all their financial statements and documents explaining the revenues and the bonds and the interest rates and all that. So Mary Ellen can explain all that stuff to y'all if needed. But that is the information that's contained in the resolution showing that they've made that. And it's really just a ministerial duty by the council to approve that resolution saying that they have met those items.
So I know as a member of council, I receive a lot of emails about this MMD and how it is a burden to the residents at Midtown. If I'm hearing everything correctly, this is an agreement between the management district and the developer, Mr. Murr or his company. Is that?
For the reimbursement of the roads, that is an agreement between the developer and the management district. The management district has an agreement to be able to issue debt, to be able to pay that when the property values within that development reach a certain level. So there's multiple agreements.
Okay. Thank you for the not so clear clarification, but again, we
Sorry.
approve this because it's our obligation because we're under contract to do so if it meets the
And-
requirements.
Mayor, and if the council wants, I know that the attorney for the Rock Prairie Management District, I know she's on Teams along with their financial advisor, is also on the Teams line too, if council chooses to have any further clarification from those two.
I have another question here, and then if they wish to speak, they can.
Are we at a position that we can change that resolution or change the agreement? I know it was put in place several years ago, but is it permanent, or do we have the ability to change that relationship?
So I'm going to go back into Councilmember McElhaney's question and then get to yours as well. So that everybody understands, I know we've had a big discussion about this. We may have it more, but it's important to this item. So this is one of the advantages, a huge advantage that the city gave to the developer or part of the agreement, right? So in a normal situation, things that you'd have to build, or if the city asked the developer to build, they would have to pay for that. This allows them to have that tax in that district. So that was part of the overall agreement that was done. So I think, and again, I'll let legal answer the legal part of it, but if you wanted to retire the MMD, and I think it's fair to say at this point, it's public too, the council asked and we explored that. The developer, we would have to pay off the debt, or somebody would, they'd have to assume it. We'd have to pay off the debt, and then you could potentially dissolve that. The developer does not desire to do that, which it's because obviously that reimburses them for their infrastructure. So we considered that, and we'll get to it later, but we considered it when we were looking at land sales, looking at using that money to pay off the debt, which would have meant the MMD tax wouldn't exist anymore. Again, the developer is not interested in doing that because ultimately it's not just about the debt that's been issued to this point. They will issue debt, continue to issue debt down the line, and that is a benefit to the developer.
So if we have the attorney on the phone, what are the things that this debt has purchased so far?
Do you want to speak to the attorney?
These are road bonds.
Road bonds for roads that are already in place or that are going to be in place?
So the developer builds the roads, so he's already incurred the expense for whatever goes into a road, let's call it concrete, asphalt, I don't know. And then when the bonds are issued, the bonds reimburse the developer for those costs related to the building the roads, up to a certain point.
Is there somebody on the phone? There we go.
This is Christina Cole. I'm the attorney for Rock Prairie Management District Number 2, and I think, as Mary Ellen described, this bond issue will reimburse for eligible road facilities that the developer entity has constructed, designed, constructed, and have been accepted by the city of College Station as city roads now. And so in part of our agreement between the district and the development entity, we are issuing debt to pay them back for those facilities constructed on behalf of the district.
Ms. McElhaney, any further questions?
I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere, but
Well,
it's trying to understand our role in this and the developer's role in this, the management district's role in it, and what the citizens of Midtown are getting out of it.
Well, thank you. I think Ms. Leonard answered the question about our role, and we're consenting because, according to our staff, the agreement between the MMD and the developer is correct and absolutely within their overall agreement, which was included in our packet.
Correct.
Any other questions?
I have one, Mayor. Is there a time limit on that agreement? I mean, is there a certain time where that needs to be revised, revisited, or is that just
Yeah,
go on?
it's a time-limited agreement, but it's like 30 years or something. I think staff is looking for.
We can look for it. I don't remember off the top of my head, and I don't want to misquote it, but there's a time limit, and then there is an amount of bonds that can be issued, which is a pretty high number, so I don't think they'll ever get to that number, but yes, there are limits on it, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you.
And this is Christina Cole again, and if you're talking about the reimbursement agreement, the term of that agreement goes through 2040.
2040.
2040?
So probably a 40-year agreement and, 30-year agreement, I guess, yeah, starting in 10. Okay, any further questions on this item? Excuse me? Okay, well, yeah, we'll have lots of other conversations here. So I think we've covered item 7.6. So everything on the consent agenda, item 7.1 to 7.6 are up for a vote. Do you want to remove any of them? If not, we'll vote for them as we usually do in total. Item 7.1 through 7.6. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Who was that? Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Yancey, okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. White. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda items, 7.1 through 7.6, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Good discussion. Consenting on somebody else's bonds is always a very unique kind of situation. We'll hear about it again next year, and maybe between now and then we'll better understand that. Appreciate everybody for contributing to the conversation. We're moving to the workshop agenda, and you'll notice that we've got presentation and discussion, not possible action. Presentation and discussion of a proposal from Southern Roots Inc. regarding the potential development of a baseball complex on land within the Midtown Business Park. Mr. Michael Ostrowski will lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer. So I'm going to do a quick intro to this item, then I'm going to turn it over to representatives of Southern Roots for their proposal and what they're looking to do potentially on this property. But just to give a quick introduction, this is the area that we're speaking about. This was about a 200-acre piece of property. Altogether, it's about 300 acres, but 200 acres, which is developable. They're looking to produce a 9-field all-turf complex with a future potential for a baseball academy. Total cost of this project would be about $55 to $60 million. They're looking to do this on about 80 to 100 acres, 80 initially and then potentially 20 for additional expansion. And they're requesting that of the city, and we haven't discussed specifics as it relates to whether that would be a land transfer or whether that would be a lease. We're still early in this process and need direction from council if this is something you'd like to move forward with. But in addition to that, they're looking at doing also a phased capital participation from the city in an amount of about 15 to 20 million. The $15 million amount would be for the 9 fields without a championship field, and then the $20 million amount, the additional $5 million would be for the championship field. So we've been meeting with this group actually for a while now, and it actually started in a location, about an 80-acre parcel off of Wellborn Road near Milliken. So we've been meeting with them about what could be potentially the city could participate in that area out in Milliken. We had brought this to council a couple times seeking some direction as it related to that. And as we were discussing that, there were just too many risks and concerns in the Milliken area. It was about a 3.5 to 4 miles outside of the city limits that, if the city would participate in any way with this project, what would happen if, for example, project didn't move forward, if the project failed after a certain period of time, would the city then own a piece of property 3.5 miles outside the city limits? So there couldn't get a comfort level in terms of moving forward with any participation with that. In those conversations, we also discussed if this was located in the city, would that change the consideration? So we had also looked at a potential location off of Wellborn Road in Fitch. There's about a 200-acre parcel there. That did not work for them. But when the conversation had occurred and the denial of the data center project, and a lot of conversation within that meeting and then afterwards about maybe not having this area be an industrial park or a business park, as we look at maybe different future land uses or zonings for this particular property, that presented an opportunity where this could be a potential at this location. We just don't have a significant amount of acreage owned by the city within the city limits. So if we're looking at now the potential of changing some of the land uses here, could this be a potential at this location? This is also an opportune time in that we're talking about the Midtown Small Area Plan discussion. So having this item at least presented as part of that, I think is a benefit. But also, given where we're at, we've also been working in parallel and doing 3 additional fields at Veterans Park. So, we're about to issue some, significant or make some significant decisions on that in terms of moving forward that would cost the city. And so having the discussion, if there were going to be a potential shift, if there were, let's say, we were going to look at maybe doing fewer fields at Veterans or not doing the fields at Veterans and moving them to Midtown or doing both projects, having at least this item presented now so you can have that discussion before we actually start moving forward with some of those significant costs coming up with veterans, although we have spent a considerable amount in terms of planning. Because one of the reasons we wanted to continue to move forward with the Veterans Park discussion also, in addition, was that there was certainty. City controlled that project. We knew we could get it done, and we were shooting for the opening in the 27 season. So wanted to bring this project in front of you to hear from Southern Roots, to see if there's any interest in moving forward with creating a project at this location. When we looked at this at Texas Independence Ballpark, when the city was looking at doing it there and ultimately found out the soil conditions were not adequate to move forward, we were looking at doing a much larger complex to have a significant impact from sports tourism. So as we start looking at this and kind of, we've run some numbers just to give you some information as it relates to, what sort of potential economic impact that we could potentially see with a project like this. With the 9 fields and the 32 tournaments that they're projecting that could occur on this, we're estimating that you could probably see an overall economic impact of anywhere between $27 and $28 million a year. With kind of a direct local tax impact between sales and hot, potentially over $800,000 a year with this. As we look at veterans, because it is a 3-field complex, you're probably not going to have the same level of impact. So when we looked at the impact of what you would see at veterans from, let's say, an overall economic impact, you're probably at about $2.25 million, with about $50,000 to $70,000 in direct local tax impact, because you're not going to pull a ton more new tournaments into the city with just the 3 fields, where if you did the 9 fields here, you could. Plus, Veterans Park is already very heavily utilized. So you're not putting on baseball tournaments at the same time you're putting on softball tournaments. So it does provide the opportunity, if they do hit their 32 tournaments within a given year, that could have a specific or a significant tourism impact from economic dollars coming into the city. One of the other things too is, and they'll get into their presentation and showing kind of where the layout would be, but they push that layout kind of the furthest point into the site, kind of towards W.D. Fitch. And what that does is it helps preserve, anywhere from 100 to 120 acres on the front half of the site along Midtown Drive for future potential development. And that development could include business park, office complexes. It could shift and be a mixed-use district complementing, the baseball. What is also going on the 28, it could tie into that. So there is opportunity to look at kind of what that future would hold for that remaining 120 acres along Midtown Drive. That could be part of, when we get into the discussions as it relates to the Midtown Small Area Plan, this area will probably be of great focus on it. So I'm going to turn it over. If you don't have any questions, or if you do have questions for me specifically, happy to answer them. But then I'll turn it over to Southern Roots after those questions.
Any specific questions for Mr. Ostrowski, please?
Thank you so much. Very exciting. Very exciting. I think I've kind of gotten pegged as being the baseball guy. So when we talk baseball fields, I'm always very happy. But my question to you, Michael, is why are we tying this to veterans? I think we should discuss this on the merits of its own. Why are we having to bring in veterans? Because we've already approved that, and that's already moving forward. Why are we trying to tie these 2 projects together?
You don't have to tie them together, but as we look at veterans and kind of what we're spending at veterans, the estimate for those 3 fields is about $35 million for the construction of those fields. As we look at this and what we're seeing in terms of like what they're looking from a capital participation from the city here, that's anywhere from $15 to $20 million. And then when you look at the donation or kind of the transfer of land, that's probably another 10 to 12 million or $15 million. So So you don't have to tie them together. You could look at each of them on their own merits, but also, looking at it from, are you wanting to spend that amount of money from a capital perspective on baseball in both locations? But you could do them both. You could, modify veterans, or you could do them all at Midtown. It really is your choice in terms of, that's what we're here for, to get that direction from council and seeing which direction you want to proceed with.
So, your sports tourism folks, you don't think you can do a tournament over at Veterans with the fields that we currently have on the plans?
I think what you would see is larger tournaments on existing stuff. I don't think you're going to see a ton new tournaments come in. You may see a handful that come in, but there are not a lot of vacant weekends that you see at Veterans. You've got a lot of soccer going on. You also have a lot of softball going on within there. So you won't see as many new tournaments with just 3 fields at Veterans as you would with 9 new fields in the community.
Okay, so just make sure I fully understand. So we're gonna give them the 80 acres for this complex?
Let's
What
let
this
them
item
make a
is,
presentation.
yeah, what this item is this is what they're requesting, right? And so we're bringing this to you very early in the process that, if council wants to pursue looking at this further, it's going to require a lot of negotiation and discussion about how all of that takes shape, right? In terms of would it be a lease of the land? Would it be a transfer of the land? The other thing with this and with this project, in speaking with the developers, they're looking to also allow city leagues to use this as well. So they need it mainly on the daytime hours potentially, and then also on the weekends. But when you have the weekday kind of evening hours for practice for little leagues and the other leagues within the city, that would be open then for those leagues as well.
And we would manage those days, or who would manage and do the maintenance on these fields? Would it be, I guess it would be their complex, correct? We would just buy into this complex? Or is that part of the negotiations? what we would have to
Let's
do?
let the presenters present, and then we'll have questions for them.
Perfect.
Ultimately, it's a negotiation, and then they definitely want your guidance on what points to negotiate. I think Mr. Yancey had a question.
Thank you, Mayor.
A question, not a debate on the merits.
Yeah. Michael, really good job of presenting what is a first world multivariate dilemma. I thought you did a really good job. The green line that meanders around the northeast side of the blue area, what is that green line?
That's where it cuts off in terms of the greenways portion.
So the extension, the straight green line at the southwest side of Texas Independence Park, does that demarcate? Remind me, does that demarcate the end of Texas Independence Park?
So all of the land is owned by the city. I'm not sure of the actual acreage. I believe that's the end of the actual park itself, and then the other areas would be considered greenways.
I don't think it actually is, but there is almost a rectangle, which is the Texas Independence Park, and you can see that straight line there. That is kind of the dividing line between what I'd say would be the developed park and the other land that we own.
So that polygon that's almost a rectangle in the green space, but for a 45-degree chop off on its southern piece. Here's my question. Could this development, if it had to, whatever it is ultimately, if it's council's will, could it push into that polygon? Could part of that be used? And let me tell you why I'm asking. I'm asking because what if it were council's will for this to be a sports anchored technology park or business park? My research indicates that those are having success all over the country, that while it might not seem like it on first blush, they are compatible uses. And so, yeah, that's it exactly. And so if it were council's will to move forward with Midtown roots, whatever we want to call it, but we wanted to preserve the job creation, economic development purpose of this tract as it was master planned back in 2017, do we have the flexibility to push into that space a little bit to make that happen?
we'd have to take a look at it in terms of kind of where the floodplain might be,
I was
as
gonna
well
say,
as,
that's the creek.
That's
and
floodplain. That's all floodplain.
Yeah.
That's
It-
floodplain.
And that's part of the reason in all of this that it was kind of laid out there is a similar thought is that we put green space where it was not really developable. Doesn't mean that there couldn't be maybe work on the edges. Obviously, too, if you can kind of see the trail demarcated that runs through there. So if you're familiar with going back through there, you can understand what it is. It relates to where the water flows over there.
Okay, that's disappointing, and that takes me to a baser question. Is the blue demarcated area, if we go denser, SMBs, small and medium-sized businesses, 1 acre tracts, 2 acre tracts with larger companies marrying 2 tracts together? I'm not talking about baseball, I'm talking about business right now. Can it accommodate what is about to be pitched to us and a couple dozen tracts of job-generating business park lots?
yeah, so the Blue Acre tract is the developable portion, which is about 200 acres. So, their initial request here is 80. Maybe we can redesign it and get it a little bit smaller, potentially for some expansion too. They're asking for another 20. All of that has to be negotiated, but that still leaves you with 120 acres that we can utilize for other uses. And absolutely, you could take that into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 acre chunks and get a considerable amount of lots within that area.
And just for my frame of reference, the current sold-out College Station Business Park, how many total acres is it?
I think it's like 200 and something.
200? Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Ostrowski? Are we going to move on? Okay, let's move on with the presentation by the representatives of Southern Route. Michael, you have an introduction here, or you just let them?
Yeah, so this is Thomas Rogers with Southern Roots, so I'll let him present on his. I'm going to grab his presentation real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's really weird to be presented as a developer. I'm actually the managing partner of ABA Services, and it's been really surreal this last week or two to hear everybody talk about Southern Roots and keep my tongue quiet until I got to this chance so I could actually talk with you guys about this. I'm going to do a few extra minutes on the front end basically to explain who I am and what my passions are, and then we'll get into the presentation. My name again is Thomas Rogers. I'm a managing partner of ABA Services, College Station, Texas. We're a full performing contractor doing everything but mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. We self-perform site work, concrete, structural, metal building erection, full commercial drywall, including EIFS, stucco, metal stud framing, drywall, all coatings and finishes. We work directly with cities and school districts across the state. We have cooperative JOC contracts that allow us to bid directly to state and federal entities and are currently on dozens of multi-million dollar contracts across Texas. Our chief focal point has been the sports aspect of schools with numerous baseball, softball, and football amenity build-outs for countless school districts across Texas. ABA has had a huge impact on local businesses in town as well. My midlife crisis project, I was blessed to have Melissa as an architect on for the Republic Steakhouse, and I got to be neurotic and actually do the interior finish out. I argue strongly that it was my work, but it was her beautiful design in the process.
Just to clarify, Todd's the architect.
You had much say in it, and either way, it was, honestly, I've referred to it as my midlife crisis project, and I loved everything about it. I spent every day on that job neurotically trying to make every element perfect. I love the speakeasy there. Best place in the world to have a private meeting. My most recent personal project that I managed was the Hilton Convention Center. I didn't design the exterior, but I gladly take large credit for the interior design. As an aside, I have apparently had a propensity for making speakeasies. If you haven't visited the Hilton Speakeasy, you should. It's pretty cool. We have master service agreements with A&M. We do direct work for A&M. During COVID, we were a principal contractor for Operation Warp Speed. So we work government projects across pharmaceutical lines across Texas. We are very, very well known for pharmaceutical finish outs and specialty high-level finishes. One of the biggest jobs that I'm not supposed to talk about because of NDAs is a very large electric automotive facility in Texas that we have had a office space for years at. I say all of this because I do understand construction. When we're talking about the financial numbers that are being presented here, they've been vetted out, and it's been a hard ask, and we'll get into it. Last for preening on ABA, we've been the winner of the BCS Rotary Newman Awards multiple times. We're also the recipient of the 2024 Aggie 100 last year. It's an award that recognizes the top 100 Aggie alum-owned businesses in the world. Even if this presentation is an absolute total flop and you guys say, don't want it, don't want any part in it, it's okay, because I'm the recipient of the 2025 Aggie 100 tomorrow. So at least I got that to look forward to. It's been an absolute pleasure to have our home base of operations right here in College Station for the last 20 years. I say all this because this is a company I work for, and in creating the budgetary pricing for the model I'm about to show you, which surprisingly is going to translate to Midtown, but it's really based in an 80-acre property of land off of Welborn near Milliken Reserve. There's a real simple ask why I'm asking for 80 acres with room to grow in. We had a fixed model that we created a fixed budget and we put out for a full bid. And so we really can translate that pricing across pretty straightforward, minus some nuances if there's soil issues, et cetera. But we can really come together with a really strong ask for what we're asking for based on the original intended usage plant near Milliken Reserve. I feel it's a little bit appropriate to talk a little bit about me. I'm grossly involved in youth sports. My eldest son plays varsity golf for College Station High School. He's also on the Brazos Valley High School hockey team, which happened to win state championships last year. Officer Tony outside that's at the front desk, his son's on that team, and we took state last year out of this area. My kid has a Letterman jacket with a hockey patch on the side. I have another son that plays baseball for College Station as a freshman, a daughter that plays challenge soccer, and I spend a lot of time at Veterans Park. I'm also the president of the Texas Outlaws, which is the Youth Hockey Association out of Spirit Ice Arena. I've been the president of that organization for, I think, 6 years. We started that organization because our kids were brain draining to play on a Houston team for travel and then to have to play in a Dallas league. We started that organization expressly to give our kids locally a place to play as they got older. In the last 10 years, I've been a Bombers host parent in the summertime. Hudson Polk for Arkansas. When A&M did not go further last year, it was awesome to watch him as a base coach for his team as they progress in the series. And I've also been it's called a billet parent, but it's a host parent for the junior Roadrunners here in town. It's an NA3HL, basically amateur hockey league. And we've had kids in our house for the last 10 years, 9 months of the year. All of this, I'm trying to set the precedent that my heart's really for youth. I'm not pitching this as ABA. I'm pitching this as something that I'm grossly passionate about. I see a gross need in our community for baseball. I would tell you honestly, my highest love is hockey and soccer, but man, there's such a need right here. Independence Ballpark, it would have been amazing if it materialized. I fundamentally believe, but I really do fundamentally believe that private business has the ability to run leaner, build cheaper, and operate more efficiently than the public sector ever can. I know this market. I know the operational side of running a youth organization. I also understand the true cost nature of this work. I'm gonna go ahead and start unpacking this model and what we were trying to do in Milliken, and then kind of show you how it correlates if it were to be accepted and utilized in Midtown. All right, this is probably going to sound boring. It probably will be gross and regurgitated, but there's a lot of details here to unpack. Southern Roots, a Texas baseball experience, is a visionary 80-acre baseball complex proposed for College Station. It's designed to transform the youth and high school baseball tournament landscape. This hospitality-driven destination will host year-round regional and national tournaments, drawing an estimated 780 families per weekend, while serving as a vital community hub for the local youth baseball programs. By integrating cutting-edge facilities, immersive amenities, on-site lodging, and a commitment to community access, Southern Roots aims to redefine the tournament experience, positioning College Station as a national leader in youth sports tourism. Tournament and field infrastructure, capacity and scale. The complex is designed to host 63 teams per weekend, accommodating 780 families based on a 12-plus family per team model. Summer national tournaments spanning 4 to 6 days target high school teams and attract college and major league scouts. Field design. 9 all-weather, fully turfed fields eliminates rainouts, including 5 youth fields that we are absolutely happy to make multi-use for softball and baseball, by the way. I did not realize that softball felt that they were getting short-sighted in this process, and those youth fields are imagine that, the same size fields. The difference is a pitching mound. That's an easy adjustment if we wanted to include that process in the project, as well as 4 full-size fields suitable for 14U to professional teams. Community access. Weekday field usage is dedicated to local youth teams at no cost. I said that, no cost. Our model is weekend and summer days tournaments. We don't have a functional use for fields in the afternoons. The reason that we presented to city staff was because it makes 0 sense to not offer it when everything lately seems to be a financial issue for the city or soil issue for the city, or in case of Veterans Park, a grind of too many things in too small a place. It makes sense that if we're gonna build these fields regardless, let's make it so that they are co-related. Tournament operations. Partnerships with third-party operators, it streamlines the logistics, including marketing, team registrations, umpire coordination, scorekeeping, and publishing game analytics to national stat databases, enhancing visibility for players. Training facility and performance facilities. I'm probably not gonna even bother reading off of this because I love this part of it. We're actually planning on building a 20,000 square foot facility. What we want to do in that facility is a 5,000 square foot gym, and it's going to be designed for athletic performance for our local people. We also want to create a batting cage. The other 15,000, other than some changing rooms and locker rooms, is going to be a lot of pitching lanes and batting cages. And what we want to do with that, there will be a pro shop inside it, but what we want to do with that is have the ability for local coaches to have a place to actually train their kids. We're going to use Rapsodos, TrackMans, high-end technology that basically does the analytics that can show the pitching speeds, spin rates, et cetera, so that we can actually develop kids. Part of it, we will have monthly memberships that it's basically you got a punch pass, you got a scan card, and there's X number of lanes that are open so that at any time of the day, you can go up there if you have a monthly membership and go use lanes and use the equipment. There is a facility that's similar in style in Bryan. This would create the opportunity for kids in College Station to not have to travel all the way across town to go use that facility. The weight room, we've been talking with Tyler Naquin. We've been talking with a bunch of other professional baseball players that are from A&M. And there's some really, really cool stuff as far as the weight training facility. We're really, really, really excited about it. The pro shop, we would actually sell merchandise, branded merchandise, as well as baseball bats, gloves, et cetera. So there's local access for things that kids actually use. So that's part of that building right there. Hospitality and amenities. All right, so this is where most people screw this entire model up. If you go to Houston, there's probably 20 facilities. They got 3 and 4 fields at those places, and they suffer. They get used for tournaments. Their tournaments in Houston end up being You have some games here, some games there, and they all get used, but the problem is they don't actually generate enough money to stay viable. Turf fields are expensive. Just so I'm really, really clear, resurfacing Travis Parks Field, $900,000 to redo that field over there in Bryan. I'm part of that too. At the end of the day, this stuff is an expensive long-term investment, and most people basically try to phase these build-outs, and I'd say probably all of them have the intent to do what we want to do, but they don't have the capital to actually pull it off. And so what they do is they try to get past a debt model so they can get to the next phase that actually has a better value revenue stream for it that can help justify it. They don't make it over the hurdle. The debt capital and the debt incursion trying to pay off debt never allows them to actually unlock and make these facilities great. Very, very few facilities in the nation. There's one, Rocker B, north of Dallas, that's figured it out. Some Cal Ripken tournaments in the nation, they pull it off, but they're backed pretty heavily. It's part of the reason why I'm having the ask I'm asking, and I'll get down to that in a little bit. So the hospitality and amenities. So what really starts to unlock it is when you actually create an atmosphere of inclusion that creates a national spotlight on the facility. My goal is to create something that has a gross spotlight and a gross exposure to College Station. What it allows and unlocks through having the ability for people to stay on-site lodging, recreational amenities. So I'm just going to go ahead and read through this. Single-family casitas for privacy and comfort. 10-unit team-oriented sleeping units with shared communal spaces featuring outdoor lounges, couches, and TVs for evening socializing while the younger kids sleep. When you go to a hotel, one of those parents is staying in the room if the other parent wants to go out and have fun. So this allows basically some casita setups that the parents can actually enjoy themselves in the evening when they stay on site. A hotel-style lodge for traditional stay option. This is part of the greater model. RV slips to accommodate budget-conscious families, a common choice for summer tournament travel. When you're doing back-to-back weeks of tournament travel, people take their RVs, and this gives them a place to stay. What this really basically means in translation to a hot tax is 60,000 room night rentals per year expected for the youth tournaments. So that's 60,000 rooms. I feel like that's a pretty decent amount of people that you really can't do in veterans. Recreational amenities, a resort-style pool with cabanas for relaxation between games. My Milliken model, we needed to have retention, not because it was needed or detention, but because we knew that if the city ever annexed it and it needed to be part of the model, we built a half-mile long stocked lake for boating, fishing, and leisurely walks, enhancing family experience. Our intent was to make it totally integrated with nature, that it was some place that somebody actually wanted to go and spend some time. And we didn't need them to come back once a year, but they created a memory and said, next year I want to go do that again. Dining options. Obviously, most ball fields have concession stands, but we actually wanted to create a 4,000 square foot restaurant and bar on site, basically to allow for people that stay overnight to have usage for restaurant on site. Our model really is only designed from the lodging and hospitality services to only capture about 15% of total users. So I don't feel like, and basically so we could keep that capped at a very high percentage so it became a very stable revenue generating number in our model. It's also one of the reasons we actually went with turf fields. We went with turf fields because it doesn't rain out. You can actually host a field and you don't screw up your revenue model. This is the power of private. This is the power of private and how we think. Photography and merchandising, when you create an environment that is actually inviting like that, then having higher level photography services available. They won't be used by everybody, but if you can get true photography from a sports photographer, it's another revenue stream we were really entertaining. All right, unique value proposition. Southern Roots stands apart from conventional baseball complexes by prioritizing an immersive family-centric experience. Unlike traditional cloverleaf field layouts that prioritize space efficiency, each field is designed as a standalone destination. ensuring safety from stray foul balls, and enhancing fan engagement. The integration of on-site lodging, recreational amenities, and hospitality-driven services transforms tournaments into memorable family vacations. By addressing pain points of typical tournament experiences such as long drives, limited amenities, and lack of family-friendly activities, Southern Roots creates a destination that players and parents eagerly anticipate. So what I'm about to ask when I get to it is a mixed number. I'm asking 15 to 20, but those are actually very specific numbers. 15 if we did not actually create a stadium setup, but we would still have the same amount of fields. We highly suggest that it would be in the city's best interest if we were to partner, that we did do the stadium setup, and here's why. We've been in negotiations with multiple people, multiple good independent minor league teams, and the idea of running summer ball creates the propensity of 50 home games. Typical stadium sizes around the nation for independent minor league baseball, which is the equivalent of AAA, would be, most of those stadiums are 3,800 people and above. And so to even buy into their system, you need a stadium that is 3,800 people. It may not have all the bells and whistles and look like Olsen Field, but it satisfies a need with press boxes and some suites and all the concession amenities. And so we've been having those conversations. I also recognize that I'm going to be realistic. You're at a point that you're going to spend money at one place and you could spend it here. I want to say very clearly, I absolutely fundamentally encourage that if this were to go to Southern Roots, we would love to host the Bombers, if that were an issue, because at the end of the day, they have been an icon in the community for 18 years. Those are D1 kids. Those are kids that youth players in our tournaments would idolize. I truly think it would be very, very symbiotic. I think kids that come to the tournaments would want to go to the Bombers games that are available, and I think it would create a huge crowd draw. I think there is a huge, huge overlap. If you have 780 families available, here's my novel idea, and I had talked to Uri about it. We give everybody at the tournament one ticket for each player that comes to the tournament. And why would we do that? Because each player comes with a parent and a sibling, or or both parents and multiple siblings. And so it creates a unified draw for baseball. These kids want to be Major League Baseball players, and the first step on the way to that dream is being a D1 player. That's what the Bombers are. In case nobody really, really knows what the Bombers are, they're college kids, and they're chasing their dream, trying to keep on going better, to be better for D1 and make it to the majors. Community commitment. This is a really, 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 really big one. I promise you I'm getting close to the end. Free weekday field access for local youth leagues supports an estimated 1,000 players annually. It addresses an unmet demand and fosters grassroots baseball development. This field design ensures year-round usability, eliminating cancellation due to wet fields. College Station Little League, 56 teams. They don't have enough space. They do not have enough active sites to practice and play games in the same week. There's a lot of people, there's a few lists of things I want to say here, and that's not anybody's fault. Independence Ballpark would have solved it, and so I know you guys were fully on board to make it happen. Life happens. But where we're at right now, these kids are effectively practicing for 2 to 3 weeks, and then they go into games. And what effectively from a training position, if a kid goes into games and they're young, and you see something that's wrong, a behavior that's wrong, you don't have a chance to do a correction, and then they go to the next game. So they reinforce bad habits, and then as they get better and they want to play and travel, they have a harder issue. So the parents have to turn around and pay extra money so their kids can have lessons, and it's totally disequal for kids that don't come from a better financial position to get better if they don't get corrected at an early age. That's not anybody of your fault, but I can tell you as city's grown, our population has expanded. There are 56 Little League teams in town. That's a ton. And there's only so many fields, and with Bachman shut down right now, kids are playing in fields. They're playing in literal backstops trying to figure it out right now. They're making the games work, but it is what it is. Here's the other thing. Parks and Rec right now, we have grass fields. When these grass fields get wet, the games and practices, they're done. They don't want to screw it up, and it makes sense. I get why. You don't regrow grass quickly, and the repair and maintenance issues, it makes sense. It lets it live for another day. But if you're only playing a game a week and you miss a week, it could be effectively 2 full weeks to 3 full weeks till you play another game. Our process by having all turf fields actually alleviates any rain mitigation issues. BCS Outlaws, a blind and visually impaired beat baseball program. And they're playing here. Man, my heart's for the kids. My heart is for the disadvantaged, the younger kids that need a shot in life. Crusade baseball program, 6 special needs teams that practice in a parking lot. They play their games in Bryan, and they play 2 innings each, and it is youth through adults, and they're all kinds of special needs, but there's no place between Bryan and College Station for them to actually have a place to play. I'm gonna tell you right now, they can come play here, period, free, done. At the end of the day, my heart is for our community. Local tournament teams in the area. The ability to host tournaments locally and have the additional field usage is fully embraced by all the groups I've spoken with from the travel ball baseball associations. Bombers, I think it would integrate wholly. I already spoke about that a little bit. HOA receptivity. Informally, I've spoken with multiple HOA people and presidents, and the land usage seems to fit what their desire is. So I say it out loud, I own a home in Midtown. I own a second home in Midtown. My sister-in-law lives in it. So I'm fully aware of Midtown, and I am local. We have agreements, Turtle Box Audio, for running our sound system. That's another Aggie-owned company. As far as getting stuff set up in there, it's been really cool, the positive feedback our process has been. MLB players, Tyler Naquin, Matt Youngel, former A&M Aggie former athletes have been grossly involved in the thought process and putting this model together on the front end. Brazos Valley Baseball, Shane Leckler, host extraordinaire of all things Banana Ball. He's had gross input and has been immensely helpful. Texas 12, there's been a lot of bucks. They've all had input on this as far as what the process has been. Symmetry Sports, the people that are actually currently building College Station baseball and softball and Consol baseball and softball fields right now underneath the Jacody. They've been immensely unified in the budgetary process for our model. Whew, that was a lot of the talking right there. So let's get through the quick stuff. So this is the Midtown model right here. Or not the Midtown, sorry. This is the Milliken model. We had a very fixed location, 80 acres. What we're looking to do is spread it out in such a way that we have scorekeeper booths that we can actually announce games as we go. We'd like to partner with, our intent is to partner with A&M, either media or sports management, especially for our high school tournaments in the summer, which would be national. And when I say national, these are not just intended to be people from here. Our intent by building the nicest facility possible is to have teams that come in from all across the U.S. And so scorekeepers to speak out and go through games. We drew in a stadium that we could separate out so that different flow could happen at the same time if they were just local tournament kids versus other people. And basically the reason I'm asking for 80 acres is I know what 80 acres does. 80 acres created my model, so that's a simple ask, but I'll tell you honestly, if I had more room, I would have probably made it at least one more large field bigger to go for the high school fields for the summertime. On the younger fields, or on the smaller fields, those are the same size as a softball field, and for anybody underneath the age of 13 and down, those are the size fields you use. And so it would be equal opportunity for usage if we wanted to run softball tournaments. It's a propensity. I feel strongly that College Station has an ample amount of softball fields, but if they needed overflow, we could probably figure something out in the process. Here's a different angle on it. That is actually, believe it or not, a half-mile retention pond. Obviously, not the same land, but at least you see kind of what we were planning on doing. And we created enough parking that would satisfy the condition at, I think, 1,600 spots plus some overflow spots on the other side. If you look at the top left, a lot of that is our lodging and hotel and hospitality services. And we would have some, like I would say, convention space, but meeting space on site as well. So that's Wellborn. But there's some of the pictures, of kind of a closer picture of what we were planning on doing in Milliken.
Thomas, not to break your flow, but can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you started modeling?
Yeah.
That was a dumb question. Of course you have. How long will it take you to get to that point with Midtown if we were to do something that you had already, invested over?
So I've already asked for permission at my own cost if I can go ahead and start the geotech on there. I am antsy after Independence Ballpark, what's with soil. I haven't pulled the trigger on it because I really wanted to get permission from you. If it doesn't work, and I know that there's negotiations on this, I'd rather pay for it out of my own pocket right now and move forward so that at least short circuits one of the developmental models that are needed to be done on the front end. And here's a picture of it right here. This is the start of a layout. Land usage, it is actually high crested through the center. If I were to draw on here, and Joe Schultz is in the room, and he is actually the engineer that is helping me on this process when we get going on this phase of it. Great local resource. Wow, I didn't expect that to happen. Bottom line is, I'll be quicker than that. There is some things that need to happen. We do need to do some cut and fill, and I've done the cut and fill calculations. I basically created this so that I could have a reference point to discuss with you today. There's some cut and fill. There's going to be more soil in the center that when we push it out, it'll basically either require some berms or we're going to have to do elevation field changes. So like one field may be slightly higher than another field. They'll all be level, but there's some things that we're going to have to do to kind of tweak the model, and the land is really going to tell us how the final layout really looks like. But we're vested and ready to go. Part of the ask and the reason I drew this is I figured I'd short circuit part of the conversation for you to get it a little faster and closer. I'm not sure if I push this screen or push this, it's going to mess it up. And it did. I'm not smart enough for technology, so let me just verbally explain it. Basically, what I ended up doing is pushing everything back in so that there was only I was just going to make a straight line right there. It's not just me. It's okay. I pushed everything in because I basically wanted to save the 100 usable acres for street side. I think retail, doing a retail-esque center that is in the front side with businesses that I think it's probably a good use. That's not for me to speak, but the bottom line is I know that pushing it back in gives the priority of the land usage to the city to use as they best seem fit. I feel like this becomes an anchor for a bunch of different types of models that would not have otherwise been available for that front land. And it does something that's a little bit dastardly. My model would probably cut the need to have Pebble Creek Parkway come through. If I cut that off by doing that, my dumb math calculations, by not having to put a bridge across that creek bottom, saves the city about $12 million. And so I think that you could do a looped-in road that I didn't draw right here, but having it come back out in between the detention pond of Costco and Costco's parking lot would make a lot of sense if I were drawing the land out. But effectively, it would save some money. I know that the land cost is an issue, and I know there's a lot of people on social media saying, why would the city do this? Guys, I modeled this on land we already have. And so my model is functionally static on land we already have down there. So the land cost changes the delta immensely on the revenue generation, and I have to figure out how to overcome it. And frankly, since a Midtown data center was the issue at the time, I need some time to recalculate if we're gonna have a different conversation. So I figured I'd just come in with a hard, strong ask and show you why. I also know the city only paid $300,000 back in the day, and I know land increases in value, but the city's not technically out. They haven't been paying the taxes, and I know that's kind of short-sighted, but I'll throw it out there like that it's not a terrible, terrible thing in the long run if it's getting used for something that creates.
So tell me about the revenue it might generate.
Let him finish the presentation, and then we're gonna start with you. Go down and have questions. I'll get to that in a minute, but go ahead and finish.
All right, so next slides, I got the renderings back today. My render is in Poland, and I never got a chance to proof it. I really don't like these drawings, but this gives you a beginning start of what this could potentially look like in the property usage. This is basically where us on the construction side basically go, thanks for the start, let's go ahead and edit. Not really totally happy with the layout, but this is functionally the starting point of how we start creating a design model for visual purposes. Long and the short, it aligns with the city's original vision, consistent with city's previous plan for baseball parks in Midtown. Southern Roots brings that vision back to life, a baseball-first, family-friendly destination that elevates College Station's national profile. Neighborhood and community sport. Midtown residents have expressed support for recreational family-oriented uses over heavily commercial alternatives. This project is compatible with surrounding neighborhoods and enhances the family identity of College Station. It's perfect site for access and visibility. It's behind Costco with excellent regional access for visitors and scouts. Proximity to hotels, restaurants, and retail ensures direct economic benefit to local businesses. A win-win for Midtown and the city. Anchors Midtown with national sports tourism destination. Provides an amenity the community already wanted with local youth access baked in. Reinforces Midtown as a vibrant, family-focused district. On a map, guys, we're the epicenter of Texas. We sit in the crossroads of Dallas, Austin, and Houston. We are a destination location. The fact that I'm actually a pretty decently smart Aggie after a previous conversation. I'll be careful how I say that. But there are people that have dreamed about doing this, figuring out how to capitalize it. It really takes some participation. What we're requesting land. Donate 80 acres, land lease. We could do it a bunch of different ways. But basically, we need to come up with 80 acres. We'd love the opportunity for 20 additional acres that we find out this is wildly brilliant for our city that we could grow into and potentially add a field or two more. Capital participation, $15 million to $20 million. We're eligible for phasing it in over time too. City's a minority participant. Total project build-out cost is $55 to $60 million. Effectively, what that means is I'm on the hook for $40 million. I'm not asking you to give the barn away. I'm asking you to help participate so that I can actually go to a bank and leverage a note at a much cheaper interest rate to make this financially viable. We would have some private equity, and we already have those investors lined up. This is a grossly loved idea. New direct visitor spending, I'm going to argue with Michael. I think that this is actually closer to 45 to 50 million. He had presented, I think, 30. I think it's higher. And if we add the propensity of having a stadium, we're able to come up with some arrangement that is mutually agreeable. If the Bombers were to be here, that was mutually agreeable with the Bombers and another entity. You're looking at 200,000 total people that would go to that facility. You're looking at potentially another 100,000 room nights a year. I'm not even touching that with my direct revenue spending. My numbers come from the city of Melissa. There's a facility there, and the city participated as the principal in it, and that city had 0 hotels, and in the first year with four 4 fields, $15 million from baseball in direct spending. 4. So my dumb math says at 2.25, translate that up, it goes up. And we actually have hotels and the ability to stay as hotels. People go to the restaurant near their hotels. So there's a lot of things they missed from restaurants because they weren't near the hotels that people were staying in. I would say that number is a gross higher multiple than that. There's tax-based growth, hotel occupancy tax, sales tax, property tax from on-site private development, jobs. The amount of administrative roles that actually happen here, this is real. This isn't a data center that's got 10, 12 people. There's a lot of people involved in this process and this project for this right here. So senior debt, 20 to 25 million, that's a bank, private equity, balance from private investors, no city backstop. And we pledged to hold a $1 million dedicated debt service reserve. So basically what that means to everybody else is we're hanging on and we're building into our model finances that if things were leaner than expected, we can service our debt. All right, I did not realize this would be a contention point. This is my last slide, I promise. The Academy School at Southern Roots. Future potential phase. I'm saying that loud and proud. We are not asking the city to, if this were to be a real thing, to do anything with the school. We would have to build some dorms for it. But if the local citizens use the fields in the afternoon and we use them on the weekends and the summer days, during the day, those fields are barren. And Florida has IMG Academy for baseball and other sports. We'd like to create a school that is dedicated for baseball athletes. This is a long-term dream. This is not a next year dream. This is not a year after dream. There's a whole lot of consideration and conversations that need to happen with our local high school coaches, et cetera, and other baseball community, as well as agents and scouts. What we're looking for is a national to international student base. And for everybody that are in administration for schools, I want to say this very, very crisply. Tuition rates for the school are $40,000 to $55,000 a year. It is full board, full food, full training, full classroom. This is not an internet-based school. This is designed to be an elite school for baseball. It's not a brain drain. We're not looking to suck in and make a cattle cart out of the local baseball kids and take them away. I had heard that on the news, and I just really wanted to clarify that statement. It's a long-term dream for one of our partners, and I think it has a chance of being realized, but it's not a today conversation, nor am I asking the city to backstop that. It just happens to run parallel with some of the other things that make it a extra available, I'd say, revenue stream, but the ability to actually realize it out by having on-site housing and training facility makes that a very real potential in the future. I really thank you for putting up with me and listening to this because I feel like it's a lot. I've been eating, dreaming this stuff for the last few years. I want to thank my business partner for putting up with me. We have 11 project manager, and for whatever reason, I've been working on this unpaid job. It's been a lot of fun to go through, and I couldn't have asked for better timing to have a conversation with you. I feel really, really bad about Midtown Data Center, but man, I hope it's a great opportunity that we can figure out how to do something together. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. 45 minutes of presentation, a lot of information, good information. I'm asking the council members now to be, you know how anal I get, linear I get. I'm going to start with Melissa. Ask questions, but don't get into giving direction until after I've heard from, we got 3 people signed up to present. I want them to have a chance to influence the discussion as well, so we'll get to direction later, but I know Melissa had a few specific questions of the presenter, and I'll go from there down to the place 7, and I'll come back to place 1 and come back this way. Makes Mr. White, he'll wrap it up, Mr. White. No, I do. Go ahead, Melissa.
No, I think you covered just about everything when you went through your presentation. I appreciate the quick pivot, the idea. This was something that you guys had come and hadn't come and talked to, but it was something that had come up earlier in the year. And with it being in the ETJ, that was very quickly, probably not as quickly as we thought, but it just wasn't going to happen. I'm excited about the possibility, Thomas, and I don't have any questions at this point because I think you've done a good job of explaining it. So I'm going to go ahead and let it go down the line.
We'll get back to direction soon, I'm sure. Mr. Yancey?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thomas, great presentation, a lot of stuff packed in there. From an old sales guy, I'll give you a hot tip. When you're pitching a cool idea, try great and greatly instead of gross and grossly.
My kids' influence, I'm glad I didn't say 6'7". How's that? So,
Yeah. There you go. I think you answered most of my...
I'm sorry to my wife because she's probably watching that and she's mortified right now.
Yeah. Let's see. Wayfinding signage, that's a detail we can talk about later. As one member of council, I think you need to belay the school piece or at least put it on a separate track.
Yeah.
And like I'd like a guarantee of that,
100%.
Early on. As a council member, I'm not interested in competing with our public schools. Is girls softball included? You said yes. Opportunity to pair land from Texas Independence Park. I think that's probably a no. Is that right, staff? No chance?
I think in the way you're describing it, there wouldn't be able to be a significant shift into it.
How much capital do you have? You said $40 million. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
City participation, $15 million. If there's no Champ Field, $20 million if there is.
Yep.
That means compared to what we're doing at Veterans, you're able to build these fields and the ancillary facilities for $6.6 million total. Does that sound about right per field?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, by the time you put everything else down on it, that's actually a really high number for just the fields.
Right, but
yeah.
that includes your ancillary facilities.
Yeah.
That was your total project cost. $2.2 million would be the city's piece where we'd participate at $20 million. And we're currently paying $10.2 million per field at Veterans. So I think that's important to point out.
Councilman, real quickly, one thing I want to make sure is you guys go through, and I would say this is true of any project that happens at Midtown. There will be large-scale infrastructure costs like road and water and things that would likely come onto us. And we do have some money set aside from previous economic development sales for that. So, much as was talked about with the data center, or if you talked about the original design, or if you talk about this, there will be some of that cost that just, if you're comparing it to veterans, obviously some of that's built.
I'll strike my infrastructure questions, but I was going to point that out. We already have the roads and the parking, not all of it, but the majority of it out at Veterans. Compatibility of Championship Stadium with tournament fields, you answered. Ability to weave a small and medium business technology park throughout, staff answered. How many baseball field construction projects have you been involved in?
Quite a few. Typically how they work for school districts is if we're CMAR construction manager at risk, sometimes they ride underneath of us. Typically what those end up happening to be, and I don't know if Chakotay is that way right now with the school jobs, but usually there's those sports facility management people that do the actual fields are very specific. Hellas, Symmetry.
5, 7, 12, 20?
6. But
Okay.
as far as the infrastructure built around, concessions, flat work, parking lots.
Right.
So if a field is already intact and already there, going around it, it's really the nexus of what we actually do. We're currently on Kermit, Texas, so we've been grossly part of that project. That's a $30 million.
Greatly.
What's that?
Been greatly part of it.
Been greatly. I apologize. It's probably locked in right now, baked into my anatomy. So it's been greatly part of. Wow. I'm way off. So the
You do
bottom
a
line
lot
is
of
that
that.
Kermit is a job that's a really good example of some of the stuff we've done.
Sure. Thank you. Leasing a dirt lease that conveys to the city, typical dirt leases are 30 years to 99 years. I think there's a Texas law that kind of caps them out at 60 or something for municipalities. I could have that wrong. Have you modeled that in, baked that in?
I mean, honestly, to be completely transparent, I think there needs to be conversations. And the truth is, the reason I'm asking for it is it's not modeled into my Milliken project. And so we are open and amenable to terms and conditions.
But you guys had to purchase that land out of Milliken, and so it
Yeah.
had to be baked into your model at some point. It's not a law, it doesn't evaporate after you make the capital outlay, right?
True, but if we don't have to pay it back to satisfy what we want to do, it's kind of one of those things. So
Okay.
I get what you're saying, but the bottom line is the delta is much greater
Yep.
than.
Have you spoken to Kevin Hodge at 12 Baseball and other group representatives such as Little
He's
League?
right here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we've talked a lot.
Good.
We've talked an extensive amount.
Does he stand in support of this project today? Thank you, Kevin. Who would maintain these fields and who purchases the equipment to maintain them, and where would that equipment be parked?
It would be us, and they would be turf, and I heard the conversation about cooling effect. We actually want to implement using coconut husk. It drops the summer temperature 10 to 12 degrees. Summertime heat on turf is a big deal. We chose in our model to upgrade to coconut husk infill. And so we recognize Texas is hot. I didn't realize it would affect a climate issue. I didn't actually probably know enough about that, but I will say that it does affect kids on the field. And so that our fields would absolutely sit at least 10 to 12 to 15 degrees depending on how much sun was hitting it in the morning and when that time came down daily as far as temperature on the field.
Would you guys be willing to entering discussions about participating in the infrastructure cost to include the roadway? water?
We can. I will tell you that what changes, I'm gonna be blunt, these fields are really expensive and the return model on it's not good. It's a reason why most people can't do it. We can have that conversation. I am open and amenable to any type of conversation, but I will tell you that the margins to actually operate, it's surprising. The umpires end up making more money than the field rental fees in a tournament situation, and that's fair. A man deserves his wages. The promoter, PG, 5-tool, whoever becomes a promoter gets a cut in it. There is not a large market in this, otherwise it would be fully fleshed out like this. And so adding additional costs would come at the risk of dropping down the potential revenue stream to a tighter variance than would be healthy to operate a business.
Thank you for your time today. I think it has promise and is worth discussion. Last question for staff. The tax increment reinvestment zone. Y'all answered my question, agenda question. $2.8 million is accumulated in that account. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So you've got $2.8 million in the overall TERS funds, with about 2.2 that are dedicated to the Midtown 380 project.
Okay. The TERS funds, they're specifically for a project like this. True, false?
They would could be used for a project within the area of the TERS.
Great deal. That's all I had. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer?
I don't really have any questions at this point, Mayor, but I think, as others have said, it's an interesting idea. I think most of us would agree, a lot of citizens would agree, it might beat the heck out of a data center. I need to reserve judgment in terms of what the whole package looks like. I realize there's still a lot of questions. I think part of it comes down to the layout and how, this layout looks reasonable to me, but sort of the whole site design of the thing makes a difference. I noticed in one of the renderings, which I believe you showed earlier that somebody had done for you, they had basically, kind of put it right over the Lick Creek Hike and Bike Trail, which concerns me. And I know, but that's the danger in putting up images like this, right? You see other things that people value, and how 100%. Do they fit into this? And those are things that would have to be worked out. So yeah, I'm on board to certainly keep thinking about this. And I appreciate your presentation.
Mr. Smith?
Sure. Thanks for the presentation. It was a lot of good information. A lot of good information. And I'm really anxious to hear what the citizens who also heard this, get some feedback from them. It's something I'm definitely interested in hearing more about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright?
Yes. Yeah, tons of great information. I really like I appreciate everything you've put forward. Can I ask Michael a question?
Yeah,
Is that all right?
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, this is probably putting you on the spot, and this would kind of kill some of our last business park. What are, let's just say the will of the council is to move forward, at least in negotiations of this. What does it look like to find more space for a business park? Is that even possible at this point?
So within the city limits, we have this 200 acres, which was identified as the Bindau Business Park. We have sold all the last remaining lots in the College Station Business Center. There is about 200 acres located. It's called the Homemeyer Track, which is kind of off of Welborn, where W.D. Fitch would terminate. There's a large open field there. You see some lighter industrial stuff there. There's about 200 acres there that is scheduled or identified to be a future business activity industrial area. However, the limitation there is the sanitary, so nothing too intense could go there. Those are really the last remaining spots. There's some scattered lots by Providence Park and a few others, but nothing too significant. So, depending on how the city would want to proceed, and quite honestly, as we go through our economic development master plan, where we want to focus, what targeted industries we want to go after, that will determine kind of what land uses need to be within the city and kind of where that would be. In terms of looking at additional land maybe outside of the city limits, as you go south, it becomes challenging because you get fragmented ownership, you've got environmental issues, and it gets really challenging to put a sizable chunk of piece of property together. As you go maybe east, continuing down W.D. Fitch here and Highway 40, there are opportunities there, but they are outside of the city limits, and extension of utilities and infrastructure would eat into that as well.
This is obviously not a concept that's everywhere, but from your economic development perspective on this, would you have almost like a cottage industry of things that pop up around this? Obviously restaurants and lodging, but like, do you see a draw for businesses, retail that's specific to this, or do you think our big box that we have would take care of that? Like, do you see this frontage being filled in by baseball related?
I don't think it necessarily has to be baseball related. I think it could be an office park. It could be corporate campus that ties into that. That has been a model that's been done in other communities, but it also could be an extension of retail and restaurants and mixed use development that ties into this. The one advantage you have here is you still have some visibility from Highway 6. You've got an anchor in the baseball complex. You have an anchor in Costco, and whatever happens on the 28 can help tie into that. So I think, as we look at this, we can start to explore that as well, and might be an area of focus in our economic development master plan that we want to look at. What may this area transition to if this baseball field would be here?
Sure, but this baseball field or anything that's put here would not go into the TERS or anything like that for the actual Midtown to lower the Rock Prairie Management District?
No, so this would be in the TERS. However, the rates that is within the Midtown City Center area is a specific area within the Midtown area. So this is outside of that. So this would not necessarily lower anything. And quite honestly, as you look at this, like baseball fields are not going to generate a significant ton of tax revenue. It would be the ancillary development that comes around it.
Right, and then like any sales tax, things like that.
Correct.
I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. White.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you? Thank
Doing
you
good.
so much.
Better that
I'm,
most of this is done talking. So
I'll tell you what, it is a hot topic, and I'm loving it because we can talk baseball, and I love my baseball. So
let's do it anytime.
I'm super excited about your project. I really am. I have this vision. Have you been to Franklin?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I have this vision of that kind of type of complex out in Franklin, maybe on a larger scale. Did I have that right vision of what you're thinking of?
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful place out there. Beautiful place. You mentioned the city of Melissa, that they had 4 fields and it was a big economic driver for them. We only have 3 fields over at Veterans. I'm trying to make sure that we don't lose our momentum with Veterans with this project. You mentioned several times the Bombers and stuff. this council made a commitment to move forward and build a Bombers Championship Stadium, opening June 2027.
Yes, sir.
I, for one, feel very strongly we need to satisfy that obligation. Would this, you mentioned them moving over here. Can you get a championship field by June 2027?
Oh, yeah.
You can.
Yeah. I'm, without, other than the soil sampling on here,
What's your timeline on this?
we want to be done by the summer of '27. Same timeline.
The whole phase? Are you going to build it
It-
in phases?
No,
or?
zero phasing. If there's anything that actually would not be finished would be some of the lodging, but that would not negate tournament operations. Our goal is to be up, running, and fully utilize the summer of '27 for tournaments. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I'm actively treating the other project as an actual job. I don't work, I am literally working with Symmetry hand in hand, which is, again, the field builders for College Station High School and Consol. We've been on this for a while. I need to get in there and do soil samples. I'm gonna put Mr. Schultz on the spot. He told me that he's got my attention. And so the bottom line is we're going to be playing around with this thing and pushing it fast. We do need to remodel it. I'm telling you that mid data center was not that long ago. This has already gone to Poland and come back to me. Okay, this needs some renditions, but the bottom line is there's some due diligence. I have the cut and fill by as far as what I need to do. We know what we can play with. I can move fast. We are known as a closer. I brought up ABA service track record. We do what we do because we're really, really, really good at it. We service across Texas doing all kinds of jobs that I don't take for granted. We're good at actually pushing the pedal down and doing it. The reason that most of our jobs are in West Texas is nobody seems to ever finish a job in West Texas. We don't want to be in West Texas.
May I ask one question?
So we get them done. Yes, ma'am.
I can personally attest, I was the GC on the Republic, and Thomas came in. They had a large chunk of the work they did. We built that out in 4 months, and there is no way we could have done that without Thomas and his crew and his enthusiasm. But that's not what I'm worried about. I think you can pull off building 9 baseball fields, but can we negotiate a deal, rezone the land, all the things that we need to do? How long would it take us to go through that process, Michael?
I mean, that's going to be dependent, right? So there are a lot of complexities with this as well, right? And so do we sell them the land? Do we lease them the land? What is the guaranteed access to the field for the Little Leagues? So all of that needs to come into play. The other thing that also needs to happen is the design, construction, and everything else for the infrastructure to get to this site. So, I mean, I don't have a date in which we can complete all that, but it's going to take some time to put the agreements together and what this would look like. It also depends on what are we doing with the rest of the park. If we're going to have a small area planning effort and kind of how all of these things tie together. So that will take a little bit of time. And, until we get some of those things identified and solidified, the timeline for the construction may be one thing, but we do need to work through some of those upfront due diligence items that need to be in place before our project can start.
So just
Councilmember, on our parallel project in veterans, so we have multiple site packages, we got multiple packages. So the site one is out, it'll come back. The intention is to put the full build out shortly, and that project shows that with our CMAR, it would make it by summer of '27. So obviously you'd have a gap to close on not only development of the project, and I do believe I've seen the track record of the guys who were proposing to do this, but and then I think Michael laid it out. I mean, one of the reasons we brought this forward tonight is because there is conversation about what all is going to be out there. So even if you told me we could get exactly where everyone wanted this to be, and we could get the utilities and things going, like, I think it would be challenging. And then again, on top of that, if we're going to talk about, which is one of the reasons this whole thing is here, right? This land has been industrial forever. There was a lot of reaction to an industrial use there, so that seems like it's going to change in some way. So obviously, we have to know what that looks like. And that, even if you're doing this at the same time, that adds complexity too. So I think I definitely believe in his ability to construct, but I think it would be challenging. And if I was if I was given advice, I would say that I would expect that you'd be looking at probably summer of '28.
Let's leave the direction side of it for the moment,
Yeah.
if we can.
I have a
And
couple more
finish up
questions. Yeah, I have a
specific
couple more-
questions.
Yeah. You mentioned that you've been talking to some folks about bringing in an independence team.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about that. I mean, do we have
The hard part is-
availability in Texas for another team?
We do. I'm actually having a conversation with somebody grossly famous, and I'm not going to name names until we finish the conversation.
Sure.
But they're at a level way higher than I expected, so I'm glad I left the door open. I'd like to reserve time to come back and tell you, but I think the propensity to do it is very, very realistic. And I want to say it honestly, I really want to, after I get through that said conversation with that very, very famous baseball person, I'd like to actually sit with Uri and actually discuss it, because I want to prioritize something that does not negate his ability to play there or oversteps his bounds. Does that make sense? Like,
Yes, that's very helpful. So let's fast forward the clock a little bit. Okay. Let's say you build this beautiful complex and you bring in an independent team. Now all the weekday nights might be taken, right? Because you basically shared that the city would have all weekday nights for our community to play and to practice. You would probably take it over the weekend, but then you're really attracting a lot more baseball teams, baseball clubs coming in, and is it going to erode the weekend games, or is it going to erode the?
I don't perceive it that way. Summertime baseball usage is not really done by local teams, travel teams, yes, but the actual heart of College Station, Little League, no. College Station has predominantly used Monday through Fridays to play their games. They do augment with a practice or a game on Saturday to make up. So the weekday usage of these fields is wide open. If a major league team came in, they would only be on that one said championship field. And that's why I'm actually asking for 20 extra acres, because then we can put another field in. And so it gives us the ability to grow into it if we need to satisfy that need and not cut off our own head to be able to bring in the high school tournaments.
Are all the fields lighted? Is that your vision?
Yes,
for
sir.
all the fields to be lighted?
And the other thing too, and I want to say this really carefully for the community members that are around that area, our model really has the games over by 8 o'clock. If the one surprising exception is the city usage, it may go till 9 because there's only so many hours in the evening to practice. But our intent is not to be a light disrupting facility. When the games are over, those lights can go off. There would be security lights on walkways, et cetera. But as far as massive, tall field lights, they would be off.
Last two questions.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you do this beautiful complex in Milliken? Do you need it? And the follow-up question is, if we give you the land, would you continue to do this at this location and not any of the money? Would you move forward with the land? Because you basically said that in Milliken you had the land, but you just need the infrastructure. But you're asking for money now.
So the translation on this is we have to raise private capital, and we have that investment deck, and the simple answer is investment capital costs more. What this actually does, and I'll make it really plain, when you guys actually help capitalize this, it makes it really, really easy for a bank to give us a 25-year amortized note on it at prime. And so it changes the debt dynamics on payback terms. Our intent is to front run the debt and pay it off as quick as possible. I have a really great day job, And so we'll have to pay the operators, but we're not looking at it to generate profit. We want to pay it down as quickly as possible. The reason that is attractive is our model at Milliken is great for weekends and summers. It's dead during the days and the evenings. College Station has a great need for fields for its youth. I wanted to see, frankly, from the builder side of me, that it's a good symbiotic relationship, but for our community, it's the reason what I do in my extracurricular life. I want to be able to give back to the youth of this community and create the opportunities that are not currently available to the deficit of fields because of city growth.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. I love your vision.
Thank you.
Thomas, I got 20 pages of questions, but I am not going to ask one of them.
Okay.
We've got 3 citizens that want to speak. I'd rather hear from them
Yes, sir.
than hear myself talk. So I think you've covered a lot of the comments and questions I think probably can present.
Can I add one last one?
One last answer, one last question?
Statement.
Yeah.
Statement. I heard the statement at 28. Other than utilities, if we need to bring them in there, I happen to own excavators, bulldozers, and heavy equipment. So as far as the start of this, we were hoping that in January, that would be our kickoff time period that would adequately give us more than enough ample time to make it work. And so that gives 2.5 months of negotiations to figure out what we need to do, and as well as waiting for soil sample testing to validate that there's no massive need for infill of select soil to make up for poor soil. So I just want to say it out loud that there is means and methods to actually accomplish and actually hit a timeline.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. I have 3 commenters, 3 citizens would like to speak. Mr. Murr, James Murr is first, and he'll be followed by Jeffrey Hughes, and then by Rex Sanders. All 3 of them have signed up to speak on this item, and I certainly welcome Mr. Murr, who has certainly a lot of interest in this area. And we're going to hear from him again later on. And I will remind council, there are 2 more items on workshop before we ever get to the regular agenda. So just to let you know. Mr. Murr, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. James Murr, Midtown developer. All right, Mayor and City Council. Coincidentally, the residents of Midtown and other neighborhoods have been meeting, and the baseball fields were a high priority on their list, even before hearing of the Southern Roots proposal. I attended some of these meetings and have corresponded with them on their ideas, which is what led me to create the attached graphic to help us all visualize what could be done. We didn't know Thomas was working on this plan, and I believe there's a significant resident support for his plan, or this one or any other one that brought the baseball fields back to Midtown, where they were originally planned. There are a few things I know for sure. The baseball fields were supposed to be in Midtown from the beginning. The city has a shortage of fields for our local youth. It takes more than 3 fields to drive significant tourism. The side fields at Veterans Plan are goofy. They aren't diamond-shaped because they're trying to fit them into a space that is too small. And this is a great example, Thomas's plan, his proposal, of a public-private partnership that was all part of the city's medical district master plan to begin with. This would be the first one that the city engaged in since that master plan. I can see a case for keeping the championship field at Veterans because it also includes the rectangle field. And you have critical mass of rectangle fields and Veterans to drive tourism. I also recognize you have commitments to the Bombers. And even though you don't have a contract with them yet, good faith promises do matter, don't they? If you can contribute $5 million more to Thomas's plan and get the same specs for the championship field and the same delivery window of the summer of '27, then I would say move it to Midtown and use the land at Veterans for 2 more rectangle fields. But if we can't guarantee the Bombers the same specs and timeline, then at least take the money from the 2 ancillary fields and use it for this public-private partnership that will give the citizens many more fields and give the city a big return on investment through tourism generation. Either way, this is a no-brainer proposal. Please work through the details quickly, and let's make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Murr. I appreciate your presentation on that one. Mr. Jeffrey Hughes, be followed by Rex Sanders.
Mayor, Council, thank you. By way of reminder, I am the president of Spring Meadows HOA, and I'm also speaking for Woodland Hills next door. I just want to start out by saying we're in support of the baseball complex with a very important caveat. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But we believe that this project could transform our community, make it a vibrant hub for sports, family gatherings, economic growth. The possibility of a championship stadium to hold the Bombers, or even a independent league team would be great. I'm a former season ticket holder myself. I'd love to be able to walk to the games. My wife would too. But honestly, this isn't just about baseball. It's about economics. It's about visitors from all over Texas and the United States with the opportunity to come to tournaments, and would boost local business like we haven't seen. Besides Saturdays in the fall. But I believe this project could be a boon, far removed from the data center project. It's going to be able to draw tourism dollars to our restaurants, hotels, shops, while enhancing our property values, fostering our community pride. And as a resident, I see this as an opportunity to invest in our future on the south side, promoting health, teamwork, outdoor recreation. Our city is also is already known as a beacon of education and innovation. We've heard from neighbors. I was at some of these meetings Mr. Murr was talking about. I helped put them together. But we've heard from all of our neighbors representing homeowners surrounding this property, and I really believe this project could fit in with our values and our vision. Now I'm going to come to my caveat. I think it's a little bit disjointed that we have this item before 8.2 where we're going to talk about the community involvement. Now, I don't want to slow this project down. I don't want to be onerous towards that at all. But my advice would be to get us all together, listen to us, those folks that live around this. With community input, I think this could be a home run for College Station.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Appreciate your presentation. Mr. Rex Sanders. Baseball expert now. Welcome.
I don't know about being an expert, but Rex Sanders, longtime College Station resident, 1979. I live out in Foxfire. 25 years as head baseball coach at A&M Consolidated. 34 years of coaching baseball. So I've been around it a little bit. First of all, let me say that I 100% behind add more baseball fields. Back before I retired in 2004, there was a desperate need at that time, and that need still has not been met. One thing I forgot, I am now and have been for the last 20 years, the executive director for the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association. My office is actually here at College Station instead of being in Austin. I have one major concern, and really, Thomas, I think you kind of addressed this before, so you actually stole my thunder a little bit. My major concern when I first began to hear and read about this was about this so-called baseball academy. I don't know how much many of you keep up with sports in the outlying area, but this year, since our legislature passed the voucher system, these baseball academies, and really sports academies, have been popping up all over the state. One has just, actually two, in the Spring Tomball area. And it was brought to my attention by some of the head baseball coaches there because they want to know what can we do about it. And come to find out, those people that were starting these baseball academies were recruiting high school players to go to their academies. And these academies were all day long, supposedly academic and athletic. Come to find out, the academic was all online classes, what they call now alpha learning. Anyway, so we, we began to look at that and come to find out, in the last 3 weeks now, I've had 2 different meetings with every athletic association, high school athletic association in the state. From the football coaches, basketball coaches, the Athletic Directors Association, all with the same concern about these so-called athletic academies. There's a real concern about it, because what we're seeing is young people being taken off those teams with the promise of how great it's going to be a college players, all the scholarships that are going to happen. So I just really wanted to make sure that you're aware of these things that are going on. It's something that I know our local high school coaches don't want to see happen, and hopefully that won't be a problem. And, whether this actually comes to fruition or not, I don't know. I certainly know that coaches in the state of Texas are fighting these sports academies because they're stealing the young people. And those young people are missing out on a high school experience. And the communities are missing out on watching those young people perform for the local high school teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your insight, Mr. Sanders. You brought a little different twist to that, which is helpful to all of us as we follow up. Okay, that is the third and last speaker to sign up on workshop item 8.1. The council needs to provide some direction to staff, but I do have a question for Mr. Ostrowski. Since I didn't ask any questions before, I will have one question. One of the issues that the city faces in any kind of a land deal or development opportunity, economic development agreement, is the possibility that there are other equally qualified business interests that might do something similar. Is the city required to go through an RFP process? I am quite sure that Thomas's business, he's competed for business all his life, but that takes time. Where do we stand on that with respect to land in this area, assuming that we went through a small area plan and we figured out all the timing and all that sort of stuff? I know there's another firm interested. Maybe if you advertise it, there may be 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's, absolutely a direction that council could provide if you want to put a project like this out for a request for proposals to see what other proposals that we could get in. That is an option that council can proceed with. It's something similar we're probably going to do with Wolf Pen Creek in terms of a promoter. That'll probably be in front of you actually next meeting to talk about that RFP. But that is an option that council could consider. I don't think in this instance it's required to do so. We did get another proposal about someone wanting to put baseball fields in the Bryan College Station area, but no specifics really were provided within that proposal.
Yeah, so I leave that on the table for all of us to think about as we provide direction. So I'm prepared now to hear council members' comments towards directing staff and try to find some consensus here. I hear a lot of support for baseball fields. I'm not sure this is the only place for them, but I'm going to start with place 1, and we're going to work this way down and later on this evening, I will start at place 7. Place 6, I'm sorry.
I'm ready. Thank you, Mayor. This is something I'm excited about it. It seems like something that could work. The question the mayor asked about RFPs and why wouldn't we have to do that? What is the process that we could use in an alternative?
So you're not required to put an RFP out. You could do a Chapter 380 on this agreement in terms of a land sale with that, and then within there also having certain guaranteed access agreements, but it's not required as part of this process.
Okay. Well, I think that's something that I'm interested in continuing to pursue. That's where I am.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Direction-wise, I'm interested in looking into this further. I'm most concerned about losing the business space, really. I think it's a great proposal, and I was actually really a huge proponent of it in Milliken, so I can't say I'm not a proponent of it here. I am worried about losing that commercial space, but I wouldn't let that hold me up from y'all continuing to talk to see how we can get to something with them. I would not move the championship field from Veterans. I'd probably just drop the 2 extra fields there. I think that, to me, a championship field at Veterans makes sense for it being in the center of the city, easy to get to, or surrounded by things. That's just my 2 cents there. But that's also more for y'all to work through. I'm sure the direction will be to work with them and see what you can figure out. I do actually have a quick question for Mr. Hughes. You don't have to get up, but you're representing 2 neighborhoods that are right there, and no one is worried about lights or music or traffic. You're telling me everyone in both those neighborhoods is just 100% on board for this? Yeah. Okay, just making sure.
You summarize his answer for the record.
Oh, yeah, he had a couple of folks worried about lights, but he got a good answer on that, and so he feels confident that both neighborhoods are in support of this. Like I said, I think there's a chance that there's some economic stuff that could pop up around this. I think it could help bleed into Midtown some. I think there's a lot of good that could come of this. I'm worried about losing commercial space, but I would say go ahead and continue to have conversations with them.
Mr. White now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support the idea. I think it's a perfect timing when we're talking about Midtown Small Area Plan. Mr. Murr indicated that he's supportive of it. I've talked to some other residents in Midtown. They're supportive of it. I think it's a great concept. But I am, like Councilman Wright indicated, very strongly passionate that we don't lose the momentum with Veterans Park and the projects we're doing there. I would go a step further and say that I would like to just continue with the 3 fields of Veterans, especially the championship field. Continue to pursue this. I really applaud your passion about getting it done in 2 years. I'm not sure that could be it, so I want to make sure that the Bombers have a home in June of 2027. Thank you.
I don't normally butt into the conversation at this point, but it's a really good time to do it because I feel almost exactly the opposite of you with regard to Veterans Park. I think having your championship field way over there when you've got the entire complex where you'd have a competition on the other property, moving the championship over there would not, it just doesn't, maybe it works for the baseball. Baseball people can tell me it doesn't make a difference where it's at. If you did do something over there, I'd leave the baseball championship field over there and maybe make it into that larger competition field with space for a flat field inside the baseball complex. I understand that, but to me, and I'm not a baseball person. I got to go to all the games and I follow that, but I would say to me, if you got a tournament and you got a competition going, particularly if people are staying in hotels and in that part of town, they would prefer to have that championship field right there in that same location. And besides, you're talking about more money. You're talking about if you want to build all 3 of those fields, that's whatever you said it was, and then you got to come up with another $30 million here, free land and 15 or 20 million here. That to me is almost over. You haven't got the money to do that.
I'm basing that comment on a. I think what Thomas mentioned, that there's a small city in Texas that has 4 fields and it's a huge economic driver. So 3 fields will help with that as well. And I want to keep it separate. I think these projects are very good. They just happen to be both baseball. So.
And it's a lot more money, but I'll leave that to we'll continue on down the line. I just had to get that one comment in there because it was timely. Ms. McElhaney, it's your turn.
I think that it would be difficult to justify doing both. I do very much value the idea of a public-private partnership. That is ideal when we can get more bang for our taxpayers' buck by combining with a reputable and passionate private entity that is willing to carry the bulk of the load and also offer additional spaces for our local baseball teams to practice and engage in the sport they love. How much are we into Veterans Park fields right now?
Yeah, and so I was going to say, we have put into it, I think, $2.5 million. Now, the first phase that's coming up would be site work, which has mostly to do with the drainage, and that's out right now. And then obviously you get the bulk of the money coming in afterwards. And, you know, the design and site work, if we move forward with the site work, obviously there's a lot of that could potentially be utilized for soccer or softball if that was the alternative. But I think as you guys go along, the two things to consider here are to meet the timeline at Veterans. If that is the way you go, we don't have a very long time to consider one versus the other. So that's one thing. If you're doing both and Veterans is going forward, then Veterans is going forward. If it's going to switch over to here, that's one piece. And then the total project is around $35 million. I think the championship field is 20 plus of that. So if you're looking at like what happens if you just do the championship field, but the timing, and then saying if you did both in some way, shape, or form, if you're talking about either or, the funding kind of makes sense to switching it in one place or the other. If you're talking about both, that definitely is a conversation that has to come back to council as far as your outlook for capital projects that you've given us, and what the timing of that would be, or if you're going to trade something else out. So
We do have a lot of capital projects that we would like to invest in, and either or is where my head is. I absolutely don't want to displace the Bombers. However, when you're looking at the math of it, it makes more sense, and you get more value for our taxpayers' dollars to engage in a strong public-private relationship to accomplish something that's way better than what we had planned at Veterans. I'm very interested in seeing what can come of this. The other question I have, I too, I'm not sure who said it, was looking forward to hearing 8.2 before 8.1 because I've gotten a lot of emails and a lot of feedback saying, yay, we love baseball, but we do have the Midtown Small Area Plan on the docket to discuss tonight, and I don't want to preempt the hard work and the ideas that we're coming forward on that. But so I would reservedly say, let's move forward with discussing further with Southern Roots, and it would not be my preference to do both.
And Councilmember, I think that was a good question, and you brought it up. 8.1 to 8.2. I'll just say everybody has a different way to set up the agenda. I tried to set it up this way so that everybody understands, because I think when you're talking about a master plan, in my mind, I was like, I don't want to have everybody talk about a master plan and then come and be like, oh, and by the way, it's possible that we put a baseball field in here. So they're not opened together, but obviously within the master plan discussion as that goes, you can certainly comment about how you would want this incorporated into a master plan, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would have to characterize my position as closest to esteemed colleagues, Mayor and McElhaney. I do want us to look at this. I think you need to come up, Thomas, working with staff with a new name. That's just me as one member of council. I think it needs to be something that reflects Midtown, reflects College Station. I just don't see how we build 3 baseball fields at Veterans for $31 million and 9 fields at Midtown for $20 million, 80 discounted acres, and another 20 or 30 million in infrastructure. I do not want to compete with our public schools in any way, shape, or form. And Uri, you are a dear friend. You know that. And I like to honor commitments. But if I have to prioritize the Bombers and the taxpayers, I have to put the taxpayers first. And this is just a big, big number to do both. And I'm sorry to look you in the eye and tell you that, but it's just kind of where I'm at. Don't hold, on this instance, I hold nothing against staff for the way they rolled this out. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We've seen what Anthony Armstrong can do with a small area plan. Midtown will get its vision, but staff will be able to work on these two projects concurrently and ensure that the residents are plugged into it every step of the way. But I think my direction, if I could wave a magic wand, is we need an answer to the Midtown Ballpark in like 30 days. Because I do want a fighting chance at fulfilling the commitment to the Bombers. I think that's important. I think y'all need to hit the ground running. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schaefer.
So I concur with the last few sets of comments that have been made. I agree that I think it's just a bit too far of a reach to try to do both veterans and this for the reasons that Bob just gave and others have given. I like the idea of this from the standpoint of fulfilling some of what has been asked of us about Midtown for several months now. This seems like a way to begin to reach that vision. And I appreciate what the city manager just said about fitting this into the small area plan, which comes next. So we have all these things happening at one time, and it's nice to have this on the table before we start talking about that, because this certainly would play a big part in that. I'm good.
Well, thank you all. Let me just add that what I said before, but I'm a longtime proponent of the business park, light industrial, and I really would like to see us do something there, which it looks like we can do, that will reserve some land in there for some job-creating economic development potential. Obviously, we've pretty well sold out the land the city owns. There's some private land around that can be developed into business park and industrial use in College Station, but not a lot. Land is getting scarce inside the 53 square miles that we have in the city, and we need to think a little bit about that. But all in all, I'm generally optimistic about what Thomas and his partners have presented for a part of this land, 80 to 100 acres of the 200 and some odd that's available. And if we can work it out in a way that reserves some job-creating business landing spots that we are going to need over the next 10, 15 years, I think, as the city continues to grow and as the Economic Development Group continues to try to attract some of those kinds of businesses. Obviously, it won't be a data park, a data center. That's over and done with, or that's behind us. 2 or 3 things, though, I want we have promised. I'm concerned about what we promised to Uri and the Bombers, timing-wise, but I'm more concerned about the availability of baseball fields for youth in the community, which the 9 fields of these 4, 5, or 6 of them are relatively small fields for Little League, and some of them for the teenage, junior, whatever you call that, junior high teams. And I'm really anxious to see a number of those fields, and I'd like to see them all in one place. So I am leaning towards that. And as I said before, I just can't see the financial logic in trying to build out Veterans Park and do this at the same time. So if I've got to choose, it seems to me this is a better overall picture, because we never really felt like 3 fields by itself made total sense. I mean, it was the only land we had. It made a lot of sense when we looked at that. But I would like to have staff think about how we will think about other potential interested parties. And there's one that is written to us, probably communicated with you guys too, that has an interest in the very same ideas that Thomas has been pushing now for over a year. I'm not saying he hasn't done a great job of it. He's got a really good model, but I don't think we're doing appropriate due diligence if we don't take a look somehow at other options for the same general concept. How you can do that without an RFP, I don't know. If you do an RFP, I know it's going to take you 3 or 4 months at least. That pushes the timeline back on everything. I am confident that the reputation of the proposer here stands on its own, and that's something that can be checked out in terms of turning the dirt quickly and getting a quality product done. So I think there's optimism there. I would ask staff, as part of our due diligence, is to dig into the financial wherewithal behind the proposal. He's got a really good set of ideas of where the money's going to come from. That's easily laid out. And so all we need to do is due diligence. So when we put our 15 million in, or 20 million over 2 or 3 years while he builds it out, I want to make sure that other money is there that will totally build it out, because I don't want to wind up with a half-built complex that somebody pulled the plug on because they didn't have all the financing organized. So I think financial due diligence is pretty important no matter who is behind it. Obviously, at Veterans Park, it's a city behind the whole thing, but this is a PPP. And so when you get into a public-private partnership, you need to sort that out. There's another thing that was mentioned in other conversations, that if we put 15 million into it, even 20 million, what's our ownership claim with respect to some of the land there, the fields? How do we recover that if, God forbid, some cataclysmic financial panic struck and the organizer went away? What do we own? And how do we control what's left? Certainly be baseball fields built there, but how do we reclaim them for use for the recreational purposes, which is really the reason we're putting money into it, is we want baseball fields available for the community, particularly for Little League and the older junior high and high school kids. So those are just some ideas, the thoughts that I think need to be worked into this, and I don't know exactly how all of that would work out, but I'm asking staff to dig into it. Before we go to staff, you seem to have a question, Mr.
Yes,
White?
sir.
Did
Would
I
it be
misstate
appropriate
something?
to hear from the Bombers? We've talked to Yuri's here. Would it be appropriate, because we talked about, veterans and the championship field there, would it be good to hear his viewpoint on
He
it?
didn't sign up to speak, but he's always welcome to speak if he would like to, or if he doesn't feel like he has anything to say, he can tell us that too. Uri Giva.
So I'll start with the statement that we sent to the media, I think, before this evening, and the Bombers are thrilled with the current plans for the future home at Veterans Park. The city staff and the contractors have done a marvelous job. It's designing a top-tier facility that will be best-in-class 7-on-7 football, best-in-class for baseball, soccer, softball, and be the final phase in Veterans Park, which is set to open in June of 2027. Additional fields in Midtown would be a fantastic complement to that project. We trust city officials and the private partners involved to act in the best interest of College Station, the Bombers, the taxpayers, and all local sports users to ensure a successful, timely opening for what would be an incredible new home for the Bombers, whether at Veterans or elsewhere. So that was our official statement. I still believe that, we're very excited. I met with Thomas. This is an amazing project. I do have some concerns that come about from the statements here. Do we negotiate with him a lease? Do we negotiate with the city a lease? Are we negotiate? Who do we work with in a sense? Do we come back and work together on this? Just like Thomas, this has been a passion project for the Bombers and for me to give back in this community via entertainment and making sure that we are now doing it at my hometown instead of across University Drive. And we wanted to be centrally located to make sure that everybody in the Brazos Valley could be a part of it, which is why we liked Veterans Park and thought that the opportunity maybe to eliminate the flank fields and keeping the main field, and complementing 9 more fields down there and doing an amazing co-effort between both projects. So from a Bombers perspective, we don't have a home for 2027 because we did commit to the city of College Station to be here. Hopefully Thomas can make that happen. And obviously the stadium that the city staff has done an amazing job of building or designing meets everything we could dream of and then some. And we've been very, very thankful for the efforts that they've done. The stadium original designs here don't quite match the same needs, but hopefully, we could be part of a new design committee with your team there to make sure that it fits the needs of any summer ball team that can be here for another 20 years, well past my time.
Yes, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Uri, if I were to call any number of my dear friends at the city of Bryan, try to get you to squeeze them into Travis in 27, and they were to say yes, would that ensure that the Bombers were made whole? And if they said no, if we were to reach out to CSISD and Dr. Harkrider, they're building a beautiful new, is there a chance to get it? Have you spoken to them?
For 2026, we've tried. Obviously, they're still under construction. We've also spoken to Olsen Field. They're also under construction. Feels like everybody's under construction, like Bachman, for years. But what it would look like for 2027, we'd be open to any location. Obviously, we want to stay in the Brazos Valley. This is home. We don't want to move to New Orleans or anything crazy like that. But from I think City of Bryan and us, I would love to go back there. I think we have tried to take the high road. I think a lot of feelings were hurt when we said we were moving to College Station. So I don't know if they slammed the door and you could reopen it, but we would be open to staying in the Brazos Valley. And if this takes 3 years and Travis Field could be a home, that would be great. And obviously there'll be some renovations that Thomas is going to help make sure that field even is better.
And I'll commit to making that effort. And the last question for staff, the $2.2 million in design, and we've seen that design, and it is gorgeous. Is there any piece of that capital outlay, that body of work, that in our agreement could be conveyed to Thomas or whomever, the mayor introduces a competitive element into it, in order to fast track that project? Because we do have an excellent product in that design.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that question, when I was going to kind of get to what I'm hearing from you all, we do only have about 30 days to where we, and for what it's worth, before I became a full-on bureaucrat, I was an engineer and a constructor and a capital projects guy. So we've got about 30 days before we hit no joy on hitting our timeline for 3 fields at Veterans. So 30 days that we've got to really make a decision, and based on what I'm hearing, we're going to have to iron some things out. It will not be a 100% solution, I can guarantee you that. But in that, as we have talked about this, waiting to see kind of what council and the community wants to do, and obviously another component that we haven't gotten to is what's everything around it, and what do we hear from the Midtown plan, and what kind of decisions are made in that. We would certainly try to take anything we have, not only, again, if this were to move, what could we use in the future at Veterans, what we've already designed with softball and soccer, which is what could be there. But yeah, what could we use from the design that we have so that we don't, have to go and redo something completely again? And not that necessarily anybody cares. We've done this quite a bit in College Station. We've taken stock designs for our fire station and other things to where we don't go through this whole long process again. So there are opportunities to potentially do that, and I think we would definitely work with Thomas or whoever on how we fast track, what your priorities are, because what you have in 27 doesn't necessarily mean you have to have 9 fields in 27. So we would be trying to figure all that out in 30 days, which is a tall order, but I think that would be what we'd be coming back to council with and kind of saying, okay, here's what we have, here's what we can tell you and where we think it's going to go financially, project schedule-wise, capacity, cost, and timing, and are you ready to pull the trigger?
So a reutilization of some portion of the 2.2, the answer to that is maybe?
Yeah, I think for sure. How much, obviously site dependent, but the elements of the design, I would imagine would be very, very similar. It would be expanded a little bit, but yeah, there's going to be some that's absolutely used.
The stadium design, all the all the schematics, everything else could probably just be handed over, and they could probably build it, like Thomas said, faster than anybody else in the public sector. So I think from that perspective, from a Bombers perspective, we've always been all about how does it become baseball for all? How does it fit all of the youth, all the other uses? How does it become a championship stadium for all kinds of sports and not just for the Bombers? And we are realistic of that. And so, if you take that same design at Veterans Park and you put it in Midtown, the Bombers would be ecstatic. And yes, it's nice to be at center of town at Veterans, but at the end of the day, if it's part of a complex, we're okay with that as well. I just need to understand, how do we support this one way or another, and who do we work with? Do we work with Thomas? Do we work with Mr. Woods, Mr. Falco, or the mayor for the next steps to making sure that the Bombers have a home in the Brazos Valley for a long time?
Copy that.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Let me just come back to that one main point. Obviously, time is of the essence. I still feel that somehow staff needs to reach out to make sure, if there is another party that's willing to operate within time frame, we ought to think about that. Frankly, I think time is of the essence, and time will control a lot of our decisions. So we have options on how we enter into an agreement and how we offer the land and lease or buy, lease or give or whatever. But I'm still uncomfortable not at least hearing out a competitive proposal, if in fact there's one out there. We may reach out to those people and they may say, well, I just said I had a plan, but here's the back of the envelope. Well, if that's all you see, then you obviously got a comparison you can make in terms of the time frame we have. Otherwise, I'm still leaning towards not doing Veterans Park, but I would be willing to hear the baseball professionals, the people that work with baseball all the time, and Thomas, would it work to have a competition field over there that seats 2,500 or 3,000? Would Thomas even be interested in putting a 3,500 or 3,800 over here, because he sees the opportunity of bringing a Class A, AA team here, which would want more than 2,500 seats, which is all we're going to build. So would you really want both of those in the same city? Maybe he wouldn't even bother to include a championship field if he found out that the tournaments that they're talking about bringing in don't really care if the champion field is 5 miles away from the rest of the fields. So anyway, that's got to be sort of worked through, and I'm just kind of suggesting to staff that that's one of the things they think about.
So we need pretty clear direction, because, I mean, just to say again, if this goes to, and we got a lot of people in the room, we're getting to see a lot of what goes into the complexity of all these things. If we go out for an RFP, or if it takes more than, 30 days is, I'm sure if I got Kane up here, she'd tell you we don't have 30 days. So if we RFP it, or we go through any of those processes and it takes that long, what you will lose is you will lose veterans in 27. So
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, that's what I just want to make sure.
I'm just speaking for one person.
Yeah, I just want to make sure council understands that. Like, we do have a drop dead, that if we don't say, if the contract doesn't come to council and council says go by a certain date on veterans, you lose your 27 date. Obviously we'll do everything we can if that's the way we go, but that's the situation you're in. And then conversely, obviously you're having to make a decision here short term. So here's the always complex situation where you are trying to balance the risk of, if the council, as they've said, wants to look at this other option, that you may lose the more sure option, at least from the time frame that we were trying to hit anyways.
So, Michael,
We've got a meeting on the 23rd of this month, and then we got another meeting in the early part of November, like the 8th, 7th or 8th, something like that.
what is the nature of the other parties? Like, what are they saying? This is, y'all are hearing this?
I got an email. I didn't realize it. I thought he sent it to everybody. Did you?
No,
get
that
it?
was it. Just a quick email stating that someone's looking at doing additional baseball fields within the BCS area. May not necessarily be at this property, but in the area.
It didn't go to all council from him, but I forwarded it to you all.
Okay.
So you
That's
may see
where I
it
got
from
it
me.
from. So
But that was today.
It didn't go to the other council members?
No.
Okay. Well,
I sent it to everyone though.
well, it
Maybe they would like to
may be very easy to vet that and eliminate.
So, and I
it.
think kind of just for clarification, so, you know, if we go out for a formal RFP process for this, it's going to take a lot longer than a month, obviously. But if you want us to contact that other party, gauge their interest and see kind of what their proposal would be, we can reach out to them tomorrow.
Well, that would be the place to start, I would think, and I'm assuming that they aren't anywhere close to having things ready so that you can move on a good timeline, which would automatically eliminate them.
$40 million in pledged capital is not easy to come up with.
No, I like the bird in hand thing if we aren't crossing any legal.
I totally agree with you, but from a fiduciary point of view, you really need to look at the options that are available if they're real. That's all I'm saying, and if you can eliminate them by a cursory interaction, they're not really ready to present a plan, sorry, we just got to move ahead.
If they can cut a letter, if Bank One will cut a letter for them in the next 72 hours, they can play.
That'd be a good letter. Well, the same thing can happen here with Thomas. That's one of the things I asked for earlier.
All right, just so this is all, everybody heard this. So as somebody else is going to come up at some point and say, you know, we wanted an opportunity at it. Like, this is all, you know, we will go to this one person who just sent this email, but otherwise, from a
Does he
timeline
happen
perspective.
to be here tonight?
What's that?
Is he here tonight?
The individual who wrote the letter?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
He didn't indicate he was going to be here.
I mean, a capital raise could take 3 years. I mean, it honestly could. It's not easy to do. And so if they're already well down the road and capitalized, otherwise, we could wait forever for that.
And I'm not suggesting that. All I'm suggesting is we look into it and make that judgment. I think likely is that group wouldn't have a plan that you could actually look at in this spot, and they may be interested just in general. Well, let them go find the private land. Thomas worked on that somewhere else and tried to make sense out of it, but this location proved to be.
Well, it says
better
right
deal.
here, I can pretty much tell you that the 80-acre tract behind Costco would not be the location we would want for this facility.
There you go.
Well, that's fine, and I didn't
I'm pretty
read the
sure
letter
my
that close.
investor would want to purchase his own land.
Okay, well, let's leave that alone since that's a private email that we don't, it's an email to us, but,
Well, if you're asking that we hold the discussion based on this email and he's saying he's not interested in this
well,
spot, that
very good.
feels very different.
That's something
I'd say
that
that's
that
germane.
you can confirm and let it go at that. Okay. Any other comments? Do you have, we don't have a timeline.
I
You
think
got- you
I
got
think I
direction?
gave the synopsis, and I think if it's all right with council, because you're obviously interested. I think what we'll do is maybe wait till we get through 8.2 and we kind of hear where everybody wants to go with that, and then come back around and talk about how those interplay, just so everybody's clear on where everything is in one shot. If everybody's good with that.
Yeah, you all good with that?
I'm fine with that. So we've made the final decision.
No.
Oh, never mind.
Never. The decision at this point, moving into the next item, is that the council wants to continue to pursue this and knows that it will be a very short turn to continue to leave the veterans option open, but with the goal of trying to pin down specific aspects of timing, funding, agreement, terms, within the time period that you can make a go, no-go decision on the project as it relates to veterans. And then we're going to carry that into 8.2 and see what the kind of feedback is on that. We'll incorporate it accordingly.
Okay, let's move to 8.2, which is Anthony Armstrong.
Hey, Mayor,
Did you have
I've
a
got like a 3-hour bladder. Is it possible to take a break?
Oh, do you need a break? An old guy like me and you don't, okay. Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break right now. Okay, great.
That kind of beige color. So the two different parcels to the west of Baylor Scott and White Label, the stuff to the east, that is undeveloped. So that's property that hasn't been developed for a specific purpose. Anything with the color has a specific purpose, and I'll walk through those for the most part if I can. If you have questions on one, just let me know. Tucharwa's got the commercial stuff in red along the highway. everything in Baylor Scott and White to the west is already planned for. So when we talk about what has been planned for already, it's a PDD. That developer, that's all private land. They have a vision for what they want to do with all that area. You then get into the immediately east of Baylor Scott and White. You might remember there was a rezoning case. 400 Double Mountain was the address. It was for multifamily. That was came in. That was originally in the medical district master plan, supposed to be an office, medical office use. That was changed. It was rezoned to be multifamily. That project has since fallen through and it isn't going forward. And so it's now vacant land. It's zoned multifamily. It would be something that, you know, you could look from a comp plan perspective to change or not, but that would be really the only kind of private parcel in all of this that isn't actively already planned for something as part of a PDD. We then get into the area outlined with the MMD label. So the purple, or fuchsia, whatever color that is to you, that is the boundary of the MMD. So that's everything in Midtown. That includes, it's all part of a PDD, again, a planned development district. There is a vision and a plan for that from a zoning perspective already on the books. To back up a little bit, harping on the zoning piece of it, when we talk about a small area plan or our long-range planning, you're talking about the comp plan. That helps a property know what to go towards with the zoning request. If something's already zoned, it doesn't matter necessarily what the comp plan says. They can continue with what they're entitled to today.
Is that boundary, is that where the Chapter 380 Economic Development, 150,000?
That is not. So the Rock Prairie Management District number 2 has expanded twice. There was an and it was actually 2 separate PDD requests. They expanded to the east. So if you look, and supposedly this works now, so hopefully I don't mess it up. Roughly speaking, that's actually a slightly, everything to that, oh man, there we go. So everything with that red outline in that original MMD area, that is a 380 agreement.
Okay.
So anything developed in that area goes towards the 380, roughly speaking, obviously not a line in the sand, but everything to the east of that has been added on in 2 different phases. There was a first PDD rezoning, and then one heard, gosh, probably in the last 2 years maybe, for that last little bit that actually goes against the park. Oh, sorry, so actually this purple line should be over here.
And the clock on that $150 is like 2034?
I'm sorry, say that, what on?
150,000 commercial.
Oh, correct. There's a timeline on the agreement for when they have to build, really was all that outstanding is 150,000 square foot of commercial. That it is 2030, I believe, is the deadline for that. Malcolm can jump in when he finds it, but I believe it's 2030.
Yeah, I think it's about, I think it's 10 years left. 34, we'll get it in a minute.
34, James? 35. Okay.
35. All right, so going back again, looking inside that boundary for the MMD, again, it actually goes all the way to the park on the east side. Everything you see with the color has been developed. So everything in yellow, that's your single family homes. There was a multifamily project outlined there in kind of that orange color. And everything else is currently vacant land. Caveat to that is there's a lot of parkland in there, like in the middle, that's, or some of that is parkland, trail areas, and then some other parts of the development that haven't quite come to fruition or platted yet on the residential side. You then have on the frontage in between Midtown and Highway 6, there's obviously Town Lake. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. You have the Hunton project, which was a tax incentive or tax credit project that the developer did.
Huntington.
Huntington?
Yeah. Huntington, no, it's Huntington.
Yeah, Huntington something else then.
Well.
Too many H's going on. We got too many Midtowns, too many legends.
There's a Huntington, which is the property down south.
We gotta get some unique names. I'm getting old. So the Huntington, that project happened. That's all part of a preliminary plan for the rest of that development. Durham Loop was mentioned earlier. Basically, that'll tie back in through to Midtown Drive at some point. All the property in between that, there's a small strip of commercial zoned land next kind of opposite of Town Lake from the Harley Davidson. So behind all those retail strips, there's a little bit of land about 10 acres or so, 10, 12 acres that's zoned for commercial. Then there's a pretty big cut between what I would probably call the private sector side of this area of Midtown, and then the city sector side. Everything, the blue here is, it's almost entirely floodplain. There's a little bit of old landfill stuff actually in a corner of it. All intents and purposes, more or less unusable. Texas Independence Park, you can see there, again, as was mentioned, it's been expanded, and so it's gone from the original boundary roughly here to include additional facilities, and council has seen that master plan. That's all part of Texas Independence Park.
We did make that final decision and expand that?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
But that's still in the floodplain, and I think the design work.
It's a very minimally
minimal impact development, yeah.
Correct.
And connects up to, yeah.
This part of the park is the signature playground, all of the very the things that would require a lot of building and activity, bike pump tracks, et cetera. Most of the area where you see the label actually, it's a trail network. There's a little bit of a bike and trail network in there, and then a disc golf facility that kind of goes throughout it, a very nice course through there, and then a potential for a parking lot and bathroom facility in a corner. You can obviously, to the east of that, you have the landfills. That's a very large chunk. That's the old landfill. Again, there's most of that. We've obviously talked about a potential public works site, and council's given some direction there for this parcel here. Everything else through this direction is all part of the Bavisma landfill, and again, more or less not usable in any way, shape, or form. Over here on the corner, you've got the bus barn for CSISD, probably not going anywhere anytime soon. These green sections here, that's all Greenway property. I'm sorry, it is actually parkland. That is an important distinction. When you talk about parkland, and similar to Councilman Yancey's question earlier, you can't develop on that with any other use without going to the voters to sell it off. There's a lot of things you have to do to develop parkland for anything other than a park. It was bought in via for greenways. It was converted into parkland back in 18 or 19 when Vanessa Garza was still here. If you remember her, there was a big movement. We moved a lot of greenways over to parkland. So all of this area is actually park property. That leaves us with, you heard a little bit about Carol Fancher. So that's the Langford. There's a church property as well. And then you've got really what's left there is already developed out with Lowe's Center, some residential. You've basically got, from a city-owned perspective, something that could be easily changed is the business park, and that's been brought up a little bit tonight already. Obviously, Costco's here. Corinth is currently under contract with the city that council directed to develop a development there for retail and commercial uses. And then we've really got these 250 acres in the back that could be actively reimagined, if you will, by the city's direct action. And I'll say that I'll walk through some options on what a small area plan could look like, and that'll make more sense in a second. Any questions on anything in this map? We'll come back to it, but before I leave it.
Just super quick, where you X'd out, don't you think that property has developable potential that a lot of people presume it does not?
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
There's a landfill in the front.
Yeah, so there's a very old landfill with some pretty bad record keeping on it, kind of in this area.
Which is not subject to the environmental remediation laws, correct?
It is, and it's probably more complicated because we don't have there's not an appropriate record keeping of it as it was with Bavisma. There would be a lot of due diligence needed to find out what was possible with that parcel. In addition to that, and kind of the bigger aside is everything through here, and the floodplain map isn't on here, but it is a huge swath of land that is actually FEMA designated floodway through this whole area. And so while the engineer in me would tell you not to touch it, it also tells you that the numbers can make it work. It's just going to cost a lot of money. So sure, you could do something. You could look to elevate an area out of the floodplain that could have tremendous impacts downstream. You'd have to mitigate that. So you'd be mitigating that in the New Texas Independence Park, and other parkland along the Lick Creek Trail. It's certainly possible, but it would be probably prohibited just from a cost perspective.
Let me just say that Ms. Prohaska will remember a previous council with a previous city management wanted to build Barron Road, which you can just see there, the end of it, wanted to build Barron Road right through there and connect it with Rock Prairie, which was kind of the preferred idea to open that area up. But when we looked at the cost of building across the landfill and across the low area, it got tremendously expensive, and so that's why Barron Road got teed out there and didn't get extended, because of the cost of, well, and really the uncertainty of trying to bridge over a landfill.
Right, you'd basically need, so right now, it was shifted over. Town Lake actually would have been Barron Road originally.
Right.
Barron Road was supposed to start from its point here. This was point A, point B was actually right here. And so Bird Pond to Barron was going to be a pretty nice connection. Oh, I broke it, there we go. Would have been a pretty nice connection all the way through. But again, this whole area would have to be essentially a bridge to adequately cross it, and that's around a quarter mile, I believe. Maybe
I have a quick question. I know you mentioned this, but I think I blinked. The area that we rezoned from medical to multifamily, you said that multifamily project fell through?
Correct.
Interesting.
So that was this piece right here. Not shown on this map. There are a couple of thoroughfares. So Double Mountain
is
a thoroughfare that goes across. Town Lake, again, we'll talk about that more. Goes through here.
But the zoning runs with the land.
Correct.
So
Right, but
land.
sure, it's not reflected there that it's zoned that though, is it?
So this is not a zoning map.
Okay.
This is a land use map.
Got it.
So
Oh,
this
yeah,
is just
yeah.
showing you essentially anything that's in this color here is a undeveloped parcel of land.
Sure, I got you.
Anything with the color basically is already accounted for, minus the city's business park. We expanded on an old map, so that's a different color. But all of that's just private development land that hasn't developed, but a lot of it is planned for.
And Anthony, again, I don't know that we have to go into it, but in that rezoning, there was a thoroughfare in that rezoning that got waived.
Correct. There was a projection of a street through Midtown that was supposed to go and kind of be a block length projector, more or less like that across. And with that rezoning request, it was removed as part of the P&Z action later. They voted to remove the projection. So now that street Midtown then, it was removed, and Midtown came in, they actually removed the projection on their plan, so now they don't have it anymore, and that was approved because this one had been removed. So the domino effect of that has caused there will no longer be a road there unless they decide to put one. But I'm not sure that'll happen. Any other questions? And
So are you suggesting the area that's colored would be included in this small area plan? Is that the point?
I'll get to that in my recommendations of some different, or not recommendations, but the options. But really, that's a council discussion point. Trying to give quick information and not talk so much so I don't get the glares. But I'll be quick and get some action for you guys. So the potential options here, I'm going to go through them kind of high level. Can get into detail if you want. So a true small area, a neighborhood planning effort. The last one we did was the Northeast Gateway Plan. It's a pretty lengthy process. I would say probably 9 months to a year. And so we've heard a lot about other timelines. So again, keeping this in council's mind. So the kind of full-scale effort would be a 9 month to a year process. It can be done in-house or with a consultant. There's a lot of public engagement that goes in that. There's a lot of background information, existing conditions, a lot of scoping that would go into that. Council can also direct what they want that to look like. So it doesn't have to be the full bore model. It doesn't have to be like the Southside neighborhood plans or the Eastgate neighborhood plans. Those took a long time because there was a lot of engagement. Some of those groups had 18 plus meetings with residents on different avenues and different pieces throughout, and so that takes a good amount of time. The next option would be more of what I would call an abbreviated or an abridged small area plan or an engagement plan. So this is basically what we just did for Northgate. So staff did a great job of running that plan on a very, very quick timeline. I would say that's probably not sustainable in that way, but it is certainly something that we can look at on what are you trying to get at specifically with this engagement, and we can hone that process in a little bit more, and that'll kind of lead into the next two ones. That's probably more in your 6 to 9 month timeline to do one of those. The next one is something we haven't really done as a standalone item. You might remember when we first talked about the Northgate surface lot a while back, Michael and I actually gave a joint presentation. I talked about small area plan. He talked about kind of this engagement plan for the surface lot specifically. It's a little bit what we're talking about here with a more of a land plan charrette. So it could be a series of workshops, it could be a workshop. We could kind of define that, and council could tell us how to move forward with that. But it would really just be, we'd kind of invite a public open house type setting. People can come in to kind of draw on maps, give ideas. This would be specific, however, to really just the city lot. So when we talk about, again, what is the council looking for out of this small area plan effort? Are you wanting to talk about everything in this triangle of land, or are there specifics you want to just see done? And so it could be we want community feedback, or council's community feedback on just this tract. Obviously, there's been a lot of traction on that particular property. Again, when I went through kind of what's already been accounted for, everything is already zoned for something that's private property, which means for us to change a long-term plan on that property would be extensive. We could look at trying to go into agreements, et cetera. That gets a little complicated and timely. But I think if the general concern is, what are we going to do now with this business park acreage, that could be more of a land plan charrette style. It could be a quick and easy process, a couple months. It could be something where we want to host several meetings over time to give a lot of opportunity. We can talk through that. And then a little bit on the last option would be kind of to forego those other efforts, if you will, and just say, hey, we've heard these items that the citizens have brought up, and council agrees we should just do them. So you can give direct direction. That's a tongue twister. You can give direction specifically to say, hey, we want to see Town Lake built and that bridge built in this timeline versus when it becomes needed from a traffic standpoint for the city. It could be we want to move on the area signage right now. It could be rebranding the water tower. It could be moving on this ballpark project. There's a number of things that council could say, we've heard, this is the will of council, move forward with these direct actions, and it just skips the time piece of trying to have different meetings, do different processes. If there are specific items, it costs to be a combo. You could have the land plan charrette on the 250, 300 acres, and then you could go and say, hey, in addition to that, we know there's these other items we want to make sure get done. So here's a direction to go and do those directly. If you go with either the first two options, so again, kind of full-scale effort, kind of abbreviated effort like we did for Northgate, we'd be looking for some direction on the left-hand side of the screen here. So this would be what topics of the conversation do you want included? And these are broad, high-level topics. Some things would be pertinent to the conversations, some would not, right? If we went through and we did existing conditions or kind of a demographics data in Northgate, we're probably not going to be talking about the number of MIPs in the business park, or we're not going to be pulling citations, we're not going to be pulling crash data in these areas to have that as part of the conversation. Now, when we go into economic development, we might hone more in on that because the city actually owns a large piece of land that could have a lot of potential versus we have this one surface lot, and what can you do to activate that space? And so there's a lot of things we can look at differently with these efforts, whether it's a full-scale planning effort, which the benefit of that large-scale effort, I would say, is it's a very long process. It's an incredibly community-driven process. The entire thing starts at the beginning with public engagement. It's public engagement throughout until a certain point. We cut that off to then generate the plan, and then we bring that plan back to the public and say, hey, give us your feedback on it. Makes it to the council. So obviously we have a lot of meetings and stakeholder feedback, et cetera. At the end of that, what we get, the key piece of that we get is what's called the implementation plan. the implementation plan and all of our planning efforts is, it's the document, it's part of the document that really says, hey, council and the community have said, we want all these things to be done, and the planning horizon is 10 or 20 years. In that 10 or 20 year period, staff knows whether or not we're getting direct, constant direction from council. Council wants to see these things occur. So we're going to actively bring those proactively to you because they are part of a planning effort. They are part of a master plan. We're going to bring those to you to say, hey, this was in the plan. Do you want to do this now? Are you ready to do this now? And council gives that final direction then. The engagement plan for Northgate, we'll talk about that more at the next workshop meeting. But it's a similar idea where it's very to the point, give us the action items that the community wants to see, and then council can kind of say, hey, here's what we want you to actually go forth and do. And then obviously with the land charrette, you're basically just going out to the community saying, hey, here's the city-owned property, here's what the city has direct control over, kind of give us your thoughts and feedback on what you would like to see on this acreage. And then the last one could just be if council knows of items, or if they want to have a community discussion on things people want to see in that area, they come together and say, hey, we want you to go do X, Y, Z. It's a pretty quick process as well. On the right, this will really conclude, and then happy to answer any questions. This is just for council's knowledge. When we talk about, there's talks about Veterans Park versus the ballparks mentioned in the previous item, and how do you prioritize that, and if you pivot and move. The city is doing a lot of things all the time in all departments. So one thing that we have on the books right now to do from a planning effort is the Harvey Road corridor. So to do the stuff for the mall, Post Oak Mall, Wolf Pen Creek, that whole corridor study, council approved an SLA to start that study. We've done some preliminary research on that, and we'd be looking to kick that off here around the beginning of the year with public engagement, things like that. If this Midtown effort became the higher priority, we just need to know that so we can budget that into what does council want to see first? Do you want to see Harvey Road done first in Post Oak Mall? Do you want to see the Northgate plant operations stuff come forward first? Do you want Midtown done first? And it can all be done concurrently to some degree, but where do you want to focus our efforts and bring you back something that is important to that conversation? And certainly if we get into capital projects that's desired, what is the timeline that you want to see on that? Because obviously there's dollars associated with that, or whatever capital projects the city decides to do. Pretty sure that's all. Yeah, that's all my slides. Again, happy to answer any questions or go back to any slides. I'll keep this map up for discussion points. Again, if you go through a large effort, if you want staff to know what is that boundary, what is the area that you want to have community feedback designated on. Northgate, right, we went from Wellborn to Texas. We didn't just stay in the Northgate district. We looked at the holistic area. It could be this, it could be the medical uses, or what were the medical uses across the street. It could expand beyond what council wanted, or kind of shrink down even from what I have here. But this is just a starting point. Again, happy to answer any questions, but really this is an opportunity for you all to chat about what you would like to see.
Okay. Unless there's a really specific question, I'd prefer to hear the four citizens, and then we'll go around the council questions and leading into direction. This is still a workshop item, so if there's no objection, that's how I plan to do it. Okay. So we do have four citizens signed up. Mr. Murr is first up with his presentation, be followed by Shelby Boehm, and then Jeff Hughes and Amy Algie. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, I guess it is still.
Late night.
I'm on my midnight schedule here.
All right, thank you, Mayor. You've heard from the residents of Midtown and myself for many months or years, and now you're hearing from many more residents in South College Station, asking you to finally invest in the Midtown plan the city created. We've been waiting for 13 years since the plan was completed and published in 2012. I think it is loud and clear. The residents of South College Station want the city's Midtown plan to come to fruition. Just a reminder, we've done this planning exercise. Maybe you weren't there, but the city spent a lot of money and brought in professional consultants and did this. I applaud the efforts of Councilwoman McElhaney for pushing for this small area plan to bring attention to the need, and Councilman Yancey for his vocal support for the Midtown residents. Now with the baseball fields potentially moving back to Midtown where they were originally planned, it may seem to some the city is doing a lot in Midtown if they do that. But I would like to remind everyone, these investments could have been done incrementally over the last 13 years, and it wouldn't seem like that big of a deal. And it would have sent a clear message to the public that the city believes in the plan it created. That said, I'm very grateful we're here today, focusing on this. I've attended several meetings with the residents from multiple neighborhoods, and the residents have some great ideas that align perfectly with the vision. If a resident committee is established for the small area plan, I hope you include the resident liaisons you hear from the most, like Shelby and Jeff. I would love to see Councilwoman McElhaney and Councilman Yancey there as council liaisons to hear firsthand from the residents. And I also hope you will include me in this committee so I have some input on how I will spend the next 10 to 20 years of my life, as I've already spent 15 on this. I had a side note I was going to put out there. Our residents, the Midtown Reserve residents, are upset about paying a higher tax rate because they don't have commercial uses in Midtown, which I said would be near impossible from the very beginning. And I believe our city manager agrees. It will take significant catalysts and investment and leadership by the city to make that happen. And I've held on for this long. I'm very much looking forward to these investments and what comes out of this. It would be a stab in the back to the residents if the city land by the baseball field that we're supposed to be in Midtown. The city land was supposed to be Midtown Business Park. So I just would like y'all to keep that in mind as we go through this process. We were supposed to be the beneficiary of the baseball fields being next to it for the retail and restaurants and hotels, because we were going to be the first primary beneficiary. Now, if you did that on the other, it would be city land or the developer with your other 28 acres. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Murr. Be followed by Ms. Shelby Boehm, and following Shelby will be Jeff Hughes.
Well, it has been quite a journey. And I'm genuinely excited that we are finally going to take a holistic approach, one that I believe can deliver a true win for Midtown. Throughout this process, I've learned a great deal, and I'd be remiss if I didn't carry those lessons with us into this next chapter. With that in mind, I'd like to share some of those expectations for whatever comes out of this as we move forward. Since becoming engaged in this local government adventure, I've watched at least 4 different areas of town fill these chambers in opposition to a plan, land sale, or contract. The lesson I've learned is that as a decision-making body, we need to do a better job at understanding our community, what our community will accept before bringing large proposals to the city council agenda. And while I recognize that it's too late to change how we got here in Midtown, I hope that we can approach this as a clean slate, one where citizens, developers, and city officials can all find forgiveness and move forward together. For this plan to succeed, it must include all stakeholders. My expectation is that the committee guiding this small area plan will include at least one neighborhood representative from the greater Midtown area, representatives from surrounding businesses and organizations, Rock Prairie Management District 2, I think they're here, and the developers invested in this area. Another lesson I've learned is that too often master plans in the city's eyes are treated as non-binding. This time it has to be different. I want commitments that are documented, clear, and backed by accountability. I don't want to see another plan that puts ideas on paper without measurable actions agreed to by all stakeholders. There is also no reason to drag this out longer than it already has been. We've already had a foundation built on, the original Midtown vision. Residents, including myself, have been clear about our priorities since January. By now, there should be some good sense about what the community wants, what's realistically achievable in the short term, and what will require more time for discussion. Leaving this process, I expect the plan to document clear, achievable timelines for when each component will begin and be completed, along with identified funding to make it happen. By June of 2026, I expect to either see money coming out of someone's bank account, that's not mine, or a tractor clearing the field in front of my house. So to conclude, finally, over the last several months, many of you told me you want to deliver something meaningful for the citizens of Midtown, and I really, truly appreciate that. But I do have to say this. You cannot deliver for us without finding common ground with the developer. Saying progress is stalled because the developer won't cooperate is no longer an acceptable excuse for me or the people of Midtown. I expect that everybody at the table do the hard work of collaboration, and I mean everybody in the room, even if it means no one gets 100% of what they want. In closing, please let me know how I can help in this process so that we can begin creating action. I am more than happy. I think I'm a likable person. I can recruit whoever you want me to recruit. Oh, no, we're good. That was it.
Let me ask you, are you done?
Yes.
Let me ask you a quick question. You heard the discussion about the baseball option as a possibility for the business park area, part of the business park. How do you see the timing of that, given our timing issues, fitting into a small area plan that might take several months at the minimum, 6 to 9 months, or maybe even a year if you did a more complex one? I'm just curious. There's no right answer or wrong answer.
It's a loaded question.
How do you see these things coming together?
Yeah.
Given our time constraints, investments, and so forth.
I mean, I kind of mentioned it. Like, there are short-term things that we know are going to be considered, or that we know that can happen now. So I guess the way I would prioritize it is what is the thing that is going to see immediate movement, and then move on from there. Mm-hmm. I think for the baseball idea, I know for myself, I've heard from residents similar to Mr. Hughes. We seem very supportive of it, because I know from my perspective, as well as some of the residents that I've spoken with, they've mentioned that they do believe that something like that, I mean, I guess ripple effect is going to occur, and so it is going to take time for it to move down to our area of town. But I do think in the long term, it is a long-term benefit, and it has the potential to ripple effect down that.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah,
answer?
thank you very much. I just wanted to get a little clarification there. Thank you, Ms. Boehm, followed by Jeffrey Hughes, and Amy Algie will follow that.
So I'm happy to speak today in strong support of a small community area planning workshop. I've been meeting together for the past 3 weeks with representatives from Midtown, Spring Meadows, Woodland Hills, Stone Forest across Fitch, and also Pebble Creek. And we also included the Langford in some of those meetings, because we just wanted to get together and talk, right? And the thing we think is, this area of town needs a clear, intentional vision, guys. We need your help with that. We've seen a lot of discussion. We have to turn the page. This isn't just about land use. This is about neighborhood integrity and attracting investment that's going to benefit everybody. I mean, we've got this huge piece of land in the middle of town we're not doing anything with right now. We need to transform those green spaces into recreation, business, family activities. Like I said, I've spoke to a lot of people in my neighborhood next door, other representatives from other neighborhoods, and all these folks echo a strong desire to move forward beyond just basic infrastructure and to create a Midtown that is visible, thriving, and inclusive. And guys, after rejecting the whole data center proposal, these workshops, even abbreviated, will allow us to prioritize developments that align with our values. Things like the baseball complex. So let's seize the moment, guys. I want to encourage folks to come out. I don't think it would take 6 to 9 months. I think people aren't going to come to more than 2 or 3 meetings, right? So let's build a brighter future for South College Station. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I ask
Appreciate
him a question?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Oh, you have a question for
I
him?
Jeff, what do you see the city's role in development to be in this situation?
Ooh, that's a loaded question.
An important question.
Obviously, you guys are a very you can be a very encouraging force on development, right? You guys control planning and zoning. You guys control land use, those kind of things. You can definitely encourage private-public, partnerships like the baseball proposal you guys just heard today. That's what I think, right? In short.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much, sir. Amy Algie?
So I live in Stone Forest, and I'm one of the people that have been meeting with Jeff and Shelby. And so the interesting thing is yeah, we did actually talk about baseball before y'all brought this up. So I came in with this whole thing about, hey, we need to take a lot of time and talk, like y'all did with Northgate. And then I feel like a hypocrite standing up here now and saying, I don't know if we need to talk about the baseball proposal that much, because I guess this is city government, right? But it's different than the data center in a way, in a lot of ways, but we actually have already done some legwork for you guys and have been talking to our communities since the data center debacle, I'll just call it that. But and so we've got a pretty good feel for how our groups feel, or our neighborhoods feel about it. From the people I've talked to, they're not like woohoo, baseball, but they're on board with it. The one caveat that I'm running into is that there's a lot of concern over the paths and the trails there. So I have concerns with the protection of, like I said, the trails there. That has to happen. I think you're going to tick off a lot of people if we cannot put that somewhere in writing, in a contract with you or work. What I'm gathering from tonight, I'm sorry, I'm a former teacher here, so I'm trying to do the whole, what I hear you say is, it seems like baseball we got, Councilman White drooling over it here, and it seems in general, like it's gonna be what everybody wants. You gotta find the balance between what you guys want, the city wants, what the community wants, but I think that we need to have community involvement on some of the minutia moving forward, and you seem like a wonderful person who would work with us. So, my personal proposal is move as quick as you need to honor your commitments to the Bombers, to the community. Let's get some stuff going for Midtown. This could be that catalyst, but I have good vibes I pick up things on people, and you seem pretty awesome, and I think you will, if you're open to it, I think it'd be cool if we have a advisory council that works with you to make sure that a lot of needs are being met at once. So
I'd love it.
Okay, so that is my impromptu speech that, was not what I came up here to say. But again, thank you to Councilwoman McElhaney for proposing this plan, and thank you for Councilman Yancey for just, keeping us up to date on what's going on around here. So, and thank you for staying up so late with us. I'm sorry, I need some caffeine. I'm very tired.
Thank you very much. We've still got a long way to go tonight, so I appreciate your comments. That concludes the speakers that have signed up for this item, and I thought it worked pretty neatly in with the previous discussion. Do you have anything else that you want to clarify, Mr. Armstrong, before I go down the
I'm just here for
dais?
questions as part of your discussion.
All right, I'm starting with Mr. Schaefer on place 6, and he can ask questions, provide direction, tell us what the hell to do. You are a parks planner by profession, so.
Yeah, right. Can we go back to the choices, Anthony, or the suggested? Yep, that one. So when I first looked at this, we had these things ahead of time, and we were able to think about it some and think about what we've heard, et cetera. I felt like maybe the abbreviated SAP was the way to go. I liked what we did at Northgate. I thought it was a good process. And then tonight, as we all know, we've had a lot of complexity with timing and a whole bunch of other things, and we've heard from people about what they want, which we do hear a lot about what you all want, and that's good. But we want to figure out how to integrate that in. So I'm coming to the point, and I don't have any questions. I'm just going to put it out there where I feel we are. We were at council direction. And I feel like we were at council direction before the land use idea came up. I like the land use idea. I'm glad we're here, but we were going to do some signage, and we were going to do a bridge and a road extension. I can't remember if there was something else in that we were going to do or not, but we had specific direction about specific things that we've been asked to do repeatedly. And I don't know about it's rebrand the water tower. I don't know. I don't remember. I remember it was in a plan somewhere. I don't remember us talking about actually doing that, but fine.
It was an executive a few sessions ago where we were talking about what we would like to move.
So we're going to repaint the water tower?
No, that wasn't in there, but
These are just ideas for clarity. From what I had heard from various constituents, this was just a quick list of ideas to get your brain kind of moving.
Yeah, but those two things, I thought the bridge and the signage were two things that we had really said we were.
What's the result
Council, so council directed me to reach out to the developer, who's obviously here, and propose that we would build 2 to 4 signs at an agreed upon location and construct the Town Lake Bridge, with the caveat that we modify the 380 agreement to allow us to access those funds to participate in that. The latest conversation I've had, again, James is here, was that James did not want to modify the 380 agreement to allow us to access those funds, and requested that we just build the bridge, road section and signage out of general fund.
So effectively, based on our ask, there's nothing going on? I'm just clarifying, so that's not on the
at this
table
point,
right now?
that's just where we stood with it. And then I think the idea was to come back and have the discussion in public about, again, if you guys give direction or what terms for any agreement would be.
Well,
Let me go back to Mr. Schaefer. Go ahead.
I mean, I liked the idea of doing those things, but I think, we'd have to work out how to pay for them, obviously. So if that's off the table and we're not going to do that, then I was going to come to that in a land planning charrette, which is what I heard people say tonight, that would get us just on the piece of property that we're talking about with the baseball situation, and potentially some commercial development, so we could really see the detail of how all that would fit together. Right down to what I would hope kind of would be a reasonably close site plan. So that's where I was. I don't know where I am now on the council direction on specific items. I thought that was going to be a pretty good deal, but I don't think we should have to bear the entire brunt of that. So
I don't know that last item is ruled out. I just think it's in negotiation discussion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm willing to negotiate it, but it's got to be negotiated. I'm not willing
Right.
to just say the city puts up all the money for that.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
agree.
Okay.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I don't know how this fits into, I almost feel like if we could, if abbreviated SAP and 3 or 4 land plan charrettes had a baby, then that would be what we do going forward. But I'm just going to say specifically, I think we need to focus on catalysts for development. I think we need to look at, I think we know we have to anyway, the sports anchored, and I think a technology park, a sports anchored technology or business park. If you just set aside the Town Lake area where, everybody is hopeful commercial will ultimately go, set that on the shelf. We've got I wonder what Corinth would say if they knew we were talking about a mixed-use commercial development right across the street. They're already having a hard time, with the back 14 acres away from the highway frontage. So, what if we finish the Town Lake extension, plan for a sports-anchored technology park no mixed use in the tech park, and trail connectivity between Texas Independence Park and this technology ballpark. To me, if we just focused in those areas, you know, rather than doing a lot of planning, I think the purpose of the planning really in this instance is to really hear from the citizens, not to collect data, crunch the numbers, and all of that. I think we need to hear from them. And I think if we did these things and move forward on those fronts, and then commercial development doesn't happen there, then it was never going to happen. And the connectivity on Town Lake provides a benefit, a transpo benefit, transportation logistics benefit, using my Air Force shorthand, for the residents that live there. And to my esteemed colleague, the question that you asked earlier, what do you think a city's role in development is? Well, there was a time when our property taxes in this country, decades and decades ago, embedded in our property taxes was the notion that cities were going to invest in infrastructure, be it transportational infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, drainage, storm sewer, all of it, in order to serve as a catalyst for development. It's how we have Pebble Creek. We built the sewer connectivity. It's how we're about to have Animate Habitat. It's how ultimately somebody will do something on Wyndham Ranch. It's because of the Alum Creek sewer line. Those things come from municipal investment in infrastructure to serve as a catalyst for development. But somewhere along the way, in planning, it became this notion, no, we're going to heap the fees on, we're going to heap the regulatory requirements and how they build, we're going to make the private development build this and this and this and everything that we can push on them. And we got away from that embedded kernel of your property taxes with all of us pulling the wagon together. That meant a municipality could play a role in triggering and being a catalyst for development. That's my answer to your question. So,
thank you, Mr. Yancey. Ms. McElhaney?
Well, a lot can change in a month. After we had the discussion about the data center, as you guys know, it was a pretty intense evening. And we had about 6.5 hours of really getting a lot of feedback, and it became evident during that discussion that it was pretty unlikely that we needed to keep the M1 designation on the city-owned property over there. Knowing that we have the ongoing conversation with the Midtown residents, and we have a developer who's been embedded and entrenched in this for years, and knowing that the council and staff even want to do something to further Midtown, like, that was why I asked the question. And that was to figure out what we could do to catalyze things over in Mr. Murr's development, and also use the acreage that we had sitting over there that obviously we're not probably going to be, with the change in the landscape over the last 30 years, going to be what is in the land use plan. So, you know, immediately after that, so I was kind of thinking Midtown Murr, Texas Independent Park, city's land. So those were kind of the key areas that I was thinking we need to get, feedback on. As the city looks at what is appropriate to do over in Midtown Reserve, or within that specific area of development that the city does not own, we have to balance whatever we do there with the needs and benefit to the entire city. How much infrastructure have we already put down there? What do we have, an approximate dollar value
of infrastructure in Midtown?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we had put a number together before, I think around 60 million. That was done, and that's already expended capital, and so that's not taken into account.
And in all fairness, some of that may not be directly on that property, but it was getting to it and around it and around.
It was, to Councilman Yancey's point, it was to catalyze the area. So we did bring in, there was sewer line projects, road projects with Midtown Drive, and where it was Lakeway at the time, what became Midtown Drive. We renamed the street. There have been efforts, again, Jennifer gave a great presentation a while back on the history of Midtown and kind of what's all gone through with it. Obviously, with Texas Independence Park coming in, additional dollars will be going in.
I'm not worried
to
about the park. I'm
area.
just talking about the infrastructure like Bob was just talking about. So, but when you look at what has the city done for Midtown, there are tens of millions of dollars in the ground. There is an economic development agreement that is in place. We've allocated every cent of taxes that the city could collect into a TERS to be used over there. And within the four corners of that agreement, the city has been compliant and is ready to stand. However, there are things that could happen in Midtown to catalyze that. So I think as we're looking at the space where the data center was proposed, you know, the baseball fields, that came up fast. When we left the meeting the other night on the data center, I knew we needed to do something, but I mean, moving at the speed of private enterprise, here comes the Southern Roots proposal. And it seems to meet a lot of needs, and it seems to be, you know, you have these little magical things that happen every now and then. It's got the quantity of ball fields we need. It's a public-private partnership. It's something that would work very well in Midtown and help catalyze efforts over there. I do like Bob's idea of, you know, looking at other opportunities that we could do there, but development spurs development, and I think that we have the opportunity with the baseball fields to really create something neat, and with it being tied to Texas Independence Park, I mean, you have a lot of interesting stuff going there, but the reality is, I don't know what the city can do within Midtown Reserve without participation from the developer. James, so what are, you're not open to using the tax money to help offset the, I mean, it's about a 12, no, I'm dead serious. I want to know.
I am too, because I'm tired of this lying. There's no $60 million.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, it's very upsetting. It's been said over and over again. There's no $60 million spent in Midtown. I'd like to see this itemized list.
I discounted the number. I'm not saying
it's just not true. It's nowhere close. Nowhere
Well,
close.
that can
We
be-
have to
that-
build.
That can be debated. We'll find out what
Well, give
it
me
is.
the itemized list, please. I mean, requested it. Look, the road extension is off of my property. I have to build all the thoroughfares on my property. The city built half of Town Lake Drive, Midtown Drive. I have to build the other half. They built all of it on their property. They only built half on mine. I had to build all 4 lanes of Town Lake Drive, where they only built 2. So, okay, right? And then I had to build my portion of a mile-long off-site sewer trunk line. Everything that services Midtown for off-site sewer trunk line, I had to build. Got no credits for impact fees for it. The proposal for me to pay for things the city was supposed to do in the original plan to begin with, right? I've spent 15 years of my life on this project. I should have been done 7 years ago if I was just doing my subdivision. The proposal to have me pitch in something they gave me as an incentive because I was taking on this impossible task of building commercial off the highway, much more difficult than the guys next to Costco are having. On monuments the city said they were going to build to begin with, and on a thoroughfare off my property that's the city's obligation to begin with. That's insane. Why would we do that? Plus, those funds, that is the only promise I have to these residents that are allocated towards amenities and parks, something that I can make the development special with in the end. And they have to be spent on that, by the way. Just the other 2 lanes of Midtown Drive and parks and amenities. It has to be spent on that. So no, I'm not going to trade their future special money to be used to make something special for them for obligations the city was supposed to do to begin with.
Well, the bridge is supposed to go in when the traffic, how answer that? When is the Town Lake Bridge according to city
They would
planning.
normally make the private developers on that property build it, but it's too much of a burden, so then it falls on the city. And to be done whenever y'all decide to do it, really.
But we usually build roads on demand. So Anthony, like what is the timeline realistically that you would expect us to say, we really need to put that in for the use of all the citizens of College Station, not just necessarily.
Yeah, so
I'm
that-
trying to get to the bottom of this so that we can get some answers, because I feel like we chase our tails a lot, and I would like to see us put that bridge in starting tomorrow, and I'm sure that they could make it happen, but I need to know where we're going.
Yeah, so there's two parts to Town Lake. There's a part actually that is part of MERS development with a future phase of an area. Right. I'm not here to just grunt. I know MERS very well. But the first circle is actually a responsibility of MERS part. It's proportionality, part of the development. Essentially, the city's not going to build a bridge that goes to nowhere, because again, so from that timeline perspective, a lot of that is somewhat dependent on the development, right? We're going to come in to connect the two dots. So a similar example would actually be Dartmouth. And so there's potentially development that will come in off of Dartmouth, build that connection. The city then is on the hook to connect A and B. It would be the same difference here. We would wait really for, in the normal world, we would be waiting for the development to build that first section. We would then come in and say, hey, this is an unfunded project, something now that we need to start looking at if council wants us to do it. From a needs perspective, it would be based on the traffic demand model. So it's going to be, there'd be a threshold of when Midtown builds out to a certain extent where we're seeing ongoing traffic issues, where it's like, hey, we need to build this. We would come forward and say, hey, this is a priority unfunded project. We have several roads on the thoroughfare plan that are going to be for the city to build, regardless. And so when we look at that, we're having to prioritize which one does council want to spend the money on. So the timing question is twofold. The first part is that we would need that first part A to come in. We would then connect the dots. Connecting the dots is going to be based on what is a priority of council over the years, because it could be something, if we're going to put it on a project list, that priority is based on traffic in the area, demands, benefits, costs. There's a lot of things that go into that list that we present and council makes a decision on. I would say from a number standpoint, because I know you're looking for a number, so I'm trying to just cut to it, but you're honestly talking about, and taking out MERS, his piece of the puzzle, let's say he does that in the next 2 to 5 years, you're probably talking from our side in that next, probably around a 10-year moment from now, that it would be needed to some degree to be built to offset. And that could be, again, expedited, but probably 5 to 10 years, I would say, would be a good estimate. And I don't know what his plan is for that construction as well, but obviously he's going to need a tenant. He's not going to build that without having someone there to come in and need to utilize that space.
So James, are you asking us to build your piece too, or just the bridge?
Absolutely not.
So if we say we're building the bridge tomorrow, you'll?
Absolutely. And I want to be clear, we actually were asked by the city to delay building that section because the alignment needed to be calculated, which is why I believe the city has already hired Mitchell and Morgan to design that piece. I don't know if it's completed or not, but we were asked to delay building that piece. Or we probably would have.
That's a line, the best way to cross the creek, right?
Right, it has to,
And get
to meet the
angle
elevation
and
of the bridge.
Yeah, the height and all of that. I understand that.
That's right.
And what's the status of that design project?
Yeah, so the delay piece was, and Mayor actually mentioned it earlier, we talked about Barron Road, right? And we had to move it over. It was around the same time period all this was happening. We actually did a land swap with the Harley Davidson to move Barron Road's original alignment over. And so we needed to figure out what are we going to get from these private developments up to, so where does point B become, and where to be able to know what the bridge would look like. That was happening around the same time, so yeah, you don't need to build all of it at once when he did the original Town Lake, because then we might have to rip it out in the future. The stuff with Mitchell and Morgan would be, I'm not totally familiar with that, but it would be very preliminary at this point.
Veronica was here.
Yeah, it looks like there is no
there's
contract from what Kane's saying.
Well, we can find that out, can't we?
Joe's right over here.
This is Mr. Joe Schultz.
We've already designed that James piece, but if we build it at grade, and then whoever designs a bridge and they don't match, it's a vertical is the reason it's not built.
Yeah.
At his property line, it might be 2 feet high, it might be 4 feet high with retaining walls. So if he goes and builds it, and what he's obligated to do, and then the city has to tear the whole thing out.
Yeah, I understand that. I think the question is really more for staff. Where is staff with regard to if there is a contract?
There
with
are
somebody?
Go.
There are no design contracts for the city's portion.
Joe has the contract?
No,
There are none.
none for the
Joe
city.
is
Can I
James's
ask Joe
engineer.
a question?
Pardon?
Can I ask Joe just a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
You've been around a long time. You've seen a lot of development. You've seen things that catalyze development, things people thought would catalyze development but did not. You've seen it all. If we do this ballpark, and it's a ballpark business park, and we work with James, we find somebody in city staff, maybe Anthony, that they speak each other's language and can be ambassadors to one another, and we get Town Lake punched through to the highway. What does your professional experience tell you? Will it light up this tan area right here, or will it still be years? I would like your opinion, please.
Development can take years, and there's no magic answer to it. No one has a crystal ball. If I had a crystal ball and could answer that question, I would no longer be working. So, but it would help. It cannot hurt. It would improve the situation. But does it improve it a little bit or that much? You know, that's not my, it would just be a guess, so.
Come
that'd be
on,
my-
man.
That's
Come
just,
on.
it would
Okay,
just be
come
a
on.
guess.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Do you have any more
That's a
questions?
good engineer, by the way.
He is a good engineer, no doubt about it. You have more questions?
I do.
For staff?
Um,
Anthony? Or for who?
I have some for Shelby, I have some from Anthony, and I have some for Jeff.
Please, have at it.
You sure?
Yeah, well, we've been here till 1 a.m. We can certainly do it again.
Well,
Go
you
ahead.
set the agenda, I don't.
I understand, but we're going to work our way through it.
So, again, looking at the areas I described, your home, Texas Independence Park, and the city's piece over there, do you guys think that that is a fair representation of the area that we should be doing charrettes on, also including the bridge, should there be one developed? Or is there additional considerations that I'm not seeing?
Want me to take this one?
Go.
Honestly, I'll be real candid. People came to us and said, we have to figure out what to put on that piece of land they were going to put a data center on, so they don't put anything worse out there.
Your bar is very low.
I would actually go even further and maybe include, I don't know if it's including that part by Baylor Scott and White or bringing them in for discussions, because isn't there, if I could put a plug in for if there is ever going to be a recreation center, I think it would be good to bring those people in. I don't know if that's answering the question, but I think
Shelby, we're giving you 9 baseball fields.
I know, I'm sorry. Listen, you always ask for more and expect 25%. So, but I would say, to answer your question, I think those 3 areas are for sure like the key points. If I'm being biased, my primary area is obviously the management district.
Okay.
And honestly, the folks that live in Spring Meadows and Woodland Hills, and even the folks that live across the way in Stone Forest, their number one priority was preserving the greenway, preserving the trail.
And that's the danger of doing schematic design, as Thomas learned this week from what
Yes,
I understand.
he did.
When something's schematic, I think that's what killed the East Loop initially, just drawing lines on a piece of paper without really, without regard as to what's underneath that line as you kind of are doodling. But anyway, long story short, that was my questions for y'all. Anthony and Mr. Murr.
Really peeling back the layers of the onion
Well,
tonight.
I'm trying to get to a point where I'm comfortable that we're all at least.
Then she's going to give us good direction. So
Well-
she needs the facts first.
I do. James, we've talked several times, and I am very much wanting to see Midtown be a success. what, if we put the ball fields over here and somehow this catalyzes this area, I know that the Town Lake Bridge is something that you would love to see go in, or take that off. What would be your number one priority beyond running the baseball fields and trying to create a sports entertainment district with possibly some technology sites?
Well, I mean, the bridge and road is a great project. It would be great access.
Speak into the mic, please,
Oh,
James.
I'm sorry. I did this exercise actually with Mr. Woods a while back and tried to prioritize projects. Development is such a multi-dimensional thing. It's kind of hard to answer just sitting here and trying to consider the baseball fields. As I mentioned, the baseball fields adjacent to me would have been better because.
Well, we can't do that.
Well, actually, you could in the $35 million budget back then. I mean, but I just want to make the point that I was going to be the first place for restaurants and hotels at that location. And so this location, it's very important that it's still a business park or, you know, something else that isn't super competitive with us, or else we lose almost all the advantage. I mean, 100 acres of mixed-use development there, I mean, it would kill me.
What about changing your zoning? Is there something that, I mean, think big here, because what I'm struggling with is that the residents are looking to the city to make this a huge success. And like I said, the reality is we have to look at the needs of all citizens. You're the developer.
Yeah.
I do want to partner with you, but this is not the city needs to come in and fix this. What do you think needs to happen to bridge this together? No pun intended.
I mean, realistically, from the city standpoint, we're playing some makeup here, right? But doing the monuments, right? It's not a dig. For real, look at what Bryan's done for their Midtown. They started at the exact same time we did. They've done all kinds of expensive
But I want to know what
infrastructure
you
upgrades.
would do in our Midtown. I feel like
I'm
everything
telling
is what somebody else has done or not done.
Yeah.
What do you see happening here that would make your development a success? How can we help? And give me 3 priorities.
Okay. Build this city infrastructure that connects me to the highway. I mean, if I'm throwing out a wish list, I would say do some type of sports tourism venue like Legends in the middle of my project.
But you want like $12 a foot for your property, right? I mean, you're not. Is that wrong? What are you selling your property?
We've never sat down and talked about I mean, it depends on what you're going to do and how much it's
Okay.
going to generate. And
Well, that's not okay. So, bring some development to your property, build a bridge, or build a sign. Development to your property.
from my perspective, what the city said they were going to do was going to be the monuments, significant branding, be behind it, and public-private partnerships that would create catalysts,
Okay.
like the baseball fields. The infrastructure of the bridge, it's not my obligation, that's for sure. And it's either the developers for the land next door that it's on, or it's the city's. And so, yes. You want me to say a specific thing?
Well, I do. I don't know any other developer that can't rattle off like 6 things that would help make something better. And it's frustrating to have the citizens looking at and blaming us for not making this a success when I can't get a clear bead on what you want other than it going back to plans that are, you know, no longer even part of
Build the rec center. How
Build the
about
rec
that?
center.
That was a big part. I mean, I worked for years with the mayor on it.
Can't do that, man. We're all over the place
She's
as it is.
She's asking me. I mean, I don't know what she wants me to do.
Well, you're saying, one last question.
No, I'm in, please, you continue. I didn't want side comments when you're trying to get a question answered.
All right, so we've got commercial. You're saying commercial is very hard to make successful, or nigh impossible with current land restrictions and where you're located.
Right.
All right. If you weren't trying to put commercial in there, is there something else you've thought about or explored? High-density townhome? I don't know. Is there something else that might go, I mean, we've got affordable housing crunches. I mean, there are things that you could propose that would change the landscape of what's in that area and allow, maybe take some of that burden off of you. I just don't know, and this is part of the design charrette. You wanted to be a partner in this, and I think you're a valuable partner in this, but I think we need to think beyond the past plans and come up with something that
Changing my land use, which you brought up a couple times now, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, to go backwards to residential or townhome. I mean, if I get desperate, maybe, but at this point, I'm 13 years in on holding cost. And, I mean, my basis is pretty high. So it really might make it unprofitable to do
I'm
so.
not advocating changing your land use. I'm just.
Well, you said it a couple times. So I
Well,
just
you
thought
haven't
maybe
said,
were.
no, I don't want to do that either, in all fairness.
Maybe we can move on and.
Sure.
and,
All right.
Close
but
out that line.
Absolutely. It would be my recommendation, especially since we had such a well-received baseball field item tonight, that we do some of the, you go back to your list, Anthony, I think the design charrettes in a workshop fashion with the stakeholders in Midtown, with Mr. Murr, with Thomas, with, anyone that's interested, maybe do a couple of land planning charrettes on our land in particular. And then I think as council, we just need to have a real hard conversation about what we want to invest beyond what we already have in the Midtown development.
Thank you very much. Mr. White, it's your turn.
Mr. Murr, come back up. We got a couple
Oh,
more
man.
questions for you. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
I think one of your residents who is becoming a leader for Midtown said it pretty good tonight. She said, let's do something that has a timeline on it, do it quick. And I've heard some of your citizens basically say that they've already met. They've already met over the last month or so. We're talking about a small area plan. Sounds like we're doing the small area plan right now, but we're talking about what type of small area plan. And in order for us to do it, we have to kind of come up with a blank page. Can you let go of the past? Can you let go of the past and start new? I'm going to play my new council member trump card because I'm about to run out of them. Can we start with a clean slate? Can you forgive and forget? I know it's hard. I mean, I've talked to you several times, and branding is one of the things that always comes up. Is that all that we need? Can we put a plan together? If baseball is the plan, and that's really what you and the citizens of Midtown feel like can happen, let's get it done in 30 days. Let's get it done. But we got to stop pointing fingers at each other, okay? We're all in this together. I mean, we've talked Midtown a long time for the last 10 months since I've been on council. Let's all agree that we're going to start fresh and let's get a plan. And if baseball, the catalyst, and that's going to bring us all together, that's great. But let's all get passionate about it or get passionate about something that we can move forward. Anthony, I'm not sure what category, but all I want to know is we got to make it where it's not going to take us 9 to 12 months to do.
I'd like to answer your question. I would love to forgive and move on. I believe for that to happen, I need to be treated like a partner that I was proposed to be originally. Have you ever tried to forgive someone who did not apologize? It's not easy.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Murr. Thank you, David. Mr. Wright?
All right, so this is the way I see it. This has been coming up for like a year now. Shelby has been carrying the torch. Number one reason, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you're being double taxed. That was really the catalyst to get here. Am I right? I mean, you don't have to come to the front, but the double taxing was the main catalyst that got you here.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. What happened.
Was the taxing.
Was the tax.
The double tax that you
Correct.
have to pay to live there.
Yes.
That's for you.
And the fact that it went up.
The fact that it keeps going up.
The fact that I'm paying
Right.
double, no offense to anybody else in College Station.
Oh, yeah.
When the city says, I'm going to lower the tax rate and you're paying the lowest tax rate in the town, it doesn't feel like that.
Right,
And I
especially-
have absolutely nothing, well, okay, I don't want to say, I need to be grateful.
Yeah.
Something to show for it.
I understand. But maybe for you, but for a lot of folks, they're tired of paying the double tax, right? This small area plan is great. I'm all for it. I think it involves engagement. I have a couple things that I'd like to see in it probably. That is not going to solve your tax rate right now.
Nope.
It's not,
Nope.
period.
Period.
So what is the only thing that could possibly solve the tax rate right now? Dissolving the management district.
Well, okay, that would be great.
Am I wrong?
However, is
Well,
it possible?
Is it possible to dissolve the management district so that these folks can have a relief in their tax rate?
So if we were to dissolve the short version is if you dissolve the management district, you need the permission of the developer, and then someone has to carry the debt, which I assume in this case would be us.
Yeah.
And the debt is, I think, total in the mid-20 millions.
Right. So
And
like
so
a,
if we
a little
assume-
more than a bridge that we
Okay,
would be
can we
building.
have a pause real quick? I need to ask
Well,
a
I'm just
question.
talking to the
No,
city
I'm asking. Okay, one second. I only asked this because one of our residents did do an open records request, and they learned that there was only 11, Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, was it 11 or 12 million?
Again,
It's
13. So then tell me, I just need understanding. It's not pointing fingers. So what's the difference? I mean, where's the discrepancy?
that's a factual thing that can be sorted out. Your
Okay.
point is,
My point
your
is-
point is that we
we
would
can
have to pick
sort
up
it out
whatever
right
debt,
now. Yeah.
the debt that the MMD owed.
So the MMD has about, you're correct, about $13 million in debt that has been issued. They also have probably 11, 12, 13 million. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head in obligations to the developer.
That makes
And that's where we get to about the $23 million range or so.
Okay, that's fair.
So at the top end, assuming, and again, not terms, if the city said we will assume the $25 million of debt, and then the developer would agree to dissolve the MMD, then that would be the end of that tax.
So you're saying we could start the ball tonight to dissolve the MMD if the developer agreed to it, and we could relieve these folks of their double tax burden?
If you and the developer agreed to it, then we would start the process of how we would do that legally.
I want to relieve these folks of their double tax burden because I think that this is a 10-year plan and it still won't relieve them of paying a double tax.
Can I bring something up though? If you get rid of the management district, that means you're now putting you're putting your own, like you will now be required to build what he is supposed to build with that
I
management.
completely understand it, but
And you're okay with
not
that?
paying double taxes. And then I can build it at my own
Just to be
rate.
clear,
That's not how that
that's,
would work.
no, that's not how that works. So in a normal situation, well, Anthony, in a normal situation, the developer builds all that infrastructure.
Correct. The biggest difference on if we dissolve the MMD would be it's the financing mechanism for MER and the developer. So it in essence, the reason you would do an MMD in the first place is it allows you to get municipal rates on your bonds, which is a cheaper rate than a general construction bond would be. And so you can do it for a cheaper price. Basically, it would increase the price for him to continue to develop the subdivision as it stands right now. But it would not change the city's burden at all in what we would be required to build. The town lake extension stays, but anything, if he develops another phase of residential, if he comes in and builds a commercial product, that is still his responsibility as the developer to build just like any other subdivision in the city College Station.
Sure. But we could relieve them of their double tax burden.
Correct.
So why can't we do that right now? Yeah, why can't we do that right now?
Who are you asking? Who are you
I'm
asking?
asking Mr. Mayor, why can't we relieve these folks of their double tax burden right now and we take on the debt?
Okay. Well, first of all, I didn't even know what an MMD was when I started this project. The city proposed it to me and created it and included their own land in it and then removed it right before the final day. So, yeah, you think it's irrelevant, but it's not. It was proposed to me because the whole point in the city's presentations was that a development like this that was going to take 20 years had to have special tools and incentives for the developer. So yeah, after I've spent 15 years of my life, no, I'm not real interested in the city stripping away the incentive, the tool that was put in place so that I would do this.
You're
If
not
you can give me back the
interested
7
in-
years.
You're not
of-
interested in helping the people that live in your
Oh, I
community?
know, that's how you're going to spin it.
I
Good-
am,
good
because I'm
politics.
willing to put the money up right now and do it.
No, you're just one person.
I am,
Except
but
the
I'm
only
willing to
problem
propose
is,
it.
I still have a development to try to do that I'm stuck with. Right? So that's a little bit of a problem. And the 7 years of my life I've wasted. So give that back to me too.
This seems to have turned into a discussion of the MMD. I would prefer that we carry out the direction of council with regard to the small area plan, bring that into it, but we don't need to make that decision tonight. You're trying to get information, I understand. You got
I
clarity.
want to help these citizens.
But you got an answer from the city, from Mr. Murr, but that's, if you want that built into the small area plan?
I would love that because I want to help the citizens. I think
then
this
please just
ultimately.
say that.
Yeah, sure. I think this ultimately could help the citizens, but will help them more immediately as the
Okay.
dissolve.
So
of the
his
management district.
recommendation is, and included in this discussion is, how do we manage the relationship with the MMD or eliminate it and what that would cost and all of that. So that's something you can get information on. Any other direction you want to add to? Mr. Smith? What?
I think just
I'm sorry.
just one thing to add. Sorry, I got up here. Just one thing to add. The management district. I mean, yes, that would solve the problems, but here's the other problem. We were all sold some type of vision, and that vision is being stalled by something. So yes, getting rid of the management district would solve my tax issues, but it's not going to solve what I was sold either, if that makes sense. So I guess if I could add in a plug, okay, if it was Shelby's perfect world, I could care less about amenities, but I was sold amenities. And so as a consumer, I'm like, I bought those amenities, I expect those amenities. So the management district is one thing. So if you're not going to do anything with the management district, yes, get rid of it. But if you, I mean, the way I see it is you could do something with it, and this could be a public good. And so that is my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Boehm. You may sit down. Mr. Smith?
Great, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start by thanking Melissa for her questions about how much we have invested in Midtown so far. That was something I had in my notes. If you include the utilities, the streets, the widening of Rock Prairie that's currently going on, there's a ton of dollars that we're spending in response to the development that's happening in that area. So the city is doing that infrastructure development to catalyze the development that's out there. So we're doing that. And then thinking about how much are we programmed to spend in the next 5 years when you look at Independence Park and the things that we're doing. It's like we've got a lot that we're doing. It isn't like the city is just sitting on their hands doing nothing in Midtown. We're doing a lot in Midtown. So now, okay, the time, okay, listening to the ball field thing, it's a wonderful sounding development proposal, but it felt a whole lot like that spam email that dropped on my mailbox and said, you must decide today, and I need your social security number within 30 days or else you will lose everything. It's like, we are told to delete that email or report it as spam, so it's like, it's new, it's big, it's like we got to jump on it right now. And my nature tends to go to the more deliberate process that may be described on the screen there, where we go back and say, okay, let's take our time. Let's make the decision that's best. Let's don't jump into something because we've jumped back and forth on ball fields and Veterans Park so many times that it's frustrating. And in fact, we've jumped so many times that we're going to have a hard time meeting our deadline because of those delays. Every time we jump, we go back to square one. So I'm frustrated by that. So that's how I feel about that. So in terms of direction, I think we need to build Town Lake.
Yep.
And the bridge. And I'm not opposed to jumping in with some of the signage that needs to happen. I think that we need to think about how we might finance that. We don't typically ask, the city doesn't typically go in and pay for the development of the amenities for a subdivision out of the tax dollars from the general public. That's just, we do take the tax dollars of the general public to extend streets and sewer lines, all of that infrastructure. That's appropriate. We do that all the time, and we will continue to do that. But general fund tax dollars going to development-specific amenities is a different thing. The bridge, I think, it may hit the mark on as far as infrastructure. I'm like, okay, let's find the money. Let's see what it would cost. Let's get her done. Some of those tourist dollars to pay for signage and amenities, that's what that money was earmarked for. I don't see a problem with the city asking that. It's like, hey, yeah, we'll do that, but we need to access this because this is absolutely Midtown Reserve specific amenities. It isn't something that benefits the taxpayer in general. That bridge does, because it'll be used by all of those people that are going down Carroll Fincher now. They're gonna, we will have solved some problems by putting that bridge in, and I think, and I'm all for that. So, and as far as the ball field, I'm still wanting to go there, and I think that maybe that land plan charrette, I mean, that may even take too much time off of this. I think that moving ahead with the ball fields is going to be a good thing for all, it's a good alternative to the industrial development that was previously zoned for. Let's get going on that. And I do understand, and I don't want to develop something that competes with Midtown Reserve's plans. Maybe we should talk about what Bob is talking about. Let's make it be, be a tech research development and not mixed use. And if we can come up with that so that we are facilitating, we are incentivizing development, we're not competing with Midtown's plan, we're gonna put in a bridge that ought to be there, and that ultimately, if we waited for the development process to do it, I think the city was gonna end up building that bridge anyway. So why don't we just go ahead and get that, knock that down and move on.
Hear, hear.
Okay.
Councilman,
Are
may I
you,
make a quick
do you have anything
comment?
else to add? Did you want to make another comment?
If you don't mind, sir.
Please.
Just because there was something in there that wasn't quite clear. Excuse me. The monuments, the city created a map of where monuments should be placed in the planning process. I am still planning to build all of the internal monuments on my property. The monuments I'm talking about are gateway type monuments that are on the ends and maybe the center, if you build the bridge at the intersection of Highway 6, So we're talking about city gateway monuments to a special district within the city, not my project specific.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I will close this out real quickly. Staying on your list and not getting off into, I think we've already had a charrette tonight, which is really good, because there was a lot of interaction.
I could pull out the colored pencils and
There was
maps.
a lot of interaction and
Now we're
people
down to 3.
debating ideas back and forth and trying to find some factual information that different people had different views of it. But I think what I heard was that I think you can do something between abbreviated SAP or land plan charrette or something in that area that doesn't take a year that will clarify some of the pieces and some of the recommendations and get a lot of engagement. That's the important thing, get the engagement. Frankly, I think in the meantime, it seems like we've got to make a decision on the ball fields. And I think we're gonna need to make that decision within a month. And I'm assuming that would be accepted as a given. I mean, that you can't even complete a charrette before we got to make a decision on that piece. So I think that ball field component on some of the city land makes sense. I agree with Mr. Yancey up to the point where he switched into his policy commentary, but the commentary about job-centered, value-added business park around it is a whole lot more important to me than thinking about mixed use on the city's land on the east side of Midtown Drive. That's something obviously that'll come out in the discussions with the citizens and all of that. I think you got plenty of opportunity to develop that at Midtown. You got plenty of opportunity to develop that across the street on the 28 acres. I think the business park still needs to be a business park. Ball fields, obviously, they can be worked in with the existing trail system. I can't imagine that we're going to disrupt anything about the beautiful trail that goes back through there. A lot of people have spoken about that. I would think that would be an amenity that they would want to have accenting the ballpark area. So, and I have no problem with us if we can ever find an engineer that can match the bridge heights. I don't see why in the heck we can't get that done. I mean, if we got to go out and get a contract and hire somebody to design what's going to be required for us to bridge over what we own, or not own, but what I think the council's willing to see built, to meet up with what Joe says the other side, well, then he'll design the other side to meet that. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. Mr. Murr's already said he owns the other side, and he's got to build out that intersection. He's got two beautiful corners there, and if he builds that road through, he's got a much better marketing opportunity for something on each of those corners. But he's got to build his part. We build our part up across to the edge of that Midtown land. So I would say something in the area there between a charrette. I've heard everything all the way down here, a long run, small area plan. I think I'd take your advice on that as a professional planner. I'm hoping we could do it a little quicker than that. And I think what we've heard from the people here is that we pretty well know there's not that much that we don't know about that area, but we need to have the citizens' input and then bring it back to council. Staff works through the process on it. I am concerned about delaying the Harvey Road project, small area plan, and that bothers me, and that's one reason why I would not suggest you take on a whole small area planning effort, because it seems to me what you told me was you can't do both. The staff don't have the hours to do both, and so I would I'm concerned about the whole Harvey Road mall area being pushed back, even though we don't have anybody here tonight to speak about that. I do. I feel an obligation to move that forward and not delay it. That's why I don't support a full-blown small area neighborhood planning effort.
I agree with you, Mayor.
So any further direction for
Might
staff?
I make a small motion?
No, we don't need
Wait a minute.
motions, this is direction.
I would like to see us immediately engage, or as soon as possible engaged for engineering to figure out the bridge. I would also like to see maybe a hefty land charrette plan, especially on the side of the road that is our piece, to figure out what we're going to do for the rest of our piece. I don't even know that that needs to happen right this second, because we need to get the baseball fields ironed out. So
But you're willing to see the baseball fields being there and
it's-
and work on that deal?
There's not a single voice that we've heard tonight that's against that. It answers a lot of our questions. And I think that not holding up that effort for the small area plan, should be a priority.
Mayor, do you mind if I try to summarize what I'm hearing? And then y'all can kind of head nod me in the right direction? Okay, so I'm hearing we want more of this kind of land plan charrette style that would include, basically we're going to include the assumption that we're moving forward with the baseball fields. So we'll probably kick that off around probably 30 days from now would be a guess, where we put some feedback out there, get some input, reach out to Shelby and Murr and all these different individuals to get them to the table, start working on what that committee or that group that we want to target with an audience, and then we can blast some stuff publicly for the community also interested, like we did for Northgate. That'll give us about 30 days for that while we figure out the baseball fields. We would use the baseball fields as a known factor in the land use plan. We then would go forward and host probably 2 to 4 meetings with the community, more open house style, from a land use charrette style. But also at that, more than just land use planning, trying to get their feedback more on specific items on what the community wants to see as capital expenditures the city would do, trying to gather some feedback on that as well. Oh, my notes just went away, sorry, hold on.
Town Lake.
You're right, so I've got Town Lake, the signage for sure as something to be included, and then if there's something else that the area wants to see as capital expenditures the city would do, we bring that back to council. Making sure trail connectivity.
Between the parks.
But yeah, between all the parks. And the other thing I'm gathering is that you all would like staff to move forward with the bridge more or less regardless of this effort. Is that a fair synopsis of?
You covered most of it. You didn't include the whole discussion, which I think is a separate discussion about the future of the MMD itself. It seems to me that's a separate discussion.
Yeah, that was not intentional, but I would say that's probably a different agenda item than this.
Not a planning item, it's a much bigger.
Right, that's probably a very specific item if council wants to hear as a future agenda item on what that would look like.
Well, Mr. Murr's already said he doesn't want to do it, so.
All right, but again, somebody down here suggested we still look at it. We can't force it, but without somebody being in default. So I think, obviously, some council members believe that we ought to have at least talk about it. I don't see it as part of this agenda. I see it as something separate.
Correct, and certainly at those meetings, we can have that as an idea or throw that out there if the community's interested. We're educated enough to talk on that subject at whim, so if that comes up, we're happy to answer those questions. But that's my brief summary. So again, we'd probably kick this off in about a third. We'd kick it off more or less now to start gathering, letting people know this effort is coming. In 30 days from now, we'd probably host that first meeting. Probably talking about a month, maybe 2 max, to have these different charrette meetings. And we'll bring back that feedback to council.
Yeah, and
just trying to get a very clear picture painted for what I'm going to do after this.
And I think relating back to the last item, the staff has already got some direction with respect to the baseball fields. They've given us a deadline,
right?
And there's got to be a significant dialogue between on the public-private partnership on the baseball thing. But that's
correct.
That's moving parallel to this.
Correct. That's why I'm saying that 30-day window allows us to get everybody kind of up. That 30-day window that we're looking at for baseball, it kind of gets us an idea, the ability to get everybody to the table and get the community involved.
Right. Okay. Mr. Schaefer, you see anything missing there? No. Okay. Mr. Yancey? Mr. Yancey? No. Mr. Yancey? No, you don't see any more?
No, sir. That's plenty.
Okay. Ms. McElhaney?
First meeting in a long time that maybe everyone goes home happy.
Maybe what?
Goes home happy.
Oh, everybody goes home happy? We'll see.
Anthony said
no,
yes.
I don't think everybody else is.
And I told you yes.
Armstrong, I just want to verify that in 30 days, there'll be a discussion with Midtown leaders and Thomas on the baseball. that you will bring back to us so we can make a decision whether we move forward with Veterans Park or not?
Not quite. So the 30-day conversation is related to specifically the baseball and moving on Veterans Park or not and all that. That's a different conversation.
Okay, so-
This would be, we'd have that first meeting where they'll certainly be invited, and it would be a community event at City Hall, for instance, charrette style, where everyone can show up and kind of give feedback.
So, Mr. City Manager, how would that play into the decision to move forward with veterans?
Well, I think we're basically, there's two things going on. There's incorporating the baseball into the idea of the Midtown planning effort. And then concurrently, we're going to try to hammer out to the point that we can within the next 30 days, deal points and ideas to come back to you where you can say you're ready to go or not. And then assuming that it goes forward, then it would just go forward as part of the Midtown plan. If it did not go forward, then obviously you would continue the Midtown plan and you would reset without the baseball as part of it.
And when we say reset, you're saying just scrap it and start over?
No,
Yeah, if council told us we're no longer going to do baseball in Midtown, it's just not going to work, then Anthony and his folks would just basically modify the effort so that part of the land, instead of being shown as baseball fields, would be planned as well.
We would just host a couple additional meetings now that was taken off the table.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, do you have any more comments? Okay, Mr. Smith?
You got it
okay?
covered. I'm good.
Okay. That takes care of, thank you very much, Anthony. Takes care of only the second item on our workshop. We still have a third one. Workshop item number 8.3. Mr. Ostrowski is going to come back. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action regarding policies and procedures related to real estate transactions, economic development incentives, development agreements, and non-disclosure agreements. Mr. Ostrowski, and I do have two people signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer. So I want to go over this item to get some further direction, Council, based off of some of the previous conversations. Really want to go over some of the items as we look at economic development, that we go through some of the general processes that we also follow as part of some of these items. And then the last slide, I'll provide some just general options for you to consider as part of your discussion, really looking for direction from council on where you want to proceed with some of these to make sure that you're comfortable, the public is comfortable, and we really have a good process overall. So a couple things here. Real estate transactions, that's one thing that we're involved with the city, and this can involve the purchasing of real estate. This can also involve the selling of real estate, most recently with the Midtown Business Park and kind of the ways in which we can sell some property. There's really four ways in which we can sell property. One is by public auction, which we don't really do very often, where you would put a piece of property up for public auction and it would be sold to the highest bidder. Second way you can sell property is through sealed bid. That's a very similar process, or that is the process that we use for the Northgate surface lot. So what you would do is you develop a bid doc with certain specs in it, certain review criteria, put the property out for bid, and then you could move forward with selected proposal that provided the best or the greatest benefit to the city. It doesn't necessarily have to be to the highest bidder, but really who provides the greatest benefit to the city. And really with all of these proposals, the intent of this and kind of the law behind it is trying to get the fair market value out of that property, not just providing property to someone, but it really is trying to get the fair market value out of it. The third way that you can sell property as a municipality is through the broker method. That's similar to what we did on the 28 acres with Corinth. We engage a broker, we put that property out for sale for a minimum of 30 days, and then we entertain offers. And what the law says there is that we have to take the highest cash offer on that piece of property. The fourth way, which is a newer way that came in 2 legislative sessions ago, is you can now also sell land via a 380 agreement, an economic development agreement. So previously, if you wanted to sell a property and you wanted to discount that property through some sorts through an economic development process, you would have to sell it at the fair market value, and then you could provide a cash incentive to help discount the cost of that property. With this new method that was recently introduced, you can sell it via a 380 agreement, stating that, you know, you're providing the land at a discounted rate and you don't have to do a separate agreement associated with it. So that is a new way of doing it. The one caveat with that method is you cannot do that on land that the city acquired or was under the threat of eminent domain. So those are the 4 ways in which you can sell properties. We also do economic development incentives, whether that's 380 agreements, establishing TERS, doing cash grants, loans, or whatever, and then also development agreements. So these are things that you see typically with properties out in the ETJ, where they're looking to waive certain requirements in turn for getting certain things, in terms of, we want to waive certain platting requirements and we will agree to meet certain standards for the city. Probably won't see as many of these, given that properties now are able to opt out of the ETJ, where they don't necessarily need to meet some of those requirements if they do opt out of the ETJ. So with all of these, and I'll go over this as really just a general process, and the way in which this works is typically an item or a request is submitted to council for direction, or council provides staff direction that we want to move forward with a sale of property, or we want to go buy a piece of property. But typically what you would see here, let's say I'll use the priority power example with the data center. We received a request to purchase our property. So that request then is brought to council. We then get, and that's typically an executive session, we've received other requests for other properties that the city owns. Those requests are brought to council. Council then provides direction, and that direction can be, nope, we don't want to entertain this, we're not going to move forward with it at all, or yes, we want to entertain it. Then typically what will happen at that stage of the process is that staff will then enter into negotiations with that selected, or with that either your company and or developer who is, let's say, wanting to buy a piece of property. So we will go through that based off council direction. We will take back to council kind of updates on status negotiations with that potential business or developer, and seek additional direction from council based off of those kind of updates that we provide. After a preliminary agreement is generally reached by all parties, the item is added to a council agenda for presentation, discussion, and possible action. With the data center, one of the concerns was that, hey, we only got 5 days, 4 days, 7 days, whatever it is, but there wasn't enough time to have a full public engagement discussion about that to kind of like look at any concerns that may come out of it, any other thoughts that they want to be put into it, or maybe it's just not a project that we want to proceed with within the city. But that's the typical process that we would have with sale of property, purchase of property, economic development incentives that we would go through. But what I want to outline here is some potential options based off some of those comments that we had heard that we didn't have enough time. So one of the things that, like I said, there is possible action. Does not mean council can or needs to act on that and needs to sell property that evening. They could delay it, but it maybe wasn't readily apparent as we went through that process. So looking at what some potential options could be, as we work through some of this, we could require a non-decision workshop session prior to finalizing any property transaction or economic development incentive, providing an opportunity for the public to provide feedback. So what that would look like is maybe something that we saw here tonight with generally the baseball fields, is that, and maybe it's a little bit different, but let's say we want to sell a piece of property. Before we move forward with a final action on that, we would have an item on one council agenda that says, here's a workshop item with no action associated with it. And then based off of the feedback that we got at the workshop session, council could then direct staff to bring forth the final agreement at the next available meeting, or could go 30 days out, or whatever time period that council feels comfortable with. Another option, and this is actually one of the items that is starting to probably will be a recommendation inside or as part of our economic development master plan, is a process called like Meet the Project. That was kind of a way of looking at it tonight with the baseball project. Really, it's ranging public engagement gatherings for significant development projects and or redevelopment initiatives to really encourage additional community participation. So we could do that for specific projects that we felt might have a larger impact on the community. Because there are some projects that we have done in the past, and we have done this a very similar way with the data center, We did it a very similar way with, Farah. We did it a very similar way with Hunton. We did it a very similar way with, Caprock, with the office park and the College Station Business Center. The difference is the data center probably had a much larger impact on everything else around it. And so we can look at those types of projects and just have a very different process associated with those as well. Another thing we could do as part of these processes, non-disclosure agreements have come up as well. So typically what happens there is companies will come to the city and will state that we want a non-disclosure agreement to protect certain information of that company. And some companies don't want their names to be out there. Some of those companies, they aren't necessarily always a data center or kind of an industrial project. It could be a retail project. They just don't want their name out there at this particular point in time because they're not ready for that to go public with some of those. But I know there were some concerns as it relates to the timing of when that NDA expired and so forth. So one of the things that we could do is create a standard template for non-disclosure agreements and or require council consent on some of those on those non-disclosure agreements related to development projects. And what that would look like is that we'd have to bring those non-disclosure agreements to council. You'd have to consent to those in order for us to move forward. Now, that could add additional time into the process, and that might be absolutely fine. I think one of the things that we see, and it's not too frequent, is where I see some of these things causing potential impacts as it relates to us being responsive in some of these projects is projects when we get from the state. So oftentimes, we get 1, 2, 3 projects, 4 or 5 a month that will come from the state and say, we have this potential project looking to locate in the state of Texas in this particular region. It is a manufacturing project for whatever. And so they will then ask, do you have sites available? Submit those. And also a lot of times that will come out of those is that those companies will want an NDA signed with that. And those typically can be a very quick turnaround in order to move forward with that. However, you're not committing to anything with those. We're just submitting sites for their consideration, so we can still look at moving forward with the process on the non-disclosure agreements as well. Item number 4, require council consent for both language and scoring criteria on bid and proposal requests. What I mean by that one is that when we went and looked at, the way in which we sell properties, let's say if we do it through a sealed bid process, what we would do in that instance is to ensure that council is comfortable with kind of the ultimate desire of what we want to see out of that project. We would bring the bid document here or to the Economic Development Committee to say, is this accurate, what you want to see on that particular property? Is the scoring criteria accurate in what you want to see, and what do you value out of those? So running that bid proposal by council prior to it being released out to the public. So for example, like the Northgate project that we released, we would bring that as a bid document here, get your blessing on that before we would release that out into the public. Number 5, council to take formal action in open session after any executive session where direction is given on a particular item. That would provide you the opportunity to really provide that direct direction on moving forward with a particular project as we had discussed in the executive session. And that would give you the opportunity to, if you were maybe one council member not in support of it, or 2 council or whatever, the opportunity to vote and say, I don't want to give you that direction to move forward, but maybe a majority of council does. And then finally, number 6, and I think this one will be a little bit longer time horizon, is and maybe something that also comes out of the Economic Development Master Plan, updating and modifying our economic development incentives to ensure that they align with current objectives. Ours are really expired, so anytime you do some of these TERS or reinvestment zones, you have to have guidelines that are adopted and current as part of that. So I think one of the things that we could do is have that discussion too, and kind of bring you back some draft guidelines to make sure that those guidelines align with kind of your vision and really the vision of the city. So those are just some potential options. Happy to answer any questions. I know Councilmember Yancey, you had submitted some as well as some potential options, but really wanted this to be kind of an open dialogue. Any comments that you want to provide or any clarifying questions that you have, happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I do have two people signed up. How about if I ask them to make their presentations, and then we'll start with Mr. Smith and go down this way. So I have two presentations. Mr. Jeffrey Hughes, still here, followed by Lloyd Davis.
This is the last time I'm going to address council tonight, I promise, unless you ask me another question. I'm here to speak out against the use of non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs, in our city government. I believe that they can undermine the very foundation of public trust and accountability that is necessary. And in a democracy like ours, guys, transparency isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Yet in our city and others, we see NDAs shield critical decisions from public scrutiny, whether that's economic development, settlements, partnerships that affect our daily lives. These agreements, they can create a veil of secrecy that leaves residents in the dark, fostering suspicion, erodes our confidence in our leaders. Consider this. When city officials negotiate behind closed doors and are bound with NDAs, how can we ensure that the decisions prioritize the public good over private interests? You know, in College Station, we deserve better. Lack of transparency has real consequences. It stifles community input, it hides potential conflicts of interest, it obfuscates questionable decisions, it allows inefficiencies or even misconduct to go unchecked. In the case of Priority Power, the NDA was signed and bound members of this council to silence even before they were sworn into office. And the notion that a 1,000-page plus agenda packet posted at 4:10 p.m. in the afternoon on a Friday before the council meeting on the following Thursday is adequate for citizen input is laughable. You guys, council, staff, you worked on this deal for 10 months in complete secrecy. 4 business days and a weekend notice to the community might have been legal, but it's an insult to the idea of good and transparent government to say that this was ethical or right. I'll say it again. Just because something is legal doesn't necessarily make it ethical. It doesn't make it right. I said this the night of the data center discussion. You guys have a trust problem with the citizens in College Station. I would challenge you to tackle those problems head on. I urge this council to take bold action to mandate public disclosure of all agreements involving public funds, commit to open forums where residents can access information without barriers. Transparency, guys, builds stronger communities, and I want to encourage you to embrace it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
One quick question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hughes, you've heard the presentation from staff on suggestions and recommendations to deal with the very problem that you've outlined. Do you have any thoughts on any of that, or you want to wait and just hear the discussion? I mean, are these reflective of some of the kinds of things you would like to see?
One thing that I've had several folks, you know, in the community ping me about is, you know, we feel strongly that you all should be the people that are agreeing to those NDAs, right? Our elected officials. Not so much unelected officials. So, you know, in the case of things that would require council consent for those kind of things, yes, I 100% agree with that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll leave that for further discussion. Mr. Davis. Been a long night, and I know you're the last one signed up to speak other than a few people available
It's
for
been
questions.
a long night and it's freezing in here. But anyway, if nothing else, it at least makes me, I'll take some of the harsher parts of my comments out so we can keep it as meaningful as we can. Talking about NDAs, I'm really talking about the NDA portion of it. And similar to what Jeff just said, and we didn't plan these together by any means, but a lot of the comments are almost word for word the same. The data center was such a bad idea that it basically taints all of what we're talking about tonight, I think. You know, we had 4 business days from the time it was announced to the time it was going to be voted on. It was scheduled at that time to be last or almost last in the agenda, knowing that that agenda was going to run a long time. I think y'all were here until 2. I left at midnight that night. That was intentional. I'd heard one of you speak on the power of agenda one time, and that made a lot of sense to me. When an agenda item as controversial as that is set for last, that's willful, and that is unacceptable. It was a misuse of power in my mind. So I think, what did we learn from the data center? Well, honestly, the WTAW interview didn't help us, because what I heard in that interview, Mayor Nichols, was it was a fantastic fiscal boon. It would have been a great fiscal contribution to the city. I didn't hear a lot of, gosh, we mishandled this. We should have understood this. So I think all in all, the data center in and of itself was such a poor idea that the bonds of trust between the city and the citizens have been frayed to the point of breaking, and I don't think that we can repair that. I don't think this council can or the staff leadership can without significant changes, and that's what we're talking about tonight. So I have 2 very simple suggestions. First of all, and one of them is almost exactly what Jeff said earlier, just a few minutes ago, NDAs involving real estate transactions and significant issues, not the others that you referred to in WTAW, have to be signed by the majority of the council. Staff signatures are irrelevant. They can advise, but you are the guys that have to make the decision to say, yes, I'm willing to sign up for this. Secondly, NDAs must expire at least 3 weeks prior to the subject matter being discussed in a public session of the council, saying the subject must be announced so it can be known by the public, digested, analyzed, and understood, and you will have first had the opportunity to get public input before you act. And it's a contract. An NDA is the same thing as anything else. Negotiate, hey, this is the warning, this is what's left. How you address this tonight tells us how you believe the city works with its citizens or the citizens work for the city. It's an important policy statement. You guys represent us. In the case of the data center, you failed.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yeah, you've got a question.
Just a quick
here.
question. When did you find out about Southern Roots Baseball?
Southern Roots Baseball, recently.
When it was posted on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay.
I think the point is that the fact that we organized that discussion the way we did is really related to number 2 on the list of ideas.
Yeah, I would
guess
say
the larger question is, to address some of the concerns you have, do you see any of these making progress in the right direction?
I do. Actually, I thought a lot of what was said, what Anthony said was helpful and was a point to this. I think accountability was the idea. In the case of the data center, I don't think this would have mattered. I don't think this would have mattered, because it was going to have this detrimental effect immediately. And I would expect the council to say, guys, we don't need a year's worth of discussion here. We need to move along. We saw a lot of data on that one.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I appreciate that. We are a representative body, and I would say that in executive session, council members asked a lot of questions. We were well informed. Your view of the outcome probably matched what the outcome was up here, but we went through a process that we felt, not everybody, but by consensus in executive session, that we were looking at all the relevant parts. When it came to the end, we all know how it came out. So I appreciate your thoughts.
We do.
And thank you for the ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you also, Mr. Hughes, your comment on some of these suggestions. So I'm going to turn to the council, and what we're doing here is providing direction to staff. Do you have some? If you got a question for Michael, go ahead. I'm going to start with Mr. Smith, and we'll work this way and see if we can help sort things out. Let me just point out one other thing I meant to comment to Mr. Davis as well. Sometimes the way we put things on an agenda imply that we're going to make a decision that night, but we don't have to make a decision. It just says possible action. Frankly, that's been a bit misleading because we all think, well, we got to make a decision. And the decision could have been, we don't know enough about this. We've heard from the citizens, everybody signed up. Let's pause this process for another month till we collect some more facts and evidence, and we then make a decision later on. The word possible action in that agenda creates some, not confusion necessarily, but expectations that people believe this is the last time it's going to be discussed. Well, council can take action by simply postponing it till a date certain. So that's always a possibility on agenda items when it says possible action. Anyway, let's proceed. Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This list of potential options, I really like all of them. I'll focus in particular on number 3, in requiring council consent for non-disclosure agreements. I think that's a reasonable place to go with this. I think non-disclosure agreements are a fact of life in these kinds of negotiations, but I do think that we should put the city council in the position of being responsible for that agreement. And also for us being able to look at that agreement and saying, no, this asks too much, and so that we can say, I'm willing to hold off this long, but I think we ought to be able to look at that NDA and be responsible for what it is we're committing to. And then on the tail end of that, when the NDA ends, we need to give it enough time for public information to be dispersed before an action item is scheduled. And you're right, it says possible action. We can choose. In fact, we could walk in and see the size of the crowd and say, just want to let you know up front, we're not going to be making a final decision on this item tonight. We're going to hear what you have to say, and we're going to come back in 30 days or whatever, some date. And we could start the meeting off with that, and that anxiety might be lessened some.
Mr. Wright?
I think that most of these are just good tools that we can use, like arrange public engagement gatherings for significant development or redevelopment initiatives. I feel like we already do that. Like I see it all the time. Thomas Park, everything. I feel like that's already a tool in our toolkit. Create a standard template for non-disclosure agreements. I'm pretty sure we use a standard non-disclosure, require council consent for NDAs, related development projects. I don't feel like I'm not already right there. But if that's a change of some sort, or we're just being more forward with it, I'm not sure. I'm in favor of that. A non-decision workshop session prior to finalizing. I think those are good tools to use, and it should be at the discretion of this body whether or not we use them. I'm just saying, like, to require it for everything, I'm fine with. It just seems like you're gonna get a lot of situations where no one shows up. But I'm fine with anything. I'm fine with anything that can make it all the more transparent and for folks to really grasp the process and how these things work. So that's not a lot of direction there, I'm sorry to say. But I'll pass it on to others. I'm sure there'll be a consensus I'll agree to.
Mr. White?
Well, thank you. I agree. I think a lot of these are going to be great tools in our toolkit. But let me ask you a couple of questions before we get into the specific options here. When somebody comes to you and they request an NDA, currently the procedure right now is that y'all will agree with that NDA, or staff develops that NDA, and are you signing that on behalf of staff and council, or just staff?
So currently, we will have companies that will come that will request an NDA to protect certain information. We typically don't sign that immediately. We negotiate certain terms in there that make sure that it meets the Public Information Act and so forth. But then the current process would be that we negotiate those terms. It would go then to the city manager for a signature, and then he has the power to bind the city as part of that.
Does anybody that you visit with specifically ask you not to share who it is with council?
They don't necessarily not ask to share it directly with council.
So why don't we get all the information sometimes? Because
with what?
Well, so you bring an option to council, but you say they would like an NDA, but we cannot tell you who that person is or that company is.
So there have been instances where companies have had a challenge in the past where information has got out, and that's why they want an NDA signed. So we typically will bring that to you for council's consideration, and like we did the last time, and got your guidance on that, and then we brought that back. But that was, I guess, an odd one where they didn't want their name out there at this particular time without an NDA being signed because of the concerns that they've had previously. But typically what will happen is oftentimes those NDAs are signed, and that gives them the comfort level of like, all right, now we're able to disclose this information that we can provide directly then to council.
And just to be clear, I think first of all, we don't actually sign a ton of NDAs. There have been a few more. We've had more land sales recently. But the company you're talking about, when they came, they basically said, we want you to sign this NDA, but we don't necessarily know if we want council to know because of another experience they had. We did not sign that NDA. We came to council and said, this is their terms, and then went back to them and said, we won't sign it unless you tell council, and then we told council.
So citizens have brought up priority power. On that particular NDA, what was in that agreement? That we would not disclose who they were for 5 days? What was the specific timeline in that NDA?
Yeah, none of that was in there in terms of like who we couldn't disclose. Their name in certain things. There were certain informations that they have as company specific. But typically with any of these NDAs, and it gets back to kind of this first bullet point, like you have an NDA to protect certain information.
Sure.
You also have executive session, which in times we are negotiating. But there's nothing to prevent you to say, you know what, at this point in time, we need to get more information for the public, and that's kind of your stance that you want to go with. And then we can ask that and request that to say, hey, this is where we're at. We need to get more information on that. Or you could say, you know what, we're done with the negotiation process. We've come to a tentative agreement, but then you're going to put this project out with all the company information that we're able to do for a period of time. You don't necessarily, hey, it expires 5 days after it goes public or something like that.
So is there a standard template that we use that, as Mr. Davis said, 3 weeks? I mean, that might be a good benchmark. Can we put in our NDAs that we will not go any less than 3 weeks?
And I guess I would ask, like, what is your goal with all of this, right? And so if the goal is we want to allow the public to understand these projects further, give them adequate time to review all of the information in there, number one would solve all of that, right? And so we would say, look, on some of these projects that we feel that could have a significant impact on the neighborhoods or the city, or just general good practice, you could say, we're going to have a non-decision workshop, and we're not going to take any action. We're going to get public feedback. We're going to sit there for at least 30 days or another council meeting, and then you bring it back for action in the future. The NDA at that point really doesn't matter. So if the concern is that we don't have time, or the public doesn't have an adequate time to review all of the documents, make an informed judgment call on kind of where they stand on it, to provide you guys comments as well, number one can solve all that, right? And so having we want at least 30 days on these large projects like this to allow it to sink in. I don't think you're going to limit yourself on a lot of economic development projects at that point in time.
Yeah, and just to be clear, and to use Priority Power kind of as an example, because it's fresh and it's got all this, like, with that, if none of this had changed, there was no policy difference, but the council or we had said, hey, we're going to post this and not have action on there. And again, I will just tell you, I'm a military guy, and one of the ways you do things is you try to keep the process consistent so that it's consistent. Like, that is a measure of how to make sure you're transparent in its own way. But when you're dealing with some of these things that has been said and looking back on that project now, like, we could have said, okay, yes, we always post for action. Like, everything we do, we're going to not post for action. That would have been one thing. You could have a policy that says we won't do it. You could put that into an NDA if you wanted to, but no, every NDA, once something becomes public, that's gone, right? Because we're a public entity. It can't supersede that piece. So it can also be from a policy perspective that you just say, like, we will not, like, do certain things. It could be in the NDA or it can be not. You can also say we're going to hear something for 30 days or minimum of 2 meetings before we ever vote on it. And then if in those meetings you are like, we don't know enough, you can just extend it out even further. So even in the case of that, you could have had all these things in place. I think what we're trying to lay out is ways that people can look at it and see what that expectation is, much like we have done to this point. We've done everything very consistently. Now, it just obviously, when you look at how everything turned out on that project, we're trying to reset what that would be so that the expectation is clear for everybody.
Super helpful. So, one last question for you. Give me the mindset of a big corporation who would ask for an NDA. Why would, because I've never been in a position where I would ask the city for an NDA. Why would they do that?
So there's often company specific financials that they may share with you. There's also just timing of development. So if it's a company that doesn't want their name out there because it can impact everything else that may go around it in terms of the development. There are a number of reasons why companies will want an NDA to not disclose certain information associated with it.
Very interesting. They don't want other people to know so they can build around it.
That's one thing. And also, so a lot of it is oftentimes if they're providing you, let's say, financial information, and the project doesn't go anywhere, they don't want that out in ether in terms of all that information. So the other thing too is, like, even if, let's say, with the Priority Power instance, and let's say an NDA was signed on the 12th and it came to council, I think it was the 14th or whatever, council couldn't just say, no, we don't want to entertain this in any development, right? And so even if the NDA is signed and we bring, like, okay, here's a project, they made us sign an NDA in order to disclose this information with you. Council could say, we don't want to entertain this project anymore, and that project ends, right? And then we just provide that direction back to the entity or development who is proposing that project. So just by signing an NDA doesn't require you to move forward through additional phases of the project.
Right. Well, I'll hear what my colleagues have to say, but I like the kind of timeline of 3 weeks, and then using a lot of these as our tools to get it out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take my opportunity to just mention one or two things here. I think many of these help us to address the questions that have been raised about our whole processes. Certainly number one, and 3 or 4 weeks certainly is a reasonable time. I think ought to be built into almost everything we do in these kinds of areas. And as indicated, you can build that into an NDA. If we've got to have an NDA, when I'm not suggesting that we never use NDAs. Open Records Act, I think I got a copy of that from Mr. Falco. We had 6 or 7 of them, maybe 10. 6 of them were NDAs that the city requires of a franchisee who wants access to data about where our water lines, gas lines, phone lines, internet lines are in the city. That's information particularly water, sewer, and electricity that we don't want to share beyond a franchisee that's got to work in the right-of-way. So other than that, there was about 4 of them, I think is what you said. Is that right, Mr. Falco?
Right. The majority of the NDAs that the city has are on our form that utility providers get from the city to protect critical infrastructure that the city has. So those, the vast majority of NDAs, we just have just a handful that are from corporations for economic
But those that the
development.
city requires, it's pretty common of cities.
Right, and I think there was only 12 total that we had.
Yeah. So I guess that my main point is that this is a timely discussion because of priority power in the data center. I think it's always wise, and I do support almost every one of those items up there. It's also always important not to set policy based on one anomaly, mistake, problem area. So I think we ought to think carefully about how we use some of these tools. I don't think we should simply assume, as many citizens have, that there's a lot of nefarious activity going on among council members with respect to everything we do. But yet that was out there in the social media. I accept that. I ran for this office. I know how it comes about. But I do think we need to be a little careful about setting policy based on one bad incident, one bad case. And I accept the fact that this was a problem area, and I accept the criticism that comes with it. Ms. McElhaney.
Maybe just one quick thing to answer Councilmember White's. Also, one of the other reasons why companies will request NDAs is because of competition too. That will come in, right? So if you have, and don't think of all NDAs as just like large-scale industries, right? They can be retail, so it's very competitive in that sense. So if Walmart comes in and says, hey, we want an NDA because we want to talk to you about maybe locating within this general vicinity of the city, well, they may not want Target to know that, right? And so because if they go in, it may impact their business model as well. So that is another reason why companies will want kind of that protection with the NDA.
I will tell you as an example, from my private sector days, when I was on the development side, we did work for HEB, and that was one of the most NDA-laden situations possible because they were often putting together different properties and dealing with different, and the grocery industry is heavily competitive, so that we haven't seen that necessarily, but you see it in those industries sometimes more than you do even in heavy industry.
And a lot of those are with private entities. And the NDA is not with the city, it's with a private entity in a lot of
Right,
cases.
they have
Whoever's selling the
it's a
land.
whole system about how they do it, but it has to do with public entities, private entities, different organizations. It's complex.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. McElhaney, back to you.
I have a lot I want to unpack here. One thing I'd like to say about the agenda, it is posted consistently, and the agenda is evolving up until the time it's posted many times. Is that a fair statement? I mean, they aren't made a week in advance and just sit there.
Well, actually, they are made a week in advance
Well-
and drafted, but then they're adjusted depending on what staff
what
tells them is ready to be heard publicly, correct? You have a draft about 10 days ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're a conglomeration of things. So like,
Well, let me finish my statement.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
So there kind of was a perfect storm as it related to the data center. And part of that was that we had a member of this council breach the NDA. Okay, whatever motive or reason or misunderstanding there may have been, the fact remains that we had a breach. And that put...
If I was indeed subject to it, yes, by 16 hours.
Please, let's not
16
get
hours.
into that
Please let me
discussion, but
talk. I just
proceed with
wanted
your
to-
comment.
I'm not casting aspersions or blame, but that was at least at the time it happened, that it was the very clear understanding.
No, ma'am, it was not.
Please, let's just let her finish her statement.
There is one big thing I want to apologize for, and that was that we didn't have a workshop up front. I do think that would have been something that was very useful for all involved. I do not want to apologize. I do want to stress that the council was right in bringing this forward to the public. And I'll say that. What other opportunity do we have to knock 10 cents off the tax rate, make on the low-end conservative piece of this, $5 million a year for the county, another $12 million a year in taxes for our school systems. I'm not advocating for the data center. I'm just saying that when there is a deal that has that potential to it, I feel like we're doing a disservice not to at least bring it forward to our citizens for consideration. I also want to talk just a little tiny bit about what happens in executive. Staff is continually bringing us information about whatever deal is being discussed. And we ask them more questions and they go get more answers. And the concerns that the citizens had were very much mirrored by the concerns that council had. And I can honestly say, coming into and knowing this was going to be an agenda topic, I didn't know how council was going to go on it. We don't vote. We're actively trying to build something to the position that it can come forward to the public to be discussed. I do not think we should have come forward with the purchase agreement first. It should have been a workshop item. That, for me, is where the critical, crucial mistake was made. And then as we were moving through the process, when the NDA was broken, that really hamstrung, I felt it, I felt the rest of us, because anything at that point, I felt like I was heaping additional liability onto the city. This is a project that was potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in profit for this company, and they had a strong argument that the NDA was broken, public firestorm. It's honestly the deer in the headlights look. So I agree that we should have been very different in the way we handled this. NDAs in general are a routine part of business. Coming from the private sector, I hate to see a document like an NDA be the reason that we miss out on the ability to even evaluate an opportunity. So when this federal or the state projects come through, I would like some flexibility. Our role is not here we're the board of directors. We have a CEO sitting over here. And I feel like we should create policies that empower our CEO to do the things that we need done to make business move forward, but we need to have proper controls in place. I would be very happy that if as soon as an NDA was executed, council was just received a copy of it. And then we can decide, and it obviously have standardized language that we have clear expectations of what we will and won't agree to. But I don't feel like, again, that we should change a whole policy based on one misstep. Believe me, we will not make that one again. And it was not intentional. We wound up having, like I said, a perfect storm. And I was mentioning the agenda being something that evolves. That actually, we found out later that staff was still in active negotiations trying to change some stuff to put us in a little bit better position as to what land was even subject to the agreement. But once it came out on social media, staff felt like it would increase the illusion or of not being transparency if all of a sudden it was pulled off the agenda, and moved to the following meeting. So there's a lot of things that happen with priority power that I really wish we had done differently. But I am not sorry that we brought it forward. I feel like anytime we have an opportunity with that amount of community impact, citizens deserve the right to weigh in on it. And I feel like if we hadn't brought it forward and y'all found out about that, that would have been, oh my goodness, that's not transparent. They had this opportunity and they didn't bring it forward. So there's this balancing act that you have, and I think it was taking your words, Jeff, you weigh the public good against the private interest. And what was that? Because they're routine things. I mean, when you do right. I mean, you want to make sure that the people we're doing business with, their intellectual property, their business practices, things of that nature are protected, and that's an understandable desire for them. I think I would like to keep the signatory power with the CEO of our particular company, but I would like more timely reporting to the board of directors. Say, look, hey, we've done this. If you want to proceed further, we can. But make it based on, like on the NDA for Party Power, it was Party Power's document, their letterhead. I think the ones that we signed should be, for the most part, City of College Station with our standard boilerplate. And I know y'all negotiate for that as well. I do think it would impede progress. A lot of what we do, let's get real, is very tedious. It's not stuff that the general public typically is interested in. I'm not saying it's not important, but I do think a standard posting on a standard agenda is more than enough to accomplish the goal. I like having the flexibility. I know Bob early on had mentioned at some point about doing a workshop, but it never came up like at the time at which we were getting ready to put it on the agenda. So, I think that is an invaluable tool. I love like what happened tonight. We did the same thing for the multi-use event center. I am pushing for more transparency. I don't like having any conversations back there. I want to have the conversation with Mr. Murr and Midtown right here, because then there's no question about what happened. But I don't want to further add red tape to stuff when I'm not sure what it would accomplish. I think we need to rebuild public trust, but at the same time, being consistent with what we do, I think, is the most important thing that we can do. Anyway, I am sorry that did not come out for workshop. It absolutely should have.
Do you have any direction on any of those items? Or just generally,
I think
the statements you made?
The statements I made, I do think that if an NDA is signed, I'm fine with staff doing it if there are guidelines and maybe some boilerplate versions that we have, at least to get the ball rolling. As long as council's notified, we're emailed a copy and notified as soon as that happens. I don't want to stop progress.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's crucial that we recognize that this is not a one-off. Mayor, it's not. We're the proud owner of a Macy's. We had the data center. We had the Northgate situation. It's not a one-off. And
I was referring to NDAs primarily, but
well,
proceed, please.
Relative to the NDA, I guess it is. I've been on council for 3 years, I guess, and I've been on the Economic Development Committee for that entire 3 years. The council's Economic Development Subcommittee did not even meet for the first entire year. We didn't even meet. I think what we have here is an institutionalized behavior. You can't necessarily point at any one individual, where councils past perhaps have, in my estimation, abdicated their governance responsibility as it relates to economic development. Michael asked a really good question. What's the goal? I think the goal is, in economic development, is prosperity with as much transparency as we can get. We want to sign great deals on behalf of the citizens that elected us and put us in this office, and we want to be as transparent with them as we possibly can. We didn't do that with Macy's. We didn't have a defined proposal with Northgate, and we certainly were not in possession of all the facts and did not give the citizens enough notice relative to the data center. And I think there have been other things, and I without personalizing it, I think what gives rise to that is perhaps strong personalities and weak personalities. I think maybe councils past displayed weak personalities around this very crucial, important business that the city is involved in, and staff were, leadership abhors a vacuum, just like nature. And I think staff occupied the space that perhaps councils past abdicated. And I, as one member of council, I ran on my business acumen. I believe people voted for me for my business acumen. I want to know what's going on better relative to economic development activities so that I can bring what I know is my expertise to bear on behalf of the citizens that elected me. Esteemed colleague White asked the question, what are NDAs for? They're for a lot of the things that, moving to the NDA, they're for a lot of the things that, that Michael talked about, to protect proprietary technology and to protect proprietary processes. I don't think that's what was going on here. To protect themselves from predatory behavior. If you've got a CVS going in on a corner, they don't necessarily want Walgreens to know about it because they know what they're going to do. Deal protection. I think that's what Priority Power was doing with the non-circumvention agreement. They were never going to build a data center. This council never knew that. This council never, I know I did. If we did, we didn't talk about it openly ever in the process. Priority Power was never going to be the general contractor on a data center build in our city. And for 10 months, we bobbed along like a cork on the river, and we never talked about, in a granular way, the business deal that was in front of us. I think it's dangerous to look at this as a one-off. I think it's dangerous to say, oh, well, you know, but we did most of it right, and if it not for that darn Yancey giving the citizens 16 hours notice, I guess I was 50% under the perception. I thought clear, and at least one other council member heard it the same way I did, that it was lifted, let her rip. But it was also 50% that I knew what we were doing was just wrong. And if it had been any one of our houses within 800 feet, I promise each and every one of us would have felt exactly the same way. And that's what makes it dangerous to not get this right going forward. So there's a couple of buckets here. There's the NDA. There's who's driving the vision bus in economic development. I think it needs to be us. I don't think I've ever seen the state list. What's the acronym for Governor Abbott's list where they send out all the list of opportunities?
We get a list from particular projects. They don't send out like a whole list. It's an individual project that they'll send out.
It's under a program that's got an acronym. It's not important. I'm drawing a blank on the acronym, but we didn't meet for the first year. A lot of times we get told about these in very obscure ways. We don't get the name of them. It's gotten better over the years. It truly has. And I believe I've played a role in that. But I think it's time to define the process. And to that end, I have a lot more I'm going to say, but it's late. Want to say, but it's late. To that end, if you could bring up the policy that I proposed. And by the way, there's a lot of what you wrote, Michael, that exactly aligns with what I said. But I think the things that we need to ensure going forward is that we see the list and we see the proper nouns, not just the nouns, and that we decide in consultation with staff which economic development or real estate deals that we want to pursue. I think a lot of that, ins and outs of that, are happening in kind of undefined ways. But I think, and I just highlighted a few of them, I think a select council committee not constituting a quorum shall be available for a meet and greet, prospect presentation, or site visit when deemed appropriate by mayor and council. I don't like that we see these human beings for the very first time. They're going to do a major project in our city, and I don't know them from Adam. I don't like that. When my constituents come to me and they say, Yancey, what were y'all thinking about when you did this? Gee, I don't know. I never met the guy. Everything I know about him is what staff told me. Any EDR, economic development / real estate related NDA requests from staff or EDR leads or prospects must be deliberated and approved by council before execution. I think that's absolutely critical. EDR related NDAs in which the terms and conditions therein are applicable to council. By the way, that's an open question, whether or not a non-disclosure, non-circumvention agreement that you've never seen and you've never signed when you're an elected official can be applicable to you. So let's take that off the table. I think the mayor should sign it after we all deliberate right in front of us. Anything that's supposed to be applicable to council shall be executed by the mayor after executive session discussion and upon a consensus agreement of council. A copy of all council applicable and active NDAs shall be provided to each council member. I think all economic development and real estate related NDAs shall include a lift or cancellation provision allowing no less than 30 days public notice before the estimated date of an agenda item that could result in the execution of a contract. All economic development, real estate related NDAs shall include flexibility provisions for holding a workshop item so that council may fulfill its duty of transparency to the citizens we serve. And then I think most important, because I've seen this happen again and again, we've carried deals months and months down the river that I know for a fact we didn't know enough information about. And so early due diligence, this business of we've got to be in a contract before we can learn. Somebody said it, the citizen said it best. That's like a Nancy Pelosi bill. You got to sign it so that you know what's in it. That's ridiculous. We can know years in operation, the identification of principals, the company history and their primary revenue sources, experience in the proposed project category. Any one of those would have told us who Priority Power was, and it wasn't a data center general contractor, I can tell you that. Recent merger and acquisition activity, if applicable, they had just been bought 4 months before they called us, and their whole business model morphed under their new ownership. Active lawsuits and bankruptcy history. They almost had a lawsuit on the other side of town with the city of Bryan, Texas A&M University, and we almost walked right into a deal with them for lack of due diligence. An assessment of the prospect's ability to perform, resulting in a successful project. And how about the prospect's reputation in the industry and their BBB complaint record? Not everybody's going to have one, but it's some information. Now, a ton of that information is knowable, and you might ask, why doesn't council go out and get it themselves? I did. I had this information. But I don't think my colleagues did, and we're lay counsel. So I think we need to capture all of this up in a procedure to make sure that Macy's, to make sure that Northgate, to make sure that the data center absolutely, positively never happen again. Leadership is hard. Accountability is hard. This is not a civic social club. I think we need to start doing our job. And I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to all of us. Thank you, Mayor. I've had my say. I appreciate it.
Would you like to comment on the 6 items that, if you flip back to the, I think you covered a lot of them in your comments, so.
I commend Michael and his team, whoever was involved, including the city manager, in putting this together. I think it's great. I think it's a big step towards accountability. But I like my policy better because I spent 3 hours of headache-inducing thought. And there's a lot of things I didn't touch on that highlighted in my policy, which capture up these other issues around how we're collecting these leads, seeing these leads, vetting these leads, understanding these leads before we pursue these leads. There's a lot that needs to go into that that's not going into it now. And I as as one member of council, I'm not willing to abdicate my responsibility in the area of economic development. I'm just not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey. Mr. Schaefer?
Michael, thanks for bringing this to us. City Manager, thanks for bringing it to us. I know that we've had some things that have gone on that we've heard plenty about down the line here that have created this need. I don't want to, I'm kind of like Melissa, I don't really want to get into things that are going to micromanage the process. I don't think we should be a micromanaging group, but I do think that when I looked at this and thought about it, the things that caught my attention were number 2, that first of all, to arrange some kind of public engagement gatherings, meet the project. I like that feel. And I think that this is going to, there's so much to do. We know this. We've been talking about this all night. We have so many different things going on, and you guys as staff are going in 100 different directions, and it's difficult. But I think we ought to try through Meet the Project to get into places more often. We've done it sometimes. We did it with some things over in Southside when we were looking at transportation alternatives for maybe Fairview and Montclair and some other things. We had meetings in places like Lincoln Center and in the neighborhoods where things were happening. And I think when we can do that, it shows a willingness. It's symbolic, really, for us to go into the places where these things are going to make the biggest difference. I'm not sure if we could have gone to the fire station down there, on Fitch and done something down there on this data center deal or not. And this is just I don't know, it's hard to say what we can really afford to do in terms of people's time, but I think it's another way to be transparent is to go to where the people are instead of always having the people come to us, I guess. I like the idea of doing something with NDAs that gives us a better chance to look at them and think about them with staff maybe earlier in the process. I don't really know exactly what that looks like without some more discussion, but there's been a lot of good ideas from my fellow council members on that. I think that, getting into things like scoring criteria and bid proposals and having our consent on those things feels a little bit too micromanaging to me. So I don't really care too much about that. But I'm open to thinking about those things as well. So I think basically, as I initially looked at these things, I thought number 2 and number 3 made some sense to me. I'd certainly could go for number 1 as well. People have talked about that. The idea being that we do need to get these things in front of people sooner, and I think we have some ability to understand that based on history. There's a lot of history in this room on what creates a NIMBY, because that's what we're really talking about here. If I think about Northgate, the data center, parking, rezoning, these are all basically broadly or sometimes very specifically not in my backyard situations. And if you all can help us identify something like these things that are going to be NIMBY situations, we ought to all agree right away, well, this is going to cause some concern, which I think we knew about with the data center. We did talk about it, as my colleagues have already said. We should have known that was coming. We should have done something. We should have had a public meeting ahead of time. So I think we just need to all be, as we are, obviously more aware of this and thinking about how to do it better in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. It's getting late at night, and we still got work, regular agenda to address, but we'll be done by 1 o'clock. I'll just stay with this list here. And frankly, a lot of my comments are quite similar to Mr. Schaefer's. I think, and several others heard. Number 1, yeah, we ought to find a way to do that. And if it's going to be under an NDA, we still ought to have a time when that is clear. We can still have an open workshop and maybe a non-decision workshop. I made that point earlier. Possible discussion, possible decision. We can eliminate that like we did tonight. On those that there isn't really an NDA, the Meet the Project item, I think, makes a lot of sense when you can work it in. And obviously, we had a great discussion tonight. People were attracted to the whole topic of the baseball things. The presenter energized when he made his presentation. I think we all learned a lot. And I think that gives us a lot better position to move forward on. I don't mind. I think we should have a standardized template for non-disclosure agreements, and I think if we don't have something like that, we ought to have that more formalized. I'm like Mr. Schaefer. Council consent and language and scoring criteria utilized in bid proposal, that has come up a couple times, is why did you use that in executive discussion about whatever it is when we're choosing a contractor or whatever. But I think that's a bit of micromanagement. I want to hire good staff. I want to keep good staff. I expect them to know professionally how to design a analysis for scoring, and I'm not usually going to get terribly excited about getting involved in that. I'm not quite sure what you mean by number 5. Council will take formal action in open session after every executive session where direction is given on a specific item. That's an awful lot of executive session items where you get direction, and I'm not just sure how you'd implement that. So I'm not sure I even understand what that is. Number 6, absolutely update and modify guidelines. I think we do have a policy on economic development incentives right now. I've seen it. And that ought to be kept up to date. And if that does need some modification to align with current objectives, as we look at the rest of it, yes, we should be revising and updating that. So on those 6 items, I'm quite, that's my guidance as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how that all adds up. There's an awful lot of different ideas. I think if you want to just consolidate it, maybe, I'm sure Michael's really good at this, but my thought is everybody up here, I think, wants to have longer lead time from the time when we release the information, have a public meeting, non-decision, and then we get the input, and then we decide, do we want to move forward with it, and we come back and make the decision in 3 or 4 weeks. So I'm certain, I think most people up here have some variation of that in mind. I think I heard a lot of support for the Meet the Project ideas. You can't always do that. Some of them are under NDAs, so you can't do it. Meet the Project on some of those up front. But if you allow for number 1, you've at least addressed that concern, and Ms. McElhaney spoke about that. So I think that's things that I think I heard everybody agree to. I'll let you sort out some of the rest of that, but Mr. City Manager, what have you heard? Have you heard
Yeah, I mean, overall,
enough ideas?
yes, and what we'll do is, I mean, I guess we'll bring back a formal policy for you all to adopt, which by the nature of it, you could change and modify in the moment. So we can put these kind of up here and incorporate maybe some of what we've heard, and then again, it'll come back and be an agenda item, and then if you like or don't like something or want to add something at that time, then you can.
Would that come back as a workshop item then, or not?
I mean, I think that, I mean, that's up to council. I mean, this is kind of what we're proposing, so it would just be it would come back as a
You're
regular.
proposing everything in here?
Well, I mean, for you guys to consider.
No, yeah, well, but I think some of us have raised the question of, particularly 4 and 5, for example. I heard at least 2 of us say, I'm not quite sure how that would be accomplished and why you would do that.
5 is one that I would say if we were going to include, we would just need you all to define it a little better. We have a general term of what that would mean, but, up there, but that would be something different. And then obviously I've heard some of what you said around 4.
But if we're giving you direction on something that is, I guess what I'd be concerned about, we give you direction on legal questions. I give the city attorney direction on things that are going forward. I don't think that is
So
something
this would
you
be
do.
more of, let's say,
This is economic development.
let's say, for example, we had an agreement with, let's say, Corinth, right? And they were seeking an economic development incentive in addition to the purchase of the property, right? And so that is listed on the agenda, right, under economic development incentives with Corinth. You could come out of executive session saying, we're directing staff to negotiate the economic development incentive with Corinth Properties as discussed in executive session. That
Okay.
would provide clear guidance and kind of the full support of council, or if certain ones were against it, it would be very clear then kind of how we would proceed on these.
Okay, now you give me an example.
Not with legal or
You give me
anything
an
else.
example, then I think I'll better understand it. So I'm more engaged in that.
So you're not given the particulars of what was
Okay.
discussed, so it's still, but, so if that's under an NDA, I mean, you're not gonna come out and say, would you just say?
And there are certain things. I mean, not every project's going to have an NDA. And again, these are potential options for you to consider. And you can provide us guidance on any one of these at any point in time. You know, as we go into executive session and we have, let's say, a real estate deal that we're selling a piece of property, you could say, look, before we even put this on the agenda for action, we want to hold a workshop 30 days before we even consider action. And it may be certain ones that have absolutely no concern, right? And there were some that didn't have a concern with FARA or hunting or anything else. If we want that same process to say, hey, we're going to have 30 days for those, we absolutely can. Or at that particular time, council could say, look, there's likely not going to be a large impact on this property. Go ahead and schedule it for action. It's up to council, though.
The only other thing I would add is take a look at Mr. Yancey's list of suggestions as well, and I think there may be some of those that could be blended in here to focus them a little bit more, or maybe even add one or two.
So to go back to your question, I think we'd be bringing it back as a regular agenda item for you to vote on. But if you're saying you want to come back as a workshop for more discussion, then that's up to you.
Well, I guess I'll leave it to my colleagues here. Regular agenda item. We can always just say we aren't ready to adopt this now. We need you to make these changes and.
Yeah, and I would just say too, like I always say, you know, the enemy of better is perfect. So if you all agree on 5 things, you can adopt 5 of them and then keep arguing about one. We don't have to wait till you get all of them in.
Okay. Any other comments for staff? All right, so we're done with that agenda item, which was 8.3. We got 4 or 5 items on the regular agenda. Do you need a 3-minute break, 5-minute break? I don't see anybody rushing to the door, so if you do need to take a brief break, proceed to do that. All of these are public hearings, and I'm going to bring forward Gillian.
Yes, sir.
You're here, and you're taking on the workload tonight.
Yes, sir.
You drew the short straw.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you begin. Regular agenda item 9.1 is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action approving an ordinance vacating and abandoning a 0.031 acre portion of a generally 20-foot wide public utility easement. Said easement lying over, across, and upon Lot 1, Block 1 of the Athletic Complex subdivision, generally located at 1812 Welsh Avenue, according to the plat recorded volume 1140, page 4097 of the official public records of Brazos County, Texas. Gillian Stiller.
Yes, sir. Jillian Sittler, Planning Development Services. Tonight's request, item 9.1, seeks to abandon a generally 20-foot wide public utility easement located on the property addressed at 1812 Welsh Avenue, or more commonly identified as the athletic facilities and fields for A&M Consolidated High School. This request comes from the applicant who is undergoing renovations and upgrades to the athletic facility. As part of the proposed renovations and upgrades, they have some proposed structures that are in conflict with this existing easement and utility line. With the proposed redevelopment, they're looking at moving this line out of that conflict area, and as such would be dedicating new public utility easement over the new public infrastructure. The easement and utility line service one property owner and are abutted by one property owner, the requesting applicant. All utility franchisees and all appropriate city departments have signed off agreeing to this abandonment. And as far as I'm aware, we have received no contacts or inquiries regarding this request. With that, I'm available for questions, and I believe the applicant has a representative available as well.
You have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone wishes to speak to the council on this item. No one has signed up. I see no one coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council. The motion to approve from Mr. Wright. Second from Mr. Smith. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is again by Gillian Sittler. I'm going to read this. 9.2, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on a resolution authorizing the change in use of certain parkland property for sanitary sewer lines with certain College Station parkland sections known as the Memorial Cemetery of College Station, generally located southwest of Harvey Mitchell Parkway and northwest of Raymond Stotzer Parkway, to serve property located within the College Station city limits, but also within the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity service area of the City of Bryan sanitary sewer system, plus the council's determination that the use of the parkland property is allowable and that no other feasible or prudent alternative exists for the sanitary sewer lines for the project, and that all reasonable planning measures have been taken to minimize the harm of such parkland. So I assume that's all one motion. We don't have to make two separate motions on that.
Yes, sir.
But council should pay attention to that because this is parkland. Okay, Gillian?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tonight's item 9.2 request seeks to issue a change of use for the installation of sanitary sewer on a portion of city-owned parkland property legally denoted as the Memorial Cemetery of College Station, but more commonly referred to as the Aggie Field of Honor. This request comes from an applicant seeking to develop a commercial site at the corner of Harvey Mitchell Parkway and FMB Road. The subject site is denoted by the yellow star before everybody in the vicinity map. As a part of development, the property must be platted and meet all minimum public utility infrastructure standards. This includes access to sanitary sewer. As a part of an interlocal agreement between the two cities, the subject developing property was transferred over to the City of Bryan's Certificate of Convenience and Necessity service area for sanitary sewer. Due to the nature of this agreement, topography in the area, and then other existing utilities in the area, the proposed route plans to place around 671 feet of sanitary sewer within and along city parkland property about the northwest border of the cemetery. With this request, it's important to note that Texas Parks and Wildlife Code Chapter 26 stipulates that a change of use cannot be approved unless the following two items are determined. First, that there's no alternative to the proposed plan, and second, that the proposed plan has included all reasonable planning measures to mitigate any harm to the parkland. I've received no inquiries regarding tonight's request, and this item was heard at the September 9th Parks Advisory Board meeting for recommendation, where it received a unanimous vote for a recommendation of approval. With that, staff also recommends approval, and I am available for questions, as is a representative of the applicant.
One question from me.
Sure.
Does this involve moving a fence? Who's going to do that, and how is that done?
Yes, sir. The construction would involve the temporary removal of the fence. Actually, the two pieces of fence paneling that would need to be removed are called out on the plan that you see before you on either side. I think I can circle it.
No, I see where they are.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I see where they are, both
yes, sir.
sides.
And that is both the removal and reinstallation is the responsibility of the developer.
Okay, so the easement actually is inside of the park, the cemetery property.
Correct,
Which
yes,
means
sir.
that the development of that section, which is not yet developed, would have to be adjusted so that we were not encroaching on that area.
Yes, sir. Parks, from what I understand, no formal planning of explicit cemetery plots have been planned in this area of the park. However, there are existing telecommunications, electrical, and drainage infrastructure that run pretty much along this exact same corridor that would have already precluded those as locations.
Okay, gotcha. Any other questions for staff? Seeing no one, so this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
No one has signed up to speak. I see no one's coming forward, so I will close the public hearing and remind the council that you have to also recognize that those two items have been met, and I assume that's been done by staff, and the Parks Advisory Board checked on that as well. No, there is no feasible prudent alternative, and it the project includes all reasonable planning, minimize harm to land, so on and so forth. With a recommendation from Parks Board, I think I'm okay on that, and staff as well.
Yes, sir.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. McElhaney and seconded by Mr. Yancey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 9.3, again, a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 4 zoning district, Section 4.2 official zoning map of the Code of Ordinances, City of College Station, Texas, by changing the zoning district boundary from R rural to GS general suburban for approximately 237.
It's been pulled, Mayor.
Oh, that was pulled. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's not do that.
No. I marked that on the earlier agenda, but I didn't mark it on the one that I got.
The transparency that we're trying to.
9.3 has been pulled. I'm sorry. Here I am, just a robot up here reading these things. All right, we're going to 9.4, which is Garrett Seagraves. Okay, 9.4, I knew when I got to that number, it was not the one. Public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 4 zoning district, Section 4.2 official zoning map, is Code of Ordinances, City of College Station, Texas, by changing the zoning district boundaries from R rural to E estate on approximately 4 acres generally located at the corner of Yopon Lane and Bradley Road. And Mr. Seagraves is going to present this.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Council. Garrett Seagraves, Staff Planner, Planning and Development Services. This evening's request, or I guess morning now, is to rezone an estimated 4-acre tract located west of the intersection of Bradley Road and Yopon Lane. The property is currently undeveloped, and the owner wants to split it into 2 single-family lots, while rurally zoned single-family lots surround the property. This property's comprehensive land use is estate residential. Estate residential land use allows for single-family residential areas that have a low level of development activities, which are appropriate for very low-density residential lots of 1 acre or greater. The request tonight is to rezone the property from R rural to E estate. After discussion and review, staff has determined that this request met the outlined rezoning criteria, such as being consistent with the comprehensive plan, a fitting use appropriate to the area, and having physical suitability with the proposed district. This was heard at the September 18th Planning and Zoning Commission, where the rezoning from R rural to E estate was unanimously recommended for approval, and I am available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? I see no questions, so this again is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. I have no one signed up to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the council on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council.
Move to approve.
Second.
Made the motion?
William.
Okay. Motion made by William, second by Ms. McElhaney.
Mm-hmm.
No, did I hear further okay. Didn't hear any conversation. So we have a motion on the floor, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank y'all for hanging with us. They've been here all night.
Oh, yeah, okay. 9.5. Again, a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 4 zoning district, Section 4.2 official zoning map, the Code of Ordinance, City of College Station, Texas, by changing zoning district boundary from GC general commercial to MF multifamily for approximately 4.71 acres, generally located south of the intersection of University Drive East and East Crest Drive. Jeff Howell, there he is.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Howell with the Planning and Development Services Department. Tonight's request is to rezone approximately 4.71 acres of land generally located south of the intersection of University Drive East and East Crest Drive from GC General Commercial to MF Multifamily. As you can see from the aerial, the subject property is a portion of a larger unplatted property and is currently vacant. The comprehensive plan future land use map designates this area partially as general commercial. A portion of the subject tract was also recently designated as urban residential. For the urban residential land use designation, the comprehensive plan indicates that these areas are appropriate for a range of high-density multifamily and attached residential development. You will notice that this property is split by the future land use designation. This property is very large and has not been subdivided yet. The future land use designation is more fluid, generally flexible, and is not parcel-based. And so the City Council did approve the change to the urban land use designation in August. While this rezoning request is beyond the limits of that modification, it is still in line with the comprehensive plan and is okay with the adjacent designation. Tonight's request is to rezone the property currently designated as GC General Commercial to MF Multifamily. The applicant is requesting the MF Multifamily zoning district for the proposed use for a multifamily development, and the rezoning request is from GC General Commercial to MF Multifamily. And this rezoning request is to expand the adjacent multifamily zoning district that was recently approved in August by City Council, and this is in an effort to provide additional housing to the area. Staff has not received any communication in support or opposition to this request. However, we did receive 3 phone calls of inquiry. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request with the following condition. I won't read the entire thing word for word, but this is for a 10-foot landscape buffer with an 8-foot fence adjacent to the properties to the west to be provided on the subject property at the time of development. And since this is a request that is an expansion to the recent rezoning request, the same condition is being recommended here, and this was heard at the October 2nd Planning and Zoning Commission meeting where it was unanimously recommended for approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Any questions for Mr. Howell? Seeing none, Ms. Veronica Morgan has requested to speak to the group. Do you need to do that? You have a brief presentation. It says presentation here. A couple others are here for questions only. We're working on our 10th hour tonight, and I know you want to get home to bed too.
I'm not going to do the presentation, but I do want to say staff did a very good job. And if you have any questions, and I do want to let you know that Matt Nash, a representative from the Adams Corporation, was here earlier, but needed to leave. So he said I could present for him that he was in support, and the Adams Corporation is in support of this rezoning.
Okay, and you all remember that we had the other rezoning a couple of 3 meetings ago. This is the result of what I think was a well-negotiated result. So any questions need for Ms. Morgan without her presentation? Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a public hearing. The chair does not have anyone else signed up other than Ms. Morgan. I'll open the public hearing and see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to us regarding this item. Seeing no one come forward, I will close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council.
I move approval.
Second.
Mr. Smith moved, Mr. Yancey seconded. Any further discussion?
Does it need to be with the recommendation?
There is a condition on it.
Yeah, so if you want that
Move
condition.
approval with the recommendation.
Very good point. And you seconded that, Mr. Yancey?
Technically, it is move for approval with the condition.
Move approval with the conditions. Is that what I heard you say, Mr. Smith?
Stated.
That's what I heard you say.
Yes, that's what I said.
And I heard you second that. Okay.
With
You
the
want me to
condition,
read it?
yes, Mayor.
With the condition, okay. So the motion on the floor is approve this with the condition that's stated on the screen there. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Which brings us to item 10, items of community interest in council calendar. The council calendar should be on the back of the packet that you have received, and it's also on the screen. Anyone want to highlight any of those items that are up there? We'll be back here on the 23rd. fall homegrown market. That's an interesting thing. Mr. Yancey's intergovernmental committee meeting on October 20th. What's the topic? You have the topic figured out yet?
We don't have the agenda yet, Mayor.
Okay, but it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
They all are. They all
Do you
are.
have any ideas?
Okay. I know you actually had 2 or 3 ideas floating around at the last couple of meetings. Other things, Transportation Committee meeting, you guys can see it there. No further, any questions on that? Seeing none, we will ask if you've got any items of community interest. All right, none under that category. Move to number 11, council reports and committees, boards, and commissions. Anyone want to report on the recent meetings?
Very briefly, Mayor, Subcommittee of the Art Council has met several times in the last few weeks and made decisions on grants to give to organizations who've applied. That's all I need to say.
All right. Future agenda items.
I have one.
Mr. Mr. Wright.
Sure, just
also note somewhere in this packet is the list of standing ones that are still
right.
out there. Yeah.
No, just from earlier, if I have the support of some folks to at least talk about dissolving the MMD and what that would look like in the process that we could take. Whether or not the developer wants to do it, I think we owe it to the citizens to say we're exploring that option and we've done everything we can to alleviate their tax burden.
You're asking for a workshop item on that? Or what?
I would
Or
suppose,
just a
I would
report?
suppose a workshop item so we can discuss the ways to do it and we can have an open dialogue with the folks in Midtown.
Okay, so you don't want just a report, you want a workshop item?
No, I want, yeah.
Is there a consensus that thinks that they want to do this? I don't see any thumbs up coming down here. Oh, Scott, I see 3. I see 3. So I don't see a consensus of 4. So I think we will not ask staff to do that since there's not a consensus. I think it's an interesting item that you might want to talk to city manager about independently and get some feedback on what would have been reported to you if you're interested in following up. All right, any other items for future agenda items?
Yes, Mayor.
Yancey?
I do, but in the utterance of them, I think maybe staff can act and they won't have to actually be agenda items. One is getting a lot of feedback about our new landscape contractor. We've got some very rough areas around town in front of the police station and other areas. I've heard 3 or 4 different.
Can we get a report from city management and sent to us?
Yeah.
About that?
I can. I'll tell you, we're actively engaged with that contractor.
Okay, so you are aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one was, and I don't know if this is an agenda item or not, is there anything staff or us, we can do to try to provision a place for the Bombers to play in 2027? Can we talk about that, or can we work with Texas A&M on Olson?
So as a part of this, I wasn't going to bring it up because I'm always concerned that if I say, well, I'll work on something, that it's like people take that as a solution to a problem. But that's absolutely one of the items, and I actually talked to Uri before I have some ideas. I don't know if they'll work, but we will actively work on that, and I can let you guys know that. I just wanted to be careful that it doesn't become like people think that that's a done deal. But whenever we come back, that will be part of what we report to you guys, is whether we have a potential solution for that or not.
Thank you very much. I withdraw the request.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other future agenda items? Seeing none.
And Mayor, can I just make one quick note? I don't know if you guys are familiar with, sometimes we do long workshops. So on October 23rd, we have a bunch on there. We're going to strike the Greater Brazos Partnership Compliance is not ready. We will likely move the family definition and shared housing. I know that's something you guys wanted to talk about, but it is not specifically, it's not time sensitive. So I'm proposing we'll move that. On the parking restrictions, we will have that, but my proposal, especially since we don't have a full council, is that we have that as a workshop without action, and then based on whatever direction we would come back at a later meeting. Didn't want to just move that one holistically, one, because it's probably, again, one of these items, maybe it makes sense to hear everybody and then come back.
Right.
And also, we've advertised that date, so we don't want people to get switched up on that. And then we will probably shuffle some of these around a little bit more, but this is kind of the general, as we get near the end of the year, this is what we're trying to get in this year. So if you guys end up having thoughts about reordering priority, then, let the mayor or I know or talk about it now, but that's kind of my thoughts on these.
Did somebody ask for number 5, or is that a routine thing that needs to be presented? Family definition, shared housing?
That was a council request.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a follow-up to, I think, our discussion about doing away with who's and who's. Okay. All right, so we got 4 and 4, and
I have one little question.
Thanksgiving, we got 2. Go
Now,
ahead.
We seem to be having longer meetings, and we are also having a renewed commitment to being as transparent as possible. So I see us having even more workshops. Would it be prudent for us to consider maybe doing workshops on one day and, I don't know, somehow, I don't really feel that on top of things, especially past midnight, but I don't know when the right time to talk about that is.
That's
but-
been discussed several times, to have every second or third month have a workshop-only meeting. And I don't think council's ever felt like they needed that, but maybe now the time has come, as you have pointed out, that
I mean, obviously it's up to council. Other options, again, we haven't necessarily got to them, I think but other options are when you have big things like this that are on workshops, we can just say, we're not necessarily having set, but we got a few of them that we need and we don't want to be here that long, so we're going to go and do a one-off. I always want to be careful, which again, this is just me advising you, it's your decision, but if we make 2 meetings, we'll end up with 2 long meetings, and then we keep staff here too. So I think if we feel like these are going too long, and I kind of think we are, we can break some of these out now and do them differently. Other times people ask about, can we start the meetings earlier? But that is a challenge for people to get to them, not staff, but the public. So it's up to you guys if it's something you want to think about. But one of the things we can do in the very short term is, if you don't want to make a total policy change, you can just say, hey, can we take a few of these workshop items and do them on a different day, just ad hoc?
what do you mean by, that's,
so let's
do
just
them on a different, just another meeting?
let's say you guys were
add
like,
a meeting just for
yep,
workshops.
you just said, hey, we're going to take this item and this item, and we're going to do it on a Tuesday, and you're just going to do workshops
That's,
versus scheduling it every month or something.
oh,
like
no,
that.
I
back to the
didn't mean
predictability.
schedule. Go ahead.
Going back to us being consistent, I don't know, I was talking to Mom the other day, and she, apparently back in the day, they did workshop items on Wednesday and regular agenda on Thursday, and it was kind of just a thing. I don't know that we need to do that all the time, but I don't know what the answer is, but I think
Well,
the consistency piece is also something we need to consider.
Well, workshop items have to be posted. Those attract the biggest crowds. And typically, the workshop items do, as you can see by how many people stayed for the regular agenda. So, I'm all for, hey, I'm retired. I can meet 4 nights a week, but I don't think that's what you're asking for. Why don't city manager and I discuss having one meeting sometime in November, and we'll do, but you got to publicly advertise it, because a lot of those workshop items are really important to people. So we make darn sure we come up with a plan as to how we're going to communicate with public that that's not just a casual meeting. That's a meeting that, if they're interested in those topics, they need to be there. Or there is some routine quarterly and biennial reporting kinds of things that don't attract a big crowd. Maybe the staff can help us sort those out, and we'll do those on an off night. All right, how about if the city manager and I kind of talk about what we can do on that and just give you some direction? I agree with you, huh? Oh, how about, I appreciate what you're asking for because it is 10 minutes to 1. I'd like to get out of here by 9 o'clock every night if I could, particularly since we're starting at 3 for the next 2 meetings. All right. Hearing nothing further, the chair says we're adjourned.